Kuna jamani. Hello guys, hope you are all doing well. Today we are to look into the finance bill and also the 2027 elections and the rest as the headline dictates. So I don't know if you guys have read the finance bill 2026 because it's cheesy and people might go back to the streets. Yeah. So it was published in 30th April and there has been new tax proposals. Per last week it was there were some key factors that had been included in the new tax proposal. And the bill is before Parliament because the government is targeting 3.63 trillion revenue for the year 2026-2027. But yeah, for the taxes that a new proposal had been given, I've seen CS Mbadi today. Saying that there are some few things that have been withdrawn. Let me just check. Yeah, there are some few things that have been withdrawn from that bill, and so there will be no tax on bottled water as they had said, and they also dropped the proposed tax on mobile phones and the proposal on mitumba clothes, because earlier on Yeah, so I had said that earlier on, even if the one on the Mitumba has been withdrawn, uh, before I go to the what the one on the Mitumba was saying, so it had also had an out on VAT exemption for digital financial services, including money transfer and payment processing. But we all know that such services are key to the financial inclusion and are used every day by millions of Kenyans as a very essential tool. And therefore, I saw the LSK president warning that raising the price of these services will negatively impact people's ability to access these tools. And also on the yes, so the bill was to bring in a new taxation for the Mitumba traders in section 2H, I think, of the Income Tax Act, and whereby the profits made by the Mitumba traders at 5% of the custom value, and the tax is collected upfront before goods are released. So by the time hiyo bill ingekuwa inafika before uende kuuza, hawakuwa wangetaka kujua kama utamake profit ama hautamake, but you are supposed to give 5% of the bill before it is given to you. Yeah, so that could be very unfair because traders could be charged with taxes even if they make losses or gains. And another thing that I saw is that the residential income tax has also been raised from 7.5 to 10%. And there has been some changes. Yeah, there has been some changes whereby, you remember they used to tell people that filing of returns is 30th June, but as per the new bill, the deadline has been changed from 30th June, itakuwa inafanywa 30th April. So by 30th April, kama utakuwa umefile returns zako, that is it. And for the people filing nil returns, they are supposed to be doing it every end month. Yeah, they're supposed to be doing it every end month. So I think I had a video on the same. Yeah, but before I finish on the finance bill, I have some short clips because the finance bill part is a bit long and we're supposed to analyze the whole of it. But I saw some things that happened, is it over the weekend or something? Niliona CS Mbadi alikuwa amewaka sana. I don't know what Ruth Odinga did to him, but he was exploding. Let me just try to look for the video. Yeah. So I think he was giving a response to what Ruth Odinga had said earlier. But first, let me look for the video of Ruth, and then we see why Mbadi was exploding that way. I think this was after the Mombasa retreat, and after that retreat, I saw Mbadi being involved in some drama. I don't know if it was a sort of drama, but it is like he wants to be installed as the Luo kingpin.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything from action items. It is willing.
Yeah, so here it is how it started, which led to Mbadi kutokea huko kama amewaka moto.
Nicely in Linda ground faction within ODM. Despite the fact that they had a retreat in Mombasa, a retreat that I'm reliably informed that was facilitated by William Ruto, things are not okay. A sister to the late Raila Odinga, Ruth Odinga, has indicated vividly in that meeting it had almost all betrayers of Raila Odinga. It is a statement that she made that is so bold, and in fact she said that she's gonna give the names very soon. It's not just a statement she made, it is a declaration, a war declaration against the Linda ground faction. I've been telling you that Ruth Odinga's blood, Ruth Odinga's emotions, and Ruth Odinga's heart is with Edwin Sifona's Linda Mwananchi ground. Despite whatever happened, despite the retreat, yeah, she attended the retreat in Mombasa. She was there. She listened to everyone. But whatever she said after the retreat is what that matters. And I want to quote what she said in her post in her social media accounts. She said, those who rudishad Raila ni wengi. Today I saw them in their true colors. I will respond very soon. Be sure, sitanyamaza Mbadi. That is a clear declaration that one of the people who made sure Raila Odinga dies and is returned to Bondo is John Mbadi. So those are the kind of betrayers ODM Linda ground is protecting. And those are the friends to William Ruto. This message is very short, but it has a lot of weight and it has a lot of meanings embedded within it, or rather in between it. So I want to go slowly so that you guys can understand what I mean. Ruth Odinga and the message she wrote, it means a lot. Number one, she said that those who rudishad Raila ni wengi. There is a narrative that has been going round and round, saying that William Ruto said that at some point he will take Raila Odinga back to Bondo. Alisema atamrudisha wapi? Bondo. And many people are saying, including James Orengo, he has been saying that William Ruto is the one who said that he will take back Raila Odinga to Bondo. And yet again, Raila Odinga is in Bondo. He was returned to Bondo. So who killed Raila Odinga is a question that the Siaya Governor James Orengo has been asking day in, day out. No one has ever given him the right answer. So you see here, Ruth Odinga has gone that direction too. And that means whatever she is speaking is what James Orengo is speaking, is what Edwin Sifuna is speaking. Because Edwin Sifuna too has also, asked such questions about the death of Raila Odinga. And anytime speaking about how Raila Odinga died and how the people who were close to him refused to go to fetch his body remains, it hurts. In fact, you can see the kind of emotions Edwin Sifuna he elicits. It shows how much he was closer to Raila Odinga. And then the second statement Ruth Odinga wrote is that, today I saw them in their true colors. I will respond very soon. You know, the team Linda Mwananchi has been telling us all along that the people in Linda ground, they are there because of their stomachs, and they are the true betrayers of Raila Odinga. That Raila Odinga never stood for the ground that he will support William Ruto's re-election as the president. In fact, I saw Caleb Amisi, the support member of parliament, in an interview at Radio Maisha. He even lifted the Bible, saying that he was very sure and swore by the name of God that whatever Raila Odinga told him was that he will not be the one supporting William Ruto for the second term. The same thing was repeated by Edwin Sifuna. In that Radio Maisha, he equally raised his hand, lifted the Bible, and swore by the Bible, saying that Raila Odinga never wanted them to be in a government as those betrayers, the likes of John Mbadi, the likes of Gladys Wanga, a very bad woman. This way they are putting it, it shows that they are, they are very sure that that Raila Odinga left them in government. And here, Ruth Odinga has confirmed the same things, that you saw the true colors, and she will respond very soon. And then the last statement makes more sense than even the first two. She said, be sure sitanyamaza Mbadi. Yeah, sasa hii inaonyesha kwamba vita imeanza. Yani, now it is time for war. Leave alone the retreat that they said, oh, we need to bring unity, we need to strengthen our party. How can you strengthen our party, the Raila Odinga's party, yet you are the people who conspired with William Ruto to end him? You conspired with William Ruto to end the party that he worked so much for 20 years. Yeah? Imagine for 20 years, Raila Odinga worked for ODM. He worked to raise ODM to the power that it is right now. A very strong opposition party, a very strong party that everyone wanted to be in. Everyone wanted to vie using ODM ticket. But right now, people are running away from ODM. You saw those by-elections that have been, conducted in Kenya lately. Everyone is running away from ODM. They don't want to, align themselves with a losing party, with a party of chaos, a party that has no direction like ODM, because those people are steering this party. Those people who have branded themselves as the spokespeople of that party, including John Mbadi, including those people in government right now, the likes of Oparanya, the likes of Joe, they are there because of their stomachs, and they want to mislead people into finishing this party, because that is what William Ruto wants for UDA to be more successful. ODM must die.
Why would Lenore travel thousands of miles to get permanent dental implants? Most dental implant offices.
And I'm reliably informed that William Ruto is using, this is Oparanya Wycliffe, who is, the cabinet secretary, SMEs, is using him to build another party, because William Ruto is watching keenly, and he wants to make sure the Luhya voters are in one basket. So he wants to use Oparanya to dump ODM, because we saw him recently saying, oh, hata sisi Luhya tunataka power. You know, Wajaluo nadhani wanataka power. Raila Odinga made sure that we Luhya community were in the government. Right now, vitu change. So that is one thing that tells you that Oparanya will be out very soon. The ile party ataanzisha. William Ruto is the one funding him. The same case is happening to Pwani, the coastal region, where Joe Hassan Ali is being also funded to start another party so that they can, it can be a house that will accommodate the people from the coastal region. It's because William Ruto wants to kill Raila Odinga's voters in Pwani, in the coastal region, because he wants to kill ODM completely. And those people who are helping him kill that party are the Oparanya, Joho, Mbadi, and Opiyo Wandayi. That is the reason why, in as much as Opiyo Wandayi made a big mistake during that government fuel deal, that scandal that involved 4 billion, William Ruto never said anything, because he wants the likes of Opiyo Wandayi to do something for him ahead of 2027. So if Ruth Odinga has realized this, it shows that now the fight has started, not only by Edwin Sifuna and Babu Wino, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be so tough, because if Ruth Odinga will enter that fight, now Edwin Sifuna has gotten another ground. The Linda Mwananchi is stronger. Linda ground is going to die very soon. I don't know what you think. You can give me a...
Yeah, so I think we've all been seeing there had been wrangles in ODM, and now they were two parties. There were two parts of ODM, Linda Ground and Linda Mwananchi. But now we can see that wrangles are emerging in the Linda Mwananchi faction, and I don't know where we are headed to. So what Ruth Odinga had tweeted ndo iliamsha moto ya Mbadi. So let me just look for that video where Mbadi was quarreling very bitterly. That guy is very bitter. Even today when he was addressing the press on the breakdown of the Finance Bill 2026, you could just see from his face, there is just something that Mbadi is, I don't know, there is just something that Mbadi's face is portraying, and I don't think it will end well for this Linda Ground faction, because they are the ones who are saying that Sifuna is the problem. But now Sifuna left. Then now who is the problem? Because wrangles have continued to extend inside it. You also in, was it in Homa Bay? At the funeral of the MP's dad, where Ruth Odinga also stood up and spoke and told the clergy, kina Bishop Onginjo, to bring these people together, kina Oburu, kina Orengo. Like Ruth was like, if someone sees me speaking to Orengo, they feel bad. If someone sees me talking to the other person of Linda Ground, they feel bad. And then Ruth was like, for me, I don't belong to Linda Mwananchi or Linda Ground. And it all brought some questions. We also what happened to Orengo in that funeral. This is where they have decided to land. So I had the video of Mbadi.
Download the app on the Glovo and get food, groceries, or anything you want in minutes.
This is where all the magic is going to happen. Have you ever had your pictures taken professionally like this? Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah.
So we have a part.
And then the issue is the reason as to why Sifuna said that he left he left the other part of ODM, which is Linda Ground. It's because the deadline for the memorandum of understanding that had been put in place by the ODM party when Raila was still alive, the deadline already passed, and he saw it's like some of the things that had been put down in the memorandum of understanding was being gone against by the Kenya Kwanza government. He really insists on the killing of Albert Ojwang, and Sifuna was like, he's the one who wrote the memorandum of that MOU. And I remember reading for you that all the 10 points of that MOU. So this clearly shows that the other ODM faction of Linda Ground is just being guided by their stomach and nothing else. Because since the period for the MOU already expired, what are they still doing there? Yeah, and there goes the video of Mbadi, and I've had the person who has been analyzing the previous video that I had played talking about Oparanya. Oparanya the other day said that it has become hard for them to hunt votes for Ruto, which means that even if they go and hunt votes for Ruto and tell people to come to this direction, people are going to the other direction, which for me I think is very nice because, yeah.
We have a party where someone, because she is sister of a party leader, she thinks she can also order us around. You cannot.
John Mbadi may have just picked the wrong fight, because in Kenyan politics, there are fights you can survive. There are fights you can negotiate, and then there are fights that can permanently redefine your political future. Right now, Mbadi may have walked straight into the third category. Let me explain.
Let me be candid. I know, and I agree with my colleagues, that we have been called upon to speak freely and honestly. Let me tell you, the problem which is going to hit ODM is not the splitter group. It is you. It is me who is here and is not sure where you want to go. We have many of you here who are not sure whether to join the so-called Linda Wananchi or to remain here and support the mainstream ODM. and you come here and you pretend that you want ODM to be united. I have been around for a while. I did not start politics with ODM. I have been around from the time we had a party called Ford. I have been around when it became Ford Kenya. I have been around when we formed the NDP. I have been around when we formed the LDP. I have been around when we went into NAC. I have been around when we formed ODM. There is no single time when you see people who have made a resolve to divide the party and they stay in the party. It is impossible. Let us not pretend. Let us see how to get the best out of this party.
For more than 10 hours, the Treasury Cabinet Secretary has been at the center of a political storm after openly clashing with the Odinga family during an ODM retreat in Mombasa. And now, the internet is split. One side says Mbadi is finally saying what many within ODM have feared saying publicly for years, that the party cannot forever revolve around one family. The other side says Mbadi has become the living definition of political ingratitude. Yani he is unashamedly biting the hand that fed him.
This is a national party. ODM does not belong to the Luo community. It does not belong to one community. In fact, ODM does not belong to Siaya, where we have senator trying to fight with the governor. Governor trying to fight the Senate. It does not belong to a family. You know, we have a party where someone, because she is sister of a party leader, she thinks she can also order us around. You cannot. We have supported this party. I know Baba has been a very solid leader. We must now manage the transition. Baba is no more. This is post-Raila era. We must be candid, we must be forthright, and we must chart our way forward. You cannot keep us back. Baba said this. Baba did not say this. Where is that Baba now to give us the evidence whether he said or he did not say? He's not there anymore. It's 6 months.
That statement immediately triggered outrage online, because whether people agree with him or not, there is one political reality that many Kenyans recognize, and that is ODM and the Odinga family are deeply connected. The party itself was built around the political movement Raila Odinga created over decades. His father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, remains one of the most influential figures in Kenya's political history. And for millions of ODM supporters, the party's identity is inseparable from the Odinga legacy.
Give me any example. When people decided to divide Ford, attempts were made, elders met, leaders met, they still went. Shikuku went, Matiba went, they left. When people decided to divide Ford Kenya, they left. You cannot bring them back. When someone takes a microphone and says that he is acting party leader, that is not a person who will come back to the mainstream party. You are pretending, you are lying to yourself. Let us see how we can help the mainstream ODM solidify across the country so that we go into next year when we are strong. How many secretary generals have announced that they have left the party and they have come back? A secretary general who has stood and said that he cannot work with the party leader should look for another secretary general. And then you sit here and pretend that we will bring those people. Bringing them to where? My friend, me, I don't sit in parties where people pretend. Let us be frank, candid with each other. If you are afraid, kama nyinyi ni waoga, wacheni viti zenyu, watu wengine waingie, tuendeshe hii chama tuendelee mbele.
But here's what makes this entire saga even more infuriating, and Kenyans saw it coming a mile away. Because John Mbadi is not new to this game of political betrayal. He is in fact one of the very ODM members who went behind Raila Odinga's back to negotiate cabinet slots in President Ruto's government without even consulting their party leader.
I, John Mbadi Ngongo, being appointed a cabinet secretary of Kenya, do swear that I will at all times be faithful to the Republic of Kenya.
Now think about that for a second. While Raila Odinga was still very much alive, still very much active, and had not indicated any willingness to work with Ruto, certain people within ODM were quietly slipping out the back door, shaking hands with the very administration Raila had opposed, and carving out positions for themselves. And this isn't internet rumor anyway, because Raila's longtime loyalist and current Siaya Governor James Orengo has publicly revealed what happened when Raila found out. According to Orengo, when Raila Odinga learned that people he had trusted inside ODM had been quietly hobnobbing with Ruto's camp, trying to secure government positions without consulting him, he felt deeply betrayed.
The progress government we didn't differ, because when it arose, he came from Dubai, he called me, we had a meeting before he invited me to attend a meeting of the Central Committee of the party, and he said he had a difficult situation he had found himself in. He wanted to explain it to me, and I understood the point that he was trying to make, which was some of our people had been approached by President Ruto, and these guys had agreed to be recruited into his government. Raila had actually even urged Ruto not to announce those appointments until he got here, which was not to happen. But he said if they went into government without the goodwill of the party, it will bring problems and division within the party. So he said, okay, the best way, the best solution is to, we had donated experts to government, and government should use them where they needed them, and for as long as they were needed. Now,
so fast forward to today, Raila Odinga is no longer here to answer for his name, to defend his legacy, or even to call his own people to order. And now John Mbadi, one of the very men accused of going behind Raila's back, is out here in broad daylight, descending on Raila's legacy with astonishing confidence.
Baba did a lot for us, but we also fought for Baba. So if you are Baba's sister, please respect us. If it were not for us, Baba would not be the person he was by the time he was dying. You must know it is your brother who is the party leader. You must know Gladys Wanga is the chairman. You must remember Simba Arati is the deputy.
So Mbadi amekasirika sana mpaka anasema that Ruth Odinga should know that Gladys Wanga is the chairman, and even a few weeks ago, Gladys Wanga called herself the chairman. So I don't know if he's a man, and we don't know, but still, yeah, as we can see that Mbadi amekasirika sana. Ruth Odinga amemkasirisha. Anasema ODM si property ya the Odinga's family, and it's not a Luo party, it is a national party. So I don't know if Mbadi is just talking this because of Odinga, of Ruth, or because he feels like the Odinga family is the one that is acting as if they own the ODM party. And I think this will create some it has already created tension. I can see my friend Msimamo here. Okay, let me just welcome him before I continue. Hi Msimamo.
Vipi?
Poa, labda wewe.
Shukuru. Uzima unapatikana.
Uko uliko kwema?
Uko kwema Mungu, tunashukuru Mungu. Si upande wa pili uko kama kwema ama vipi? Sababu jana nilitafuta tafuta
Kwema.
kukuta jana.
Jana sikuwa lakini Njiru si alikuwa msimamo.
Bana Njiru vilari.
Yeah. Sasa sijui umesoma finance bill 2026 ama unangoja tuende
Hata
barabarani?
sijasoma jamaa.
I think I'll play a video here of someone breaking it down, but there are some sections there are some sections today that Mbadi said they were removed, and it's because people had started, watu walikuwa wameanza kuteta, but amesema zimetolewa leo huyo Mbadi some few things. And also I don't know if you saw yesterday ama umekuwa hapa nikiplay hiyo video ya Mbadi, amekasirika sana, and I think this ODM part of Linda Tumbo is going to, things are going to explode and people might even fight. Sijui kama umeona hiyo video ya Mbadi akijibu Ruth Odinga akimwambia asijifanye jueni sister wa party leader anaweza wa lecture and tell them anything, because ODM is not a Odinga party, it's a national party. And yeah,
Yani hii nilipotea tangia jana hii. Nikamsikiza zake mambo yake. Najua hawa ndo naweza kusema wali uza chama. Unajua bwana leo kingpin wa Waluo. Alafu pia pia anapigania hiyo party leader. Lakini swali langu ni je, Vilari kila anakifanya Mbadi ni sawa kikatiba? Kwanza kutokana na ile docket alionayo kama CS, je, anachokifanya kuzungumza siasa na kuingiliana siasa swa namna hiyo, je, kikatiba ni sawa?
si sawa.
Basi kama si sawa, na ni kiongozi ni nini sasa anatuambia kama kiongozi tumfuate kwa sababu anakinzana katiba, tumfuate kwa sababu ni mtu wetu, afuate kwa sababu ni kiongozi wetu, afuate kwa sababu nini? Hii kama siasa anaikinyagia katiba namna hii, then basi wacha yote tisa, turudi katika yale masuala ambayo anagombana na Ruth kuhusiana na masuala mazima na ODM. Yeye anaamini baba angeitwa kama kwanza, anasema wamesha lala miezi 6 iliyopita, kwa hivyo ni ngumu kumuita kuja kumweleza tulizungumza ile mmezungumza hili. Kile anaamini waliacha kwa broad based government na wako kwa broad based government. Sasa hapa ndo kunaingia kizungumkuti vile alikimtazamo wangu kwamba unafika wakati sasa hivi wananchi tuweze kuwapanga viongozi na tuweze kuondokana na hili ambalo tumewapa muda wa kutosha miaka hata ya kuweza kutupanga. Lakini kwenye wanatupanga kingome, wenye wanatupanga kikabila, wenye wanatupanga kichama. Kwa mwisho wa siku yote la kumi wao ndio wenye kufaidi. Kwa kila wanachotupangia sio kutupanga, basi faida ni kwao. Huu mwaka na huu mtazamo uliopo kwa mwananchi kwamba amechoka kupangwa, ni yeye apange kiongozi ambaye atampa huduma ile ambayo anahitaji, huduma ambayo itaweza kumjali aswa, lakini vile vile huduma ile ambayo itaweza kuleta aswa mabadiliko endelevu aswa katika jamii na kuondokana na hili ambalo tunaliona. Kwa hiyo Mbadi kuzungumzia ODM venye anazungumza ni kamba yeye ana papasa kuna huku, lakini ODM haiwezi rudi ilivyokuwa katika stands hizi. Maana ukisikiza Linda Mwananchi wanakuambia sisi ni ODM na tunawarai viongozi twende kwenye meza ile, then tutaongea pale, kama ni kuchagua tunachaguana, alafu watakaibuka pale, basi chama kitakuwa kimezungumza. Ukimsikiza Ati naye anasema kwamba wao Linda Mwananchi ndio watoke kule waje kwa chama ambacho ndicho original, na kama walikuwa na hold some dockets katika hiyo chama, basi pia waachane nazo kwa sababu ya discipline. Sasa najiuliza swali langu, hii discipline alipewa Sifuna ni ipi katika chama cha ODM? Kipi ambacho amekifanya? Ni kwa sababu ya kusimama na kusema siungane mkono na huyu, ama hii adhabu ni ile ahadi aliyopewa wakati wa kumsindikiza baba, kwamba ninaweza ita chama hili nimetengeneza mwenyewe na naweza nikaita jopo lile ambalo tulitengeneza chama hiki na tukakupa adhabu. Je, adhabu hii ambayo inazungumziwa na Linda Tumbo ndio hii ambao waliambiwa aswa wakati ule wa mazishi, ama ni vipi? Lakini mwisho wa siku najiuliza wao wananali haswa ODM ambayo tuliachwa hapa hapa na tunataka power. Lakini power hii ni ya viongozi. Wananchi wanasemaje? Basi utakuta wananchi wako kulinda mwananchi, maana huko ndo kwenye nyoyo, ndo sauti zao, na huko ndo kwenye mitazamo. Kwa maana hiyo hizi kelele za mbali nikawa napiga kelele tu kutokana kwamba haheshimu katiba na hafai kujihusisha kwa siasa hivi, labda not only resign na arudi haswa katika uhalisia wake. Sasa unampa mbavu wa kuweza kuzungumza haswa yale anahitaji kama wale wengine. But kwa kweli tumeona haswa mawaziri wakitumika haswa vibaya, speakers wakitumika vibaya because ya kuchagua na kiurafiki, na mtu amepewa docket kiurafiki kuweza kutamisha misha.
And also msimamo, before you continue, it is not Mbadi alone. I also saw CS Joho akisema that they all know that president atakuwa Ruto, but hapo kwa docket ya deputy president watafinyana, of which wanaonekana watafinyana because Mbadi wants, Joho wants, Wanga wants. Why shouldn't they concentrate on their docket to make sure that things are running smoothly? They are busy concentrating on
Unajua kuna huyu rafiki ambaye aliingia wakadhania ni neema kwao, wakaona rafiki mwenyewe, lakini mola limeenea kuwa chama. Hakutakuwa na mwelewano hapa katika chama. Hata kwa hiyo Linda Tumbo yenyewe aswa tena kutakuwa hawatakuwa na mwelewano, kwa sababu uchu wa madaraka ndio ambao uko mbele. Uchu uko mbele, si yale ambayo wananchi. Kwa hiyo ndio wakirudi hivi ni kwamba wanatafuta kisingizio mwisho wa siku, kama matajirija warudi tunatengeneza chama cha Pwani. Sio si chama, itakuwa ni chama ambayo imeandikwa pale msaidia mtu mwingine aswa kukamilisha hizo kura, aswa hizo namba zake ambazo anahitaji kutoka Pwani. Kwa maana ukiingia ground tofauti, ground Pwani, I can tell you for free, hakuna mtu ambaye hata hao viongozi especially kwa wale wabunge kwenye Facebook zao aswa ukiangalia majibu na jinsi ambayo wanajibiwa, utajua kweli kwamba ground inasemaje. So it's like Joe inakwenda ama tukubaliana kama atakuwa hata kuwepo, basi watarudi kwa UDA, kwa sababu almost viongozi wa Pwani karibu wote, I mean 85% wote wako kwa UDA. Hata wengine wameacha vyama vyao na wameamua kuuza vyama kwa kusimama na UDA. So for real, hayo tu ndio ambapo nikafanyia na ufunguzi dadangu kwamba watu wanagombania fito, wanasahau kwamba nyumba wanajenga ni moja tu ya ODM. Kwa hiyo wacha wagombanie fito huku, lakini mwisho wa siku wataka promotion ODM itasimama imara, kwa sababu wao vimetulia. Hakuna mvutano, kwa hiyo ni kusimamisha mle ambamo wataona ni ngome za ODM. Sasa nao wapate nafasi kuweza kusimamisha chama chao.
I think I've lost msimamo. I think akona shida ya network, but I'll just finish this Mbadi's video and then I go back to the finance bill 2026. Yeah.
party leader. Hii maneno ya kubembelezana mtaharibu hii chama. And I am speaking to you with love. Without this party, you are weakened. Let us remain the way we were. This party, if it is strong, many of you will come back to parliament. Many of you will win back their seats. With a weaker party, it is a...
And what Mbadi is saying is what Ruto doesn't want. Ruto wants to buy this party the same way he insisted those who had joined him to form the Kenya Kwanza government to break their parties, like the way Kina Mudavadi did. They broke ANC in order to form just to form a coalition with UDA. But I've seen Ford Kenya wamekataa. For them, they won't break their party. And for this ODM Linda ground, I'm seeing there is going to be a very big earthquake. And I think some of the leaders will just exit this party, go and form their own parties, which in the end will kill this Linda ground faction, in my own opinion.
It is more difficult. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just spoke with love. Let me finish by saying I am here. I know there are so many questions you would also ask me. A lot of them we can discuss with the party leadership, including my work, including how to support the party. I am ready, I am available. Any assignment you give me, mimi sasa ni mtu wa mkono. Hello?
Yeah, so the boy from Suba has said that he's ready to do any work. I don't know why he couldn't just concentrate with his docket with the treasury, and then later he can come back. Ajui njia mbili zilifanya fisi akafanya nini? Yeah, so back to the finance bill.
A particular stock IPO, every single investor was talking about that stock. And I decided, you know what? Let me go and put my money inside. I love
Oh, I can see you are back. What happened to you? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What happened to your internet? Again.
Finance Bill 2026 imetoka. And this Finance Bill 2026, it is a National Assembly bill, and it proposes amendment on multiple tax statutes in Kenya. And some of the provisions of this Finance Bill 2026 will start being implemented in the month of June, July 2026. And the others will be deferred to 1st January 2027. So it will start being active on 1st July 2026. And the rest will catch up on 1st of January 2027. And some of the sectors that have been affected by Finance Bill 2027 are the following sectors. We have the taxation and revenue administration. We have the financial services and digital payment. We have the technology, telecoms and ICT. We have agriculture and agribusiness. We have the manufacturing industry. We have the real estate industry. We have the health and pharmaceutical. We have tourism, hospitality and gaming. We have energy and environment, employment and labor. Those are the 10 sectors that have been affected by the Finance Bill 2026. And therefore, we need to go sector by sector, looking at some of the effects that will be coming to you as a taxpayer. Remember, the reason why we get to Finance Bill every year, and this one is the last Finance Bill for President William Ruto, and therefore he must be very careful trying to balance the interest of collecting the taxes in Kenya and the issue of him trying to get the votes from the Kenyan. And therefore he must have and he must walk on that delicate path of ensuring that he is balancing, he's getting the taxes, and he's also luring you as a Kenyan to vote for him. And therefore, being the last one, how does it affect you? Number one, let's look at KRA, the taxation. The issue of the tax return deadlines have moved from 6 months to 4 months. And therefore, if your year ends in December every year, then you need to file your annual returns, not in June. You need to file your annual return the month of April, because the annual returns deadline has moved from 6 months to 4 months. Therefore, do not forget to file your annual return, because this is where most people will be caught on this, because you are used to doing it on the 6th month. Now you need to do it on the 4th month so that you can be able to comply with the new directions. And then if you file nil return, and this is the majority of the Kenyan, if you file the nil return, you do not have to wait for the 6 months. What you're going to do is that you need to file the nil return on every end of the month, meaning that on 30th of every month, you need to file this annual return, the nil return, for them to be able to process and accept them before the end of the 6 months. Remember, we were waiting for a whole year for you to be able to file the nil return. But if you now want to file the nil return, you must do this every month for you to be able to comply with the new directions. Then we have the issue of ATMs. If you are a small business, a small enterprise, and you have not been using the ATMs, the KRA is going to give you a notice. They will give you a warning. Then after giving you a warning and you do not comply, the penalty that should come in when you do not comply, that penalty will be doubled. Meaning, if you are supposed to pay a penalty of 100,000, then you will pay 200,000 because of that new rule. Meaning that you must use the ATMs for you to be able to comply with these new rules. If you fail to do so, then you're going to see fire in the coming year. Then there is another issue of tax avoidance. KRA will be given the mandate to open your record for the past 5 years, meaning this is being extended by 2 years. Remember, they have the mandate now to open your record for the past 5 years. If you file your annual returns today, they can go beyond today, go backward for the last 5 years, and open all those records for them to be able to satisfy their appetite for the taxes and to be able to satisfy you as a person who has been paying the taxes the way you're supposed to be paying them. We have some other people who have these things called the virtual assets, the people who do Bitcoin, Trump coin, and all the other coins, and even the Ruto coin. You need to understand that you need to declare the virtual assets by filing the annual return. If you do not declare the virtual assets and you hold them, then that declaration, that omission of you declaring or informing the government that you have the virtual assets will make the government get 1 million from you. The penalty for not declaring is 1 million from that person who has not declared. And if you give false information and they come to know that that is a false information, then you will need to give them 100,000 Kenya shillings. And on that point, I start asking myself, how will they know? Because the virtual assets, most of the time, people love them because of the secret involved in these virtual assets. If I hold Bitcoin, it is very difficult for the government to know that I have Bitcoin. Therefore, I need to volunteer information, and I need to give this information to the government. I do not know how they would start tracking the virtual assets, but I know they are able to gauge and know how much virtual assets belong to the Kenyan here in the country. And therefore, if you fail to declare, 1 million. If you give false information, 100,000 Kenya shillings, or they can take you in for 3 years. Then we have the people who are selling something we call the scrap metal. Listen and listen very careful. I know you've been acting like you belong to any other country, not Kenya, and you have not been paying any taxes. I want to tell you now, every time you buy scrap metal, you need to withhold taxes. This is to mean the value of those scrap metals, you need to withhold 5%. If you are doing something called the winning in a gambling match, then you need to also withhold 5%. So if you have won 1 million, you need to withhold 5% of that win for you to be able to be compliant with these new rules. If you do not comply with these things, you're going to face the full wrath of the law. Then we have something that will affect the trust here in Kenya. Remember, most of the time we tell people to form trust for them to be able to save on the taxes. But these new rules, the 2026 finance bill, is introducing a clause that will ensure that people who are called the trustees, the executors, and the administrators of trust must be taxed what is called the income tax. Everything you earn from the tax, from the trust, being the trustee, being the executor, and being the administrator, you must pay tax on that, and that will be counted as the income, and you will need to pay the income tax on that. The other thing is that we also must start having the issue and discussions between Kenya and the international market on the issues of the virtual assets for us to be able to track them. And therefore, the government is introducing what we call the new rules for them to be able to start tracking the virtual assets that we have here in Kenya, for them to be able to go ahead and tax these virtual assets. Sector number 2 is a sector that we call the financial services. This one has been affected negatively. Any money that you send using M-Pesa, withdraw using your card, ATM, Visa, and all these things, your transaction fee is going to increase because now there is a tax that you must pay on those transactional fee. This means that you will need to pay the withholding tax on all transactions that you are conducting using your M-Pesa, the Visa card, and all the other cards, the credit cards and the debit cards. You will need to pay some transactional fee on that. And remember, this cost will not be borne by the banks. The banks will ensure that they pass over that withholding tax to all the people who are paying the transaction fee. And therefore, that will be very expensive. Sending money, receiving money in Kenya, any transactional fee that will be charged will be very, very expensive. I explained to you about the virtual assets, and I told you about 1,100,000 and 3 years in prison. I do not belabor on that point. And therefore, that is what will be happening on the financial sector. Interchange fee, merchant service fee, VAT payment processing fee, and this merchant fee now will be called the professional fee. Remember, most of the time when you're supplying things to these other companies, they have been charging what is called the management fee at 5%. Now that is legal, they will be charging it, and it will be called the professional fee. And therefore, that sector has been affected negatively by this Finance Bill 2026. And therefore, that is a burden that will need to be carried by the common mwananchi here in Kenya. Sector number 3 is the digital economy. This one has been affected in the following manner. If you are importing phones, the phones will not be charged, the excise duty will not be charged at the importation level. The excise duty will be charged when you activate that mobile phone. Therefore, the moment you sell and you activate the mobile phone, then that activation will need you to pay the excise duty on that. This is to ensure that the business is being done in a faster and efficient way, to ensure that you are not paying a lot of money during the clearance. You can be able to get your Muzigo and be able to open that Muzigo and start selling and start paying the excise duty as you sell your Muzigo. And therefore, that is a very good thing as per that sector. Then the other thing is that there is a 25% excise duty on phones. And that is what we are saying. You will only pay that 25% upon activation of that phone, and therefore that is a very good thing. Then, if we go to the issues of the software and royalty, this is going to be very expensive because now you will need to pay 25% excise duty on all the softwares being used on phone, computers, and all those other things. Then we have the digital platform fees and royalties. If you are using any payment on the digital platform, you are using the payment models, you are using the networks, you are using the cards on the digital platform, then you will need to pay what is called the royalty fee on those things. Then we have the country by country reporting, meaning that if I am paying my taxes on this country, I will need to report to Kenya that I have paid my tech.
Duck, 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 duck. Oh, where did he go? Knock, knock. Who's there? No one.
Tax in Uganda, and therefore I do not need to be charged here in Kenya. They are introducing what is called the country by country reporting for them to see if they can be able to reduce taxes on this sector. Then we have something we call the plastic packaging excess duty, meaning that you will need to pay 10% of the value of the paper wrapping your phone and computer, meaning that that will make that wrapping become very, very expensive. Remember, this is being introduced because of the environment here in Kenya, because we are trying to safeguard the environment in Kenya, and we are making it a sector where people can be able to import some of these things without using the plastic packaging here in Kenya. If you are in the business of producing the plastic packaging here in Kenya, or to you, because now the taxes are coming heavily on your end. Sector number 4, and the last one for part 1, is the sector of agriculture and agribusiness here in Kenya. This is the only sector that has been affected positively in the part 1 of this video, and this sector is the agriculture and agribusiness sector. The reason why we are saying that it has been affected positively, it is because animal feeds and any input on animal feeds has been given what we call VAT exempt, meaning that they are VAT exempt, and therefore these will reduce the cost of animal feed. Sugarcane transport is also VAT zero rated, meaning that it is VAT zero rated, and those people who are doing the sugarcane transportation will not incur an extra cost during the transportation of sugarcane. Then we have what we call the pharmaceutical input. It is also VAT exempt. We have juices and fruit juices or fruit juice. This one you need to pay a new levy, and this is a heavy levy. If you are producing, not manufacturing, if you're producing juices without adding sugar, you will need to pay 14.14 shillings per liter. If you are adding sugar, then you will need to pay 20 shillings per liter. This is to tell you that any production you do of fruit juice, you will need to pay 14.14 per liter or 20 shillings per liter, depending on the whether you you are adding sugar or not. Then the people who do scrap metal, I told you, you will need to pay the withholding tax, 5% of that. Then we have gratuity for farm workers. If you're working in the agricultural business or agribusiness, then you will need to ensure that you come together for you to contribute and pay something we call gratuity, and this will not be charged at that 1% of basic salary. If you get to that 1% of the basic salary, then you will not need to pay any taxes on those gratuity and contribution by the people who you have come together as an organization or employment or a scheme, pension scheme in that agricultural sector. And therefore that is part number 1 of this VAT, or not VAT, the part 1 of Finance Bill 2026. Tomorrow we will look at part 2, where we will cover sector number 5 all the way to sector number 10. My name is Nelu. For this and more, kindly go.
Yeah, so you've all had the breakdown of just the first section of the finance bill. Because I was trying to read the PDF. It is, yeah, it is long. And I'm sure if it goes to Parliament, be it affecting both the formal and informal sector, in which specific way, I don't think these MPs will have mercy on us, because majority of them do what pleases Ruto. They'll never do what pleases or perform the role of representing their own citizens. And that is the saddest part of it. And that is why when I started talking about the finance bill, I was like, it's like we will go back to the streets. Yeah, we will go back to the streets. And I think since also the time of filing the returns has been reduced, I don't know how this will, how this will be taken by Kenyans, because majority of Kenyans as per now, they don't know. Because even if we used to file our returns on 30th June, many people are really struggling with the deadline. Now, I don't know when they have brought it to April. Sijui wangapi tutashikwa, or tax amnesty itatusaidia. Yeah, so I really don't know how Kenyans will take this, but as I have said, when some Kenyans discovered about it and they decided to, like, for example, the levy that was the tax that was to be applied to the Mitumba traders, they saw that this will be a heavy burden to them. And I even saw Nani Ombadi today saying that the Mitumba traders went and talked to him, and hence there are some few taxes that have been dropped, from that bill. So we will see how it will end in Parliament. And as I have looked at it, hustlers have not been affected in a positive way. Yeah, things aren't looking nice, but people thought that because they have elected a hustler like them, then things will be good. Mambo itakuwa tu mteremko, but now they can see that things are not They used to say Hustler Tawale dynasties should go, but now when Hustler tawalad, it is the hustlers wenye wanaona kivumbi huku nje, because kama wamesema hadi small businesses you need e-teams.
Sasa Valerie,
Mzuri sana Kip, ndo unaamka?
ah,
Okay, how are you today?
I'm good. Uko peke yako?
What do you niko peke yangu huku, nimekuwa na msimamo akaenda Njiru. Si unajua nowadays anaonekana tu kama ndege kidogo, ameburuka ameenda.
Future journalist.
Ati?
Did you start with journalism?
No, why?
Siku hizi kusoma sio, yeah. It's not
I
necessary.
didn't do journalism.
Utakuwa reporter. Unajua kuongea kinyumbani?
Sijui. Maybe mnifunze.
Hujui kuongea Kiluya? Kumbe hadi bado.
Najua.
Oh. Nimeona mti yako bana. Nimeona mti yako amechukua wave huko kwenu bana. I used to
Mtu
funete
gani?
it.
Mi hapa siwezi sema. I can't say my stand, but just know I'm against Ruto.
You're sufunated.
I'm
I
against
know that.
Ruto.
Ama ni Gen Z too. Gen Z, we are leaderless, we are tribeless, we are blah blah blah.
Hiyo mambo wachana nayo.
Hapana, wezi kuja kutuuliza maswali na wezi jibu yako.
Mi nataka tu kufukuza Ruto.
So you don't trust any politicians, I can see.
Wewe ndio umesema, that is you, not me.
My guy is
What do
having
you have?
rough fun.
What do you have for us in store today? Umesoma
No, my
finance
guys,
bill kwanza?
imesema ni hawachana nayo kitu, mtakuja kudeal nayo 2020 just next month. Hata tukisoma Siavada atapitisha.
Wakina Ichung'wa watafanya as they want.
What are we doing, bana? You know, me, I just want to get rid of him. It's just 2 more finance bills, and we are safe, I hope.
Yeah.
I
I've
just
seen.
hope that.
You just
What have you
hope
seen?
that? No, I've
I
seen
hope.
your friends in Linda Tumbo quarreling very bitterly.
Hey, bana, it's becoming. No, ODM is dead now, like officially.
Mbadi is breathing fire.
Mbadi is abused. I tried to show that to the guys yesterday, but they did not see it as pertinent news. Mbadi, I don't know if I never knew getting drunk by power can make somebody switch completely. Like, honestly, Mbadi's switch is the most epic. Si mtu alikuwa anatuambia skunks.
Yeah.
We can give you your skunks. So you're telling me now Mbadi is a skunk himself. And he's amejiamini sana. And how long has he been treasurer? Officer Mbadi amekuwa treasurer for how long?
Is it even a year?
I don't think
Hajafikisha
so.
mwaka. Yeah, hajafikisha mwaka bado.
I don't understand how you can just change your mind like that about the people. Na amejiamini that he can talk like that to, when was it? Ndiko assume it's been long, by the way. August 2024.
Yeah.
I'm Mbadi, but honestly speaking, it's just been a year and a half at most, and he can talk like that about Ruth Odinga. Ruth Odinga is not small peanuts in Luoland. The unfortunate thing, the only male figure that is of substance, we've got two invalids in the Raila family now, and they're both men. Huh? Tuko na Raila Junior na hii mzee tu hii Oburu Odinga. Mi naona tu tunaweza lipia Oburu tu deposit tu tunaweza lipa deposit ya Oburu.
Yeah.
We can pay for it. Arudi tu nyumbani.
Yeah.
So yeah, I saw him trying to get there with the Western community. He met with all the ODM people. He went there with Simbarati. I think he was forced there by Simbarati. That was not at his own fruition. Well, Gladys Wanga is going to Mombasa with the Linda Ground and stuff like that. I don't see the energy for ODM other than a few goons here and there. I don't know. Do you think ODM is going to die? Itakuwa kama Ford Kenya.
It will, because if you see people like Mbadi behaving this way, there are people that maybe they have already been paid to go and form their own parties. Juu amesema ODM is not as Siaya party as you think. He has even told the Ruth Odinga at the end that we are the ones who fought for Baba here, and he died being a person that we fought for. If we could not be there, I don't know what and what. Yeah, I think there'll be a very big division in this Linda Tumbo family. A very big one.
They're finding it difficult to sell that man. How big is Ford Kenya? Let me see. I think they had many MPs at one point in time. I'm just checking with AI. Let me check. Let's see. Imagine they had 31 MPs out of 188. That is huge.
Yeah.
Now they are juggling with 7. And just like inflation, the total number of MPs you may reduce. So 92 they were good. Because in 1992 walikuwa 31, 97 wakaangua kidogo, wakuwa 17. 17 they were swallowed by ODM kwa 13. 2022 wako na wasita peke yake, 6 MPs. Azimio swallowed them, so 6 MPs. And
So
ODM, let me see. ODM, I can tell you. These are patterns, I see. Because Ford Kenya is not a small party back in the day. So now, ODM started with 99 MPs in 2007. At their peak, 207, yani juju. But 99 out of 210. That's half, That's half the country.
Yeah.
And that is when we had only 210 constituencies. So tukaongeza 149 seats, sa wakabaki na 96. So they didn't even gain in the new constituencies. As 96, 207 wakaanguka kidogo to 76. I think Uhuru alifanya vitu. I think that's when we lost a lot of seats in Kisii. 217. Tukapik tena because of Azimio, tukaenda juu to 86. Now I'm telling you, the same route as Ford Kenya when they had 31. ODM, I will not be surprised if they are left with 20 MPs. 20. Especially
Yeah,
if
because I think keep where we are heading to, it will only remain a dominant party in Nyanza. But
And it
every
will
other
be
region, people are going to pull out. The people are going to go back to their ninio.
and the most democratic areas huko kwenu. And if they're tired, so I get to DP, some will go to DCP, some will go to even UDA. Yeah. Then in, what do you call it? In Homa Bay, I'm telling you, a lot of them. Homa Bay, I see 3 MPs from UDA. At least 3 or 2 or 3. Mombasa.
Do you think Kisii will align with the Jubilee? Or they
No, there's
go
going
into...
it's hot ground, eh? I'll tell you, it's open.
Because those MPs kama kina Kibagendi and the rest si wanatembea na kina Linda Mwananchi as per now.
That's what I'm saying. There, it's a hotbed. You'll see some who will stay with ODM Linda Ground, wengine wataenda kwa ODM Mwananchi. But I think even obviously a large percent, maybe 1 or 2 wataenda to watabaki hapo. Then a high chunk of them will be Jubilee. Then an even bigger chunk, I mean, not a big one, a small chunk will be here, my MCAs, my MPs, will have akina my party huko, PLP, tuko na watu huko pia, a few UDA here. UDAs, I don't think they'll go above MCA in Kisiland. Then Emaradiki, if Kashagwa kills this guy on Thursday, the whole of Narok is gone. Masai land is gone. The whole of Masai land is gone. Because that is saying, hata mali uko na wakale kidogo, tumechukua. Central, I think there'll be 1 or 2 strong MPs from there. And even with that, itakuwa ngumu because I'm seeing even Anne Waiguru anakuja kuomba msamaha. The ground is hostile. The thing is, you don't understand. The ground is super hostile. It's not. It is heartbreaking. Yeah, let me just tell you. As a person who's being forced by Ruto to go to the ground to sell him, and you know, it's somebody you can't tell anything. Huwezi mwambia. It is so hard to sell. You know, unafukuzwa kama mjinga, unapatiana pesa, watu wanakutukana. You know, before
And
people used to be scared. Unatukanwa live. Unaona Kindiki aliambiwa hapo, Soprano, niangalie, Soprano.
oh yeah, I saw that video, and then he was pretending like he's not the one who is being talked to. I saw it. Yeah.
The ground is bad. Those guys are not having
And
it
then
easy. Like, you know, like what they do wanaweka watu hao hapo mbele. But the main crowd is becoming more and more bold. Hata ni kama this method of humiliating them is even stronger than what you guys did on the streets. Because moyo yako inaumia bana, you get hurt. Akina nani wajanda huko MR Diki because they want to steal. Want to steal there, they want to force somebody there, but those people are not going to allow it. It's going to be very hard to steal there, but they are going to steal.
we only have 2 days to Murdikir. Tujue mbiu na mbichi.
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday.
Na mtu yangu amekuja huku ati anatembea na Emmanuel Macron. Nobody cares. Kuna hata Mkenya anajali hiyo story. It's not even the topic you brought today because you don't care. Huyo mtu ameshindwa kucontrol the French speaking countries in Africa. He's coming to court us now. Kuja kutuibia, wazungu wakuja kutuibia pesa hapa.
Yeah.
Do you live in Nairobi?
Yeah.
Basi, naona women's rep wako inakuja to come. Another mentally ill woman. Nani anaitwa aje huyo? Karen Nyamu. I think she's clueless. Kichwa yake si mzuri.
Yeah. That one, he had another means of getting to that position. So
Nani huyo?
yeah.
Room 350.
Keep. Anyway. And I've also
Itawabo shinda hata by election moja. Is it this guy does not understand that Gachagua has cleared all the by-elections zenye alikuwa ameenda kuran. Alichukua zote. You know, they don't understand that, man. Alichukua MCA seat kama 2 ama 3. You know, I underestimated Gachagua. Ukiona akienda huko MR Diki, it's not a joke. This is not what do you call it? This is not Mbera. Ngali mulimwambia azingie. You know, the problem is, mi nilikuwa nadharau Gachagua. I'll just tell you the truth. Nilikuwa namdharau. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Umekuja kufagia vitu hapa bwana. He's come to show us. People are begging him.
And keep on the 2027 elections. Nimeona huyu jamaa anaitwaje huyu prime cabinet Mudavadi. Naona akisema ati Ruto will win with a very big margin until there'll be no need for people to go for petition in court. And then it's like these people Ruto amewafunza kudanganya pia or something. I don't know what is happening with them. And on the other hand, Oparanya is saying campaigning for Ruto imekuwa difficult. Kutafutia Ruto votes. So
It's hard. Ruto has to foster seats elsewhere other than where he is right now. And that is where I don't care if the whole country turns green with the DCP. As long as we get rid of UDA majority. Taka watu wote wamtoe tu. I want it to be so difficult for Ruto to get a second term.
well.
Mbona hata Susan Kika alifukuzwa hapo?
No, I haven't seen that one. Maybe if
She
you
was
have
chased from Nakuru.
a video.
Only does DCP does not have a website?
Ati?
DCP does not have a website?
Maybe they are still waiting things to start boiling and then they make it. They create one.
Is DCP website? DC Democratic Party of Kenya. Inanichukua straight to DP, which is stupid. DCP, hold on. DCP Kenya. I'm trying to figure out. Baka wanalipishana nini? Build the future Embakasi East with us. In your registration. Yeah, they're not ready. They are not ready. There's also an organization called DCP. Diaspora Community Projects. Yeah. Anyway, kuja keep company. I know umechoka. Unaweza kwenda kupumzika. Quite late. Sindio?
But I imagine I still have 1 hour 20 minutes.
Kwani lazima ukae sana. Website imefunguka. Leadership. But I hate that hiyo nini yake ya masikio. Hiyo logo yake ya masikio. Hiyo logo ni mbaya. Acha tuseme tu kweli.
Ya kusikiza ground.
Ni mbaya. Unajua ile siku anaenda kuregister alivaa kama mtu wa kumfu. Ile nini yake ya red. Sure, sasa what is he wearing? Hata my friend Alex alikuwa na muenjoy mpaka akakuwa sycophant wake sasa.
And where is Alex today? But then Alex was a very great ally of Gachagua. Nowadays, understand wapi you Alex keep.
Nini ni stone member of the DCP party. Anaitwa DCP.
Okay.
Ukiwa na kiti DCP, you're safe in Mulima. Amefagia watu huko.
You don't have keep of the video that you were saying Kihika was
Gani?
chased because sijaona. Uko nayo?
Susan Kihika, hold on. Let's see, Maisha TV. It's a very small scene. I don't think it's enough. It warrants anything. She's just shouting at the people. Someone is a con. How old is she? She spent half her time in the US.
Oh, by the way, there was someone here in this podcast who was saying that okay, sijui among the people who are in the US alisema Susan Kihika aliwahi muosha. There was someone here.
Ni Kenya Mkora. Aliwasha wa Kenya bana. The Kenyans who've been deported because of her.
Oh.
Rafiki yetu nje, he just happened to have survived it him. Niacha mimi nitoroke to go sleep.
Ni sawa, niliona patilida wako aliongea ama hiyo bado hujaona?
Sijaona, alisema nini?
Acha nikutafutie 1 minute. Ngoja ndio hiyo nakutumia. Where is it? 1 minute. There we go. Ndio hiyo. Mbona ananyamaza hivyo sana? Ama mama apendi kelele?
No, she's campaigning. She's campaigning. She has to make her party strong. We don't have the finances like the rest, but we'll get a few seats here and there. It's important.
Nimekutumia hiyo link. Alafu kuna ingine naiona hapa ya Emuru wa Dikir. Nataka pia utatuwekea hiyo kabla utoroke. Let me just but sijaiplay. Ametuma nikiwa I think you'll also know that. Nini imemshtua? Emuru Dikir.
Jona wakale wakiimba hivyo bana. Amestuka. Watu wanakaa usiku bana. Nimekuwekea nje hiyo.
Kenyan senior opposition leader Martha Karua has reignited a national national debate on women leadership after declaring that Kenya is now ready for a woman president. Remarks that are quickly gaining political attention as conversations around the 2027 general election continue to intensify across the country. Karua, who has consistently positioned herself as one of Kenya's strongest female political voices, made the remarks while encouraging women to actively step into leadership positions and stop fearing political spaces traditionally dominated by men. Her comments come at a time when opposition politics are rapidly changing, alliances are forming, and leaders are beginning to shape narratives ahead of the next election cycle. The statement immediately sparked widespread reactions online, with many Kenyans debating whether the country is truly prepared to elect a female president for the first time in history. For years, Kenya's highest political offices have remained male-dominated, despite increasing conversations about gender equality and women empowerment. Although women leaders have continued rising in parliament, county governments, and cabinet positions, no woman has ever become president or deputy president of Kenya. That reality is exactly what Mother Karua says and needs to change. Karua argued that women in Kenya have already proven themselves capable in leadership across different sectors, and that the country should now move beyond old political stereotypes that often limit female politicians. According to her, women have demonstrated strength in governance, law, business, activism, and public service, making it clear that leadership ability is not determined by gender. Her remarks are not entirely new. Back in 2022, after being selected as Raila Odinga's running mate under the Azimio coalition, Karua stated that the dream of Kenya having a female president was no longer impossible. At the time, her nomination made history because she became the first woman to appear on a major presidential ticket in Kenya. Now, years later, the conversation is returning with even greater intensity. Political analysts believe Karua's latest remarks are not just about gender equality, but also about positioning herself and female leaders within Kenya's rapidly changing political landscape. With opposition alliances continuing to reorganize, many observers believe women leaders are now trying to secure stronger influence ahead of 2027, and the timing of the statement has raised even more interest. Kenyan politics is currently experiencing major shifts. Opposition leaders including Kalonzo Musyoka, Rigathi Gachagua, Eugene Wamalwa, and Mother Karua have increasingly appeared together in recent months while criticizing President William Ruto's administration and discussing the future of the country ahead of the next election. Because of this, some Kenyans now believe Karua's message could signal larger political ambitions within the opposition movement. Supporters of Karua praised her remarks, arguing that Kenyan women have waited too long to fully break the country's political ceiling. Many online users described her as one of the few leaders who has consistently remained outspoken on governance, constitutionalism, and human rights for decades. Karua has built a reputation over the years as a fearless politician willing to change powerful leaders and institutions. Her political history includes serving as Justice Minister, Member of Parliament for Gishugu, and becoming one of Kenya's most recognizable advocates for democracy and women's rights. But not everyone agrees with her statement. Critics argue that Kenyan politics still remains heavily influenced by tribal alliances, financial power, and deeply rooted political structures that often disadvantage women candidates. Others claim the country still has a long way to go before fully embracing female presidential leadership. Still, women leaders and gender equality advocates insist that attitudes are slowly changing. In recent years, Kenya has witnessed increased calls for implementation of the 2/3 gender role stronger representation of women in leadership and more opportunities for young women entering politics. According to analysts, conversations that once seemed impossible are now becoming mainstream in political discussions. And perhaps that is what makes Karura's statement so powerful. It touches on more than politics. It touches on history, representation, and the future direction of leadership in Kenya. At the same time, the Karura's remarks have also reopened conversations about how women in Kenya politics are treated differently compared to their male counterparts. Political observers say female leaders in the country often face tougher scrutiny, personal attacks, and higher expectations despite holding the same offices as men. Over the years, several women leaders have openly spoken about the challenges they encounter while trying to rise in politics. Some have described political spaces as hostile, expensive, and heavily controlled by long-established networks that are difficult to penetrate. Others have argued that women are frequently judged more on personality and appearance instead of policy and leadership ability. That reality has now become part of the wider discussion following Karura's statement. Supporters say her message could inspire more young women across the country to enter leadership positions, especially at a time when many youths feel disconnected from traditional politics. Some university students and women groups have already started sharing clips of her speech online, praising her for speaking boldly about issues many leaders avoid discussing publicly. And beyond politics, analysts believe the statement could influence future national conversations around representation in business, education, civil service, and governance. According to governance experts, when citizens begin accepting women in the highest office, it can gradually change attitudes in many other sectors of society. Interestingly, Kenya is not the only African country having this conversation. Some Kenyans online are now asking whether the country risks being left behind if it continues resisting women leadership at the highest level. Meanwhile, political strategists are closely monitoring how Karura's message resonates with younger voters and urban audiences. Many believe the 2027 election could heavily depend on issue-based politics, governance, economic concerns, and public trust rather than traditional political patterns alone. If that happens, conversations about leadership quality and inclusivity may become even more important than before. And as debates continue growing across social media, television discussions, and political gatherings, one thing has become very clear. Mother Karura's statement was not just a passing comment. It has evolved into national conversation about power, equality, and whether Kenya is truly prepared to redefine its political future. Now, all eyes remain on how political leaders, voters, and emerging alliances will respond as the country slowly moves toward another highly anticipated election season. As reactions continue spreading online and political temperatures continue rising ahead of 2027, one major question is now emerging across the country. Could Kenya finally elect a woman president in the coming years? For now, nobody knows the answer, but one thing is certain: Mother Karura's remarks have once again pushed the conversation about women leadership back into the national spotlight. The debate is only getting bigger.
Hi, Kim, do you think Kenya can elect a woman president? Maybe
I'm
in the
ready.
near future.
I'm ready. 2027, Martha Karua for president.
Mm-hmm.
I am ready for it. Me, I've been ready for it for a long time. I want her to be my president. One term.
When did you start? When did you start your journey with Karua? Before Azimio or after Azimio? After the
Before us, we were 2020. Nilianza
Mhm.
mwaka 2020 mpaka Now I'm with her all the way.
Why is she your preference?
I don't see any corruption cases like the rest. That is why I bash.
Mhm.
I always bash Matiang, Dagonga, Kalonzo, Dagonga. What? My second choice is definitely my young man. Kwanza Wenjo msafi sana. Because of age. He's my age mate. We were born in the same year. Sifuna. Sifuna ni mti yangu.
Kumbe wewe ni Agui?
Uliona mimi ni mdogo? Uliona mimi ni mdogo? Uliona utapita na mimi?
Kuna mtu hapa dai fulani alikuambia unafanana na Cherargei ile lazima.
Do I look like Cherargei?
I don't know. Haujawahi tuwashia kamera?
Nilitokea.
Haujawahi tuwashia kamera?
Niliasha bana, my dear.
Maybe kabla sijakuja. So kama Azimio wangeingia government last elections, sahi mama ndiye angekuwa preso.
See, Kikuyus are regretting now. Wale walikuwa namuimbia hiyo wimbo. You know, I've been in the country right now. Not because I've been government, it's because I know the country would have slowly started regaining from the nightmare we had with Uhuru also. Siwezi tetea Uhuru myself, I can't. Uhuru is another person that caused us these problems. Huh? I cannot siwezi mtetea.
So 2022 you are in for Azimio.
Yeah, I've always been with Azimio. I've never liked ODM, but I liked the old man, Raila Amolo Odinga. I've always been an avid supporter of Mr. Raila, but I never liked the party he represented. That is the problem. But
that is why even after he has left, you can see what is happening now there.
I've never ever supported him. I mean, ever supported ODM. I know the kind of games they do. Look at what they're doing to their own people. And Itumbo too. These are the things. These are the guys who were bulldozed into the party by what's her name? Aida Njali forced these people into this thing. So I don't trust that woman. I know some people feel some type of way when I talk about her, but Aida is evil. Aida is a very evil woman.
Sawa, let me see the other videos zenye umetuwekea ni gani. That will be awesome. Second.
Tushikane mikono na tuinue juu, ili Mungu wetu ule ambaye tunaabudu, ule ambaye tunatumikia, ule Mungu alipatia Maskonde ushindi, akanipatia huyu kama pacha wangu katika Narok County. Baba yetu na Mungu wetu uliye juu mbinguni, Jehova Jireh, tunakuja mbele zako adhuhuri ya leo tunanyenyekea mikononi mwako, tunanyenyekea magotini mwako. Jehova Jireh, tukisema ni asante kwa safari hii ambayo umetufikisha. Asante kwa kutupa siasa safi, asante kwa kutupa siasa za amani. Jehova Jireh, tumefika kikomo siku ya leo, tunajiachilia mikononi mwako. Jehova Jireh, tunajiachilia mikononi mwako. Ninamkabidhi huyu Vincent mikononi mwako, baba yetu. Baba, unaijua roho yake. Jehova Jireh, tumemwona akiwa na ujasiri, tumemwona akiwa na uongozi ndani yake. Jehova Jireh, ushindi ule ambaye uliwapatia watu wa Narok Town kupitia mimi, Mungu wetu ushindi milele. Ninakuombea huyu Vincent ushindi huo. Jehova Jireh, mpatie ushindi. Komboa jamii hii ya Murwadiki, wakomboe kutoka maisha ya utumwa. Jehova Jireh, Jehova Jireh, siku hiyo ukachanganya mawazo ya wenzetu, watu wakampigia ndugu yetu huyu Vincent kura. Jehova Jireh, tupatie amani, watupatie na ushindi tunapoondoka hapa. Jehova Jireh, tufikishe nyumbani salama. Bariki hawa watu na mama zetu, bariki watoto wetu, katika jina la Yesu. Tunakuamini kwa jina la Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amen. Vincent ndio mbunge wenu.
Yeah, I can see. Acha tuone kesho kutwa kunaendaje. There was another.
I'm anticipating mbaya sana. Umeona sasa mpaka mawimbo ya Kikale bado tata DCP.
Yeah.
Na DCP.
Yeah,
Watu
I've
wanadance.
heard. Gachagua amesukuma mizizi kweli. Yaani he just started DCP the other day, but ndo hii imekuwa ni kama it's been in a Murwadiki forever.
DCP. Hata nataka kusikia lyrics bana, ni no. Wale umeingia Ruto. Kuna unajua Wakale ni kama Wakikuyu. I was telling Jeru, Wakale ni kama Wakikuyu. Tukiimba, it's over. Tunatoanga mawimbo. Unajua Jeru alifikiria he's only alone in those songs. Hizo mawimbo zao. Hata sisi tunafanya hizo vitu. Taimba. Na hiyo gita yetu.
Mumeimbia Kipsigis, mumeimbia Gachagua DCP.
We are tired.
Mumesema Ruto lazima aende nyumbani.
I don't like how Gachagua is gaining popularity, but haidhuru.
The end goal is to ninio. To chase your uncle.
Hata si uncle.
Well.
Si uncle.
Let me play the other. Haumtaki sahi?
Unajua mkiweka Gachagua kuwa president, you'll never see me on this platform again. There's nothing to talk about. Sio ni kuisha. Uniletea nyoka ingine sasa niongea nini? Mimi na siasa Kenya tunaachana naye.
Second. Utafanya Njiru atoke penye yako. Yeah. Utafanya Njiru atoke penye yako Kip. Na wafuasi wa Gachagua wakuja kukuliniwa hapa. Next.
Nje mti yako sasa. Hebu smile, hebu smile, hebu smile. Ona mti yako.
I have not seen this one. I am sorry, Gachagua na Kindiki.
Nikutumie?
Sorry?
Nikutumie, nataka nikutumie.
Yeah.
Niweke hapo namba. I'll send it to you. Zishara zatumia Alex. Hapana, kuna mtu anataka kutumia Innocent. Anazipendanga hizi vitu. No, it gives people hope to get hizi mavitu. And I actually know which AI built it. Innocent.
Yeah, that is funny.
Kwani amedelete my
Yeah.
message zangu? Kwani mtuniaje?
Sorry? I've
Innocent.
sent it there. kwa inbox.
Thanks. Nitakutumia sahi
And
sahi.
then there is this other video. I don't know kama just give me a second. I have sent you the link, Kip.
Oh, you want one more?
Masaa yangu ya kulala iko karibu. Yes, sorry.
Oh, masaa zako kulala.
Iko almost. Lakini tuendelee tu kidogo. Then you.
Acha kunishika hapa, mimi sitarudi hapa tena.
Utarudi Njiru akifungua show nyingine.
Hapana.
Sijui kama atakuja kufungua. But I
Hapana,
believe he
huwezi
will.
fungua. Unaweza kuwa na job ingine.
Mhm.
Njoo nimekupatia mti yako. Kwa nini gani? Oh, hii ni ya nani?
Eti?
Hii ni ya huyu mtu wangu.
Ya watu kucomplain wana find it very hard to hunt votes for Ruto.
No, all he has to do is steal. Sio ni kazi yake. Oh, this is Maisha. I like Maisha TV.
You know, sasa that song that you guys have mumetolea Gachagua sasa imeanza kuring kwa kichwa yangu. I have to revisit.
Si ucheze.
Nisikie wanasema nini.
Ngoja nimeitoa, ngoja kidogo. Wait. Ina bamba ya song.
Mumependa Gachagua?
Unapenda Gachagua wewe?
Nasema like mumependa Gachagua sana.
Hebu tuwekee wimbo kidogo tu ni dance.
That is big
That's what you know.
crazy. Wanasema nini kuhusu hii siku hiyo wimbo?
Nasema look at us Murumardir we have gone to DCP. It's just a simple line like that. Look at us from
Oh,
ML.
sisi ya Murwa Dikiri tumeenda DCP.
Look at us. Look at us.
Yeah.
Look at us from Kitir. We've got to DCP. You know, it's like normal. Nasema turudi nyuma. Hii song ni noma.
Ati wanasema Ruto ni nini?
Aturudi nyumbani. Aturudi nyuma.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm sure penye Njiro wako ana dance.
Hiyo song ni noma bana.
Akienda-
Look at us from Imardi Gidir. We are going to DCP and we're not coming back. It's not you
Na
know.
nimeona juzi bibi ya Ng'eno akiongelesha watu hapo.
He cannot even speak Kipsigis, so I don't understand. She can't speak it. You know, when you want to implode emotions to people, you have to speak the language. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, the way Ruto aliongea akiwagombanisha pale Bomet, mbona mjienda ku register?
Kwa hawa Masai, wakale Masai bana, acha mchezo. Hiyo song iko kwa kichwa yangu sasa bana.
Umekishua ukitoka huku live uende uiweke huku na ikuwe on repeat. Just be playing
But I
it.
can't promote Gachagua too much. Yeah.
Okay. Next video.
Kutafutia rais kura imekuwa ngumu.
Barabara hoye, Nyahururu hoye.
In the African savannah, the most dangerous moment for a lion is not when it is attacked. It is when the herd stops fearing it. And across Kenya's political jungle, President William Ruto's hunters are discovering something terrifying. The crowd is no longer running toward them. It is running against them. Because in one brutal sentence, Cooperatives CS Weekly for Paranya may have accidentally exposed the fear spreading inside Kenya Kwanza's war room. Our mission to hunt for votes for President William Ruto is becoming harder by the day. Not whispered behind closed doors, not leaked secretly, said publicly. Raw, direct, unfiltered.
Kazi yetu ya kutafutia rais kura imekuwa ngumu. Ukienda mahali unaulizwa kwa nini fulani alifukuzwa. Hata kule kwa bunge.
And instantly, the political ecosystem shook. Because when one of Ruto's most important political scouts in Western Kenya starts sounding defeated, Kenyans know something deeper is happening beneath the surface. This was not just a complaint. It sounded like a distress signal from a collapsing expedition. And the timing could not be worse. Across Western Kenya, the ground is changing fast. The old political routes are disappearing. The familiar tribal arithmetic is failing. And everywhere Ruto's allies go, one chant is now following them like a pack of hyenas stalking wounded prey. Wantam, wantam, wantam. Not two term, not two terms. One term, one term. A political slogan that has mutated into a national protest roar. Recent rallies meant to market Ruto's re-election have turned into public humiliations. Crowds heckling government allies, residents refusing scripted slogans, young people mocking leaders openly. The atmosphere resembles a wildlife migration where the herd suddenly changes direction and the predators are left confused in the dust.
Soprano, angalia, ni mimi huku, angalia. Soprano amekasirika bana. Kini wandam.
For months, Kenya Kwanza believed Western Kenya had been secured through the recruitment of old heavyweights into government. Wycliffe Oparanya, John Mbadi, and from Coast Hassan Joho, former opposition figures turned state insiders. The strategy was simple: neutralize ODM from within, create a broad-based coalition, fragment Raila Odinga's traditional base, then slowly convert those regions into Ruto-friendly territory ahead of 2027.
Tuendelee na maendeleo. Sisi kama watu wa Kibera tunashukuru na tutakusupport. Asante sana, Your Excellency.
Politics is not mathematics. It is ecology, and ecosystems fight back. Now a new political species has emerged inside ODM. Aggressive, populist, combative, the Linda Mwananchi movement, led by figures like Edwin Sifuna, James Orengo, Babu Owino, and Godfrey Osotsi. This faction is behaving less like a protest wing and more like a full political invasion force. Their message is brutally simple: ODM must stop serving two masters. Choose the people or choose Ruto. There is no middle ground. And that message is spreading dangerously fast among restless grassroots supporters, especially the youth.
This party is a party like a club. When you join a club, you have to obey the rules of that club. You cannot disobey the rules of the club and you continue to pride yourself that I am the party leader of ODM, and yet I contradict everything that ODM is saying officially.
Yani mnataka kuniambia naweza kuwa katibu mkuu wa ODM, katibu mkuu wa Raila Amolo Odinga miaka 8 vile mnaniona hivi, and then I become the SG of mediocrity. Me.
The Linda Mwananchi rallies are growing louder, sharper, and more emotionally charged. Meanwhile, the broad-based government defenders are increasingly looking like stranded animals separated from the herd. Even Oparanya himself sounded cornered. At one point, he publicly pleaded with ODM factions to stop expelling party leaders and members because it was making it difficult to campaign for Ruto.
Kazi yetu ya kutafutia rais kura imekuwa ngumu. Ukienda mahali unaulizwa kwa nini fulani alifukuzwa. Hata kule kwa bunge wanafukuza wengine. Kule kwa bunge wengine wanataka kufukuzwa. Na hii ni kipindi cha Dar es Salaam. Hiyo itasaidia sisi.
That statement revealed something massive. It confirmed that the internal ODM civil war is directly damaging Ruto's 2027 machinery. And in politics, perception becomes reality very quickly. Once voters smell panic, they amplified. Once allies sense weaknesses, loyalty begins evaporating. And right now, the perception spreading across the country is dangerous for State House. That the coalition holding Ruto together is no longer expanding, It is cracking. Then comes the bigger nightmare. This problem is not isolated to Western Kenya. The political fires are spreading everywhere. Mount Kenya remains emotionally fractured after Rigathi Gachagwa's fallout with sections of government power structures. Nyanza appears more hostile than ever toward any Ruto alliance. And even in Rift Valley, the president's sacred political sanctuary is showing signs of anxiety. Recently, Ruto openly urged the residents to register as voters to save him.
Kitinye biik ab kutit milionit agenge ak 800,000 chetinye kibandet amawa kocheng kurayat. Awase kitinye biik ab kutit nusu million chekikoit 18 years amawa kocheng kibandet. Si okono kasit neteulia kolin akutungot anyalilat asomsei chebo biik alak akomi chebo gaa. Abana.
That single phrase triggered alarm bells because dominant politicians rarely speak the language of rescue unless they sense danger. And beneath all this lies the most unpredictable force in modern Kenyan politics: young voters, Gen Z. This generation is behaving differently from traditional voting blocs. They are less loyal to parties, less tribal in political consumption, more digital, more aggressive online, more cynical toward political promises, and most importantly, they are shaping narratives faster than politicians can control them. In previous elections, political messaging moved from rally to rally. Today, one embarrassing clip becomes a national meme in minutes. One awkward statement becomes a TikTok weapon. One failed rally becomes a symbol of collapse. That is exactly what is happening right now. Every one-term chant, every hostile crowd, every awkward defense from government allies, every Oparanya-style confession, it all feeds a growing online storyline.
Wewe Zabrano, kuja hapa. Hii watoto wa Gen Z wananisumbua, wananichora, wananiweka kwa jeneza. Siwezi kubali. Wewe ni waziri wangu wa usalama. Rokota hii vijana yote. Teka hawa nyora. Uwa hii watoto. Wacha wakwende. Soprano ni bure si bure.
That Ruto's political machine is losing altitude. And in politics, narrative is oxygen. Lose control of the narrative and even strong governments start looking weak. That may explain why State House increasingly appears reactive instead of dominant. One day defending taxes, another day defending economic promises, another day attacking Uhuru Kenyatta, another day responding to Gen Z, another day responding to Gachagua, the next moment responding to Linda Mwananchi.
Leo asubuhi nimeanza na barabara ya kutoka Nanyuki kwenda Doldol. Hiyo barabara nimeweka bilioni 4, kilomita 60, tujenge, tuunganishe Laikipia kwa huduma ya barabara. Barabara hoye, Nyahururu hoye.
The government now looks like a buffalo.
Nishe Laikipia kwa huduma ya barabara. Barabara hoye, nishe Laikipia kwa huduma ya barabara. Barabara hoye, Nyahururu hoye.
The government now looks like a buffalo surrounded from multiple directions, turning constantly but unable to charge at every threat simultaneously. And perhaps that is the real significance of Oparanya's statement. Not merely that campaigning is difficult, campaigning is always difficult. Who doesn't know? The real story is that one of Ruto's own vote hunters publicly admitted that the terrain itself has changed. The rivers have moved. The herd has scattered. The noise from the grass is getting louder. And somewhere deep inside Kenya Kwanza's political jungle, strategists are beginning to confront a terrifying possibility. What if one term is no longer just a chant? What if it is becoming a movement? And what happens when a political brand built on unstoppable momentum suddenly starts looking stoppable? Because in the wild, once weakness becomes visible, the entire jungle reacts. And 2027, still some 16 months away, but things are boiling nicely. What do you think? Drop your comments. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Bushabi Jr.
Barabara woyo. Barabara woyo.
Mbona keep. I have a question. Mbona Kasongo ajienda kulaunch projects huko in the Rift Valley area?
Siko sababu barabara woyo. See, because he knows this is the only way. He's not changed strategy since Moi. Ameona tu Moi akikimbia, nimetengeneza barabara. That was Moi's speech every time. Barabara. Nitawaletea barabara wa Kenya wenzangu, barabara. Kutoka huku mpaka huku. I need somebody to compile me those videos. All Ruto's lies. Nataka tu compile tu hivi. Yani nataka kusikia 6 months, 10 billion, 20 billion.
Yeah? Yeah, I think here in the next 6 months kulikuwa na compilation.
There's longer than that. I want somebody 6 months, 1 year, 10 months. Nataka hivyo alafu 30 million, 40 million, 50. Nataka hiyo compilation tamu hivyo tu. 60 million, 50 hivyo tu. Tafurahia sana. Barabara woyo.
Naona Innocent amefurahi sana.
Unajua mtu akiwa confused. Right now he's happy. Amefurahi sana. Mzungu amekuja. Kala yetu si mzuri kushinda ya mzungu. Sasa inaonekana kama kala yetu si kama ya mzungu, hata tu afurahi. Unajua he's the only one who is entertaining himself with wazungu wakikuja. Hata tuzitarudi tu barabara woyo.
Macron akishaenda.
Ameenda?
Nasema akishaenda mzee atarudi kwa mambo ya barabara.
Yeah, because some of the, I think Total is coming, some of those people for, yeah, they're coming.
Yeah. Hey, I think we can call it a day. We meet tomorrow again.
Let's do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you for joining me in studio, you and Msimamo. Though Msimamo alipotea kaenda.
You're welcome. At least iko sawa.
Yeah.
Haya, hebu niwekee wimbo kabla uende hiyo kidogo. Just a bit, tukusikia tu last minute tu. For those 2 seconds. Nifurahie. song ni noma. Satu balari.
Tushikane mikono na tuinue juu, ili Mungu wetu ule ambaye tunaabudu, ule ambaye tunatumikia, ule Mungu alipatia Maskonde ushindi, akanipatia huyu kama pacha wangu katika Narok County.
Keep, you're still dancing.
Hiyo song nilikuwa naomba bana. Ngeno.
Yeah.
Unajua huko ni mahali ya Wamasai tulikuja tukachukua. Let me see if I can find that song. Mara King DCP song. Natafuta. Nimepata. Ngoja usiende. Kwanza. Kwanza kidogo. Hiyo song ni noma bana. Tatumia nani? Hata najua Innocent anaipenda bana. Innocent.
Gachagua ameisikia kweli. You should be dancing wherever he is.
Gachagua? Yeah, Gachagua kuna nini yake. One time. Yeah, reggae. One time. Gachagua kuna yake. Wewe tuachie hapa hii kienyeji yetu hii. Roho tamaka na deme stuka. Innocent.
I think there is this video nilikuwa nataka uniekee Keep.
Gani?
Kuna hii video Gachagua alikuwa anaongelelea kuhusu how priests are being killed, akisema afadhali during Moi's era PCA priests who used to be activists walikuwa wanapigwa kama kina Timothy Njoya, but at least they were not being beaten inside the church.
Unajua Ruto
uniambie tu ikae hapo tu icheze. I think I heard it.
Hii song yangu imekataa kukuja bana. DCP hata mimi siko DCP lakini hiyo song imenibamba bana. Hiyo song ni noma. Umekataa? Why is it refusing to download? Ni kwa sababu iko tamu sana. Sio tatumia Njeru bana afurahie.
I know he must be very happy. I think
Lakini hii song ni tamu bana. You can't deny it.
ukishaisikiza once it keeps ringing in your head. Nimekutumia hiyo link saa hii tu hapo.
How many minutes is it? Unajua umeniaka sana madam. How many minutes is it?
Si mingi, usijali, si mingi. Shida ya hii ni inaweza anza kuplay katikati. Uanze kuiplay at 7:30 minutes. At the 7th minute 30 seconds.
Weka kwanza yangu bana. Nikudownload yako.
koboto kelewen arabulula kweno kokacham bororiet kolyoso bwana muno chome okiyande murwo digir ebisibin okitelelyo kimoche maninyoraye oketile murwo digir akebe DCP okitelelyo kimoche maninyoraye
Innocent is saying that I love those natural capes. I will buy pia. Innocent is saying ati tutaenda club na hii song ya DCP.
You know what the last verse is saying, yeah? Hold on. Let me just repeat it. Hold on. Can you tell William Ruto, you've made us suffer, you've had a bit of it there, lakini ujue tuna vijana hapa. Ruto, you've been threatened by young boys, man. Gotinye murechi. That means we've got men here.
Now that is the struggle.
Cheza hii ya kwanza hii Jeru afurahi. Hii ya tatu hii acha afurahi kidogo. Pana hiyo imenijaza. Hii song
The last
sasa.
one.
Yeah, the last one. Hii song lazima taenjoy kesho. That's another song.
Apa dia perlu tikir? Allah bisa lagi. Vincent.
Hiyo song imenijazz bada.
Innocent anasema send this song to Kasongo asikize.
Amesema go tell Ruto and let him hear us. Don't ignore the fact that Ngeno was a great man. Invoke Ngeno man. You must follow a leader of great discipline. Kanyaga mtu. I know we're also very poetic in how we sing. This is bad. Sema Arabulu is the leader that was wanasema ni mtu mwenye ali accept you hapa. They are really stating this is the guy. Angel amekubaliwa hapa. And that is why people are happy to bring him here. Sema tuko na wanaume hapa bana. This guy innocent. Innocent, this song is powerful, but your song you don't understand. They have said they're not going to, the song say there are many places on Sema we are not shaken, we are not afraid, Balu is going to show us the way. They have even invoked Ruto's name.
I heard that Kipsigis are very dangerous people. You cannot play with them.
No, I was telling them. Alafu tume mix up on Masai. Hey.
Unaweza
Why do you think they're not going there? I'm
Simba
telling you, Kipsigis are, we are violent. I was warning people, we are violent. We are the violent wing of Kalenjin. These are warriors, bana. Kwanza wenye wamekaa na Masai. I was saying this. I said this months ago. And then I was telling Jeru, unfortunately, there's going to be a few casualties on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Ruto spotuacha. If Ruto plays games.
Oh, actually, we're only remaining with tomorrow, right? To the DCP by-election.
Yeah. Na hajapitia huko. Nani huo mjinga? Ruto hajapitia huko.
Nani Ruto?
He's not gone there.
Atapita aje
You're
huko?
supposed to campaign there like nothing. It doesn't matter if it's a small seat, man. Unaenda mbio, man. Unakanyaga. There is no way.
Maybe they are taking things lightly. They think it will be business as usual.
No, I think intelligence told them. Intelligence told him. That's why he's on buying. Wacha nitumie Innocent wimbo yangu. Hiyo song ni noma. Nimefurahia. I don't like DCP.
Tafadhali tuketi. Mwambie William Ruto vile as we want is 2 million. Let him what to issue a public statement that our parish ministers across the country and their families are safe. Hiyo Irene utakuwa umetusaidia. Tell him. Na umwambie yeye. Siku alikuwa anatafuta kura. Alikuwa anajaa hapa kwa kanisa ya PCA. Kila siku alikuwa hapa 7 days a week. What happened? What we have a problem with, moderator, and I called you with a lot of respect as my spiritual leader, and you know I have submitted to your authority, but I am unhappy as most Christians the way the government has treated our church. In April last year, goons and police stormed into Mweki PCA church and beat up women and children. Today, nobody has ever been arrested. In December, goons and police stormed Kariobangi PCA church, beat women and children. Today, nobody has ever been arrested. Tell William Ruto, much as we want is 2 million, let him order the arrest of the goons and police who attacked our church, the PCA church. Hii ni kanisa ya heshima. Na hakuna serikali tangu independence imevamia kanisa la PCA. This is the only government. The nearest it came to ni serikali ya Moi iliumiza Reverend Timothy Joya, lakini walimpiga nje ya kanisa. At least walikuwa na adabu kidogo. They never came and fought him inside the church. We have a big problem ya kwamba wahuni na polisi wanaingia kanisani kuumiza waumini wa PCA. Mimi nataka niambie our parish ministers, we'll fight for the justice of your colleague. We'll shout from the rooftop until Mama Esther and her children and the church gets justice. A man is not a chicken. Mtu hapana kuku, hapana mbuzi, ati anauawa tu holela. Alafu mnaenda mnashika watu wawili wale walikuwa na simu yake na wenye kumuua bado kamatwa. I want to tell our parish ministers, please take comfort. I know you are troubled. Most of you have talked to me with your families. I know you are troubled. We'll fight to make sure that you are secure. My advice as your member, those who serve outside their homes, don't live alone. Usikae peke yako. These are difficult times. The Reverend Dubia was living alone. So if probably he had 2 other people in the house, probably would not be here today. Lakini mimi naambia parish ministers wetu tutamtetea. And we'll make sure that you have a good environment to serve. You are great men and women. You are a blessing to our church, the PCA church. And we must assure you of security. And we must call out the government to give security to the church. Ordinarily, ukipata shida unakimbilia mchungaji. Sasa kama mchungaji anauawa utakimbia kwa nani? Where do you go to? Na sisi hatuna shida na mtu yeyote. We have no problem with anybody. Sisi tunauliza tu kanisa yetu ipewe heshima. Juzi tumekuwa hapa ACK Udhaya Church. Polisi 12 wamekuja hapo. Wanataka kutua ndani ya kanisa na bunduki na risasi. William Ruto amesema hiyo watu wasishtakiwe. Mmoja amepigwa transfer, wengine wanaendelea. Hawa walitupiga Mwiki, bado wanaendelea. Wale walivamia Kariobangi bado shikwa. Sasa kanisa ilichagua wewe. Wewe umeturn against the church. PCA church supported William Ruto to a man. How can it be that the church is being attacked every day and is quiet? Minister wetu hapa amekufa. These parish ministers are in fear. And I've come here to assure them. And I've told Mheshimiwa Wandeto, you must do a parliamentary question as soon as the National Assembly comes back, asking for answers and seeking a statement from Kipchumba Murkomen that our parish ministers of PCA will be safe and they will be protected and they should not live in fear. Ni ndikwenda kukiria kuma hau, ndikwenda kuma aja ohoro. Nitugo mandata bugire. Twari yetu lehi ni cia PCA na tungatiria itu. Na uragani. Na makanitha maitu kuhurwo ni mikora. Na ajugi atiriri. Gutire burete kagata. Gutire burete kagata. Gutire weri da kagethie tage kata. Rege yurage kiaga tutigacokia kara harage kiriate na ithuĩ kwaca Gĩkũyũ tũtingĩtahĩka tũcoke tũrĩa kĩ nĩndaria kandi naria moderator. Sisi ni watu wako. We want to protect the dignity of our church, and you should be happy with me that I'm saying that the church that you lead should be respected. I am saying that the minister.
Brother Alex, mbona unakuja kama watu tunafunga show tunaenda kulala? Where have you been?
Alex asikie kwanza. Wacha Alex asikie wimbo kwanza. Hii song imenifurahisha bana. Acha Alex asikie.
Where have you been, Alex?
Hapa tu chini sina wasikiza vile Innocent anatusumbua hapa.
Tukuwekee wimbo ya DCP ya Murdi Kiru dance kidogo kabla tufunge show.
Hiyo hatuwezi dance tukienda kwa bed. Hiyo tukiamka ndio tuta dance.
Innocent amesema tutaenda kupiga club na hiyo song.
Hiyo sherehe. Niliambia watu niko DCP, watu wanafikiria ni mchezo. Sasa mmeanza kuingia na mimi, yani pole pole tu. Hata nyimbo zetu tu mnafurahia. Yaani mko na nyimbo zetu kwa
Wanafurahia hiyo wimbo
Spotify na
sana,
sisi hata hatuna.
wamefurahia hiyo wimbo sana.
That's a nice song. Let me tell you, people are tired of William Samoei Ruto. If he cannot see that, that is his own problem. I mean, fear is gone. I think that is what I was saying. That we can only give Ruto sleepless night, the Murdikir this time around, the way we did in Langata. Ruto alitupea shida kwa bedroom ya baba kwa ile by election, alitupa shida. Nakwambia mpaka wakina Simba Arati wakaenda kupiga wakina Dismas Baraza. Nakumbuka vile Boni Alwala alibeba mawe 3. We degenerated, we sank low because it was life and death. And this time around tutamfunza the same syllabus. Boni Alwala atabeba mawe 10. Boni Alwala atabeba mawe 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's painful for them to see that what they thought and using Vito as an emotional manipulation, which actually, again.
Atabeba nini geologist? Kwa geologist.
Gynecologist, geologist, atakuwa huko.
I'm excited, Alex. Huh?
We are all excited. I mean, let me tell you, when you see the whole country.
So Thursday usiku tunakuja hapa sherehe kusherekea na hiyo wimbo ya Murdikir tukicheza.
Kushinda naye hatutashinda Murdikir. They will grab it just like mtu ya Njiru ana grab from behind. They will grab it from behind, but tutakuwa tumewapea shida ambayo come 2027 it will not be a walk in the park. If you look at even anaitwa nani Koech ameogopa. This guy ambaye is always abrasive. This young guy, he's very handsome and he looks like a very young, promising guy. It's like Agostina Ndeto, the guy from Stupa, the one who took Orua Ojode's seat. He was very promising, and this guy is also very promising.
Wait, Alex, there is another Agostino Neto in Kenya. I thought Agostino Neto used to be in Angola.
No, Agostina Neto, there is this guy that this guy who took Orua Ojode's seat in that by-election. You don't know this young guy that won that by-election and very smart. He's from Suba. You don't know that guy? Nyinyi mnasikizanga siasa gani?
Mimi najua Agostino Neto wa Angola. I think ali-inherit jina the way Patrice Loch Lumumba of Kenya inherited the name from Congo. I only knew the Agostino Neto of Angola in the yuko kitambo.
Yeah, just like Fidel inherited the Fidel name. I mean, that is how people become politicians. I mean, yeah. So this young Koech he comes from the Kipsigis community. He actually castigated UDA and said the path that we are going, we are becoming very unpopular on the ground. I mean, for the first time, huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa anasema ati it's okay for Gen Z kuchapwa, and he apologized later on Jeff Koinange show. He himself is from the Kipsigis community. Actually, he has said the ground is anti all these people, But the thing is, Ruto will never allow that seat to be taken. That will be total humiliation for him, and knowing Ruto the way he is. But we never know. I mean, the people of Murdikir are peculiar people. If you know how that constituency was carved in, it's because of historical blunders that happened. The late Ngeno won that constituency, and he wouldn't be allowed to take over because the Maasai is really. That's when the famous two guys had to take over and come together, though they were protagonists, to make sure that Ngeno does not take. and one was given the seat of a diplomat, and the other one ended up winning the seat just because they didn't want Ngeno to. So right now, where we sit, the people being coerced to vote for UDA are not even the Maasais, because the Maasais will not. It's the Kipsigis who are not the Kipsigis. It's the Maasais who are being used now by the widow, because I think that is what they want to divide the people. And even though, look at Ngeno, on obvious reasons, he was never in UDA to the man. He was in KANU before, and previously he has tried to run through other parties because he never wanted his people to subscribe to the politics of Rift Valley, because he understood the delicate nature of the politics. So I think these people are going to stamp their feet, more especially knowing that part of the reason why Ngeno was eliminated, according to them, is because of the remote land issue. And if they choose this Baron guy who is so close to Ruto, they are not going to be able to resolve their issues of land, which remain the most important campaign. It's not even education. Their land remains the heart of the, because Ngeno gone, they feel like they are not home yet. They feel like they're still in immigration. Having said that, a couple of years ago, I don't know why my sister has gone. A couple of years ago, I got a good friend of mine, and we were discussing religion and philosophy. And we were talking about different mythologies, the Greek mythology, which is actually very interesting. He did not subscribe to Christianity. As we were talking with that friend of mine, we came to Christianity, and we were looking at it from not a spiritual point of view, but we were looking at it from a theological point of view, which we say that some of the things that were very critical, how the church has evolved over time, the Church of Jesus Christ. And according to him, he says, Christianity is just another mythology, like mythology, just like, because he said something like baptism is accepted witchcraft, which I almost bought, because he asked me, how do you get immersed in water and your sins are gone? And he almost convinced me that baptism is a sanctified witchcraft. I don't want to go there, but
don't kuna Kristo hapa bana boss. Tulia.
But as we went on, I came to know the history of the church even in a deeper way. Why am I saying so? We spoke in depth with my friend about the presbyters. The Presbyterian church is one of the most unique churches, whereby the pastor or the head of they have two kinds of arms. They are not like overall when a cardinal is still the administrator. No, in the Presbyterian, the ranking of the church is deliberate, so that there is administration and there is also what? Spiritual. When you hear Gachagua put the hierarchy into effect, people do not understand how these people love their church so much, and how through protocol and merits you cannot push these people to the edge. And that is why Timothy Njoya, who actually Nani singled out today, was able to stand firm as one of the most single players of the second liberation, because he had the support of the members. Why? Because whatever he went to do, it was discussed in the church, and he didn't do it out of personal will. It was a corporate decision of the church. As I went to study more about the Presbyterians, and as Gachagua was speaking, I think Ruto has rattled a church in the mountain, apart from Catholic, the Presbyterian and the Methodist, are very strong in the ground, if you want to know. And sometimes even Juricheka may not make you win, but the Methodist might make you win. Ask Njiru. Because how the church operates in those areas. Kikuyus and the Mountainers are very religious. Very religious. Since it can defy and go a little bit, not like Adventists, but these two are very religious. Now, Gachagua, my party leader, is a very wise man when it comes to politics. He has used it to totally break Nakuru. If you have seen what he has done with this death, I swear to you, we DCP are taking Nakuru with a stone. The senator was not there. The women rep ran away. This woman who is the Bahati MP came and almost cried and said, "Unajua, allow us to mourn." Ngujiri is so loud, he was flattered. Yani say, "Unajua, Gachagua ni rafiki yangu nini." They feared. Unaelewa? They feared this death is going to change the total leadership of Nakuru like hell. I don't know what they are going to do. Whatever remnants they had remained with for those chanting. Remember, we just did their Linda Mwananchi. And I'm telling you, a big number of Kikuyus are in Linda Mwananchi. But now that DCP has found a footing over there, it is going to be very difficult. And you know, part of the reason why Nakuru has been a bone of contention is before, during KANU era, when Asanya used to be the KANU Secretary General, Nakuru was predominantly, when you saw all these hunters being sold there, the combined harvesters being sold, those companies were owned by Kalenjins. Remember, even Pujo had only one plant in the whole of Africa, which was in Kericho, but all their sales used to be where? In Nakuru. So Nakuru used to be predominantly the wealth of what? All the Masai Fergusons and so on used to be under the Kalenjins. But how the Kikuyus took over, it has always rattled the Kalenjins. And that is why many Kalenjins and many Kikuyus do not understand why they want to protect Eldoret by all necessary means, so that it can remain also their city. Now, politically,
it's too metropolitan right now. Unfortunately, we've got Luo, Luya, and Kikuyu influence, especially the Luya and Kikuyu influence in Eldoret. It's too huge. You can't avoid it, Alex. And it's going to be the same in Kisumu. Unfortunately, for those who want to protect cities as their own tribal.
Unfortunately, now what is happening is this. The Nakuru is again gravitating totally towards the opposition, 80%. 80%.
Susan Kihika was in trouble, bana. Alifukuzwa tu juzi. She was kicked out.
So you can see the pain. The handlers of the president must be people who have eaten until they have forgotten even to use their toilet papers. Why? Because if you look at what they are actually doing right now, it's so suicidal to the president. We don't know who, unless I'm now convinced that Ruto listens to nobody.
That is the answer.
Which is very dangerous. Because look at it from this angle. Gachagua is injecting emotionally, but also spiritually. If you saw the women rep, you couldn't, the MP for Bahati, that woman who won against Ngunjiri, I was asking, huyu ni mama mgani anapewa nafasi kuongea hapa? Only to find out that ni nani? To find out is an MP. My friend, an MP has been reduced less than Mama Mboga because she came there with the fear that we will not be able even to speak. Ngujiri was directed to speak very few words and he had to speak less than 3 minutes. And the moderator was clear. He told him 3 times, uongee maneno kidogo, uongee maneno kidogo, I'm like, why are you directing somebody like this? And then he had to say, unajua mimi ni rafiki ya Gachagua. Like, that's what helped him. He's not loud-mouthed the way he is. I asked myself, what it is that is really happening that for the first time, all these kiburi people in the mountain, usually, you know,
Umepotea Alex. Alex umepotea. Alex umepotea. We lost you.
I'm not sure. Now I'm here. Somebody was calling.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
No, my daughter was calling me. So that's the reason now. Yeah. So me thinking, I've really analyzed how Gachagua has been speaking the last few days in regard and finally. And Ngujiri says something that is very, like, he almost brought politics ambayo ingemsaidia because, and I think he's going to get a dose of his stupidity when he's saying, when he says, you cannot say watu hawajashikwa, watu wameshikwa. The question ni nani ameshikwa? Because Gachagua had to come and reinforce the same thing he said yesterday. Watu wameshikwa na simu, hao watu ni wewe walimuua. Toa hiyo video ya watu ambao walimunyonga. Now, but Gachagua has a point there. I'm sitting down and I'm asking, how stupid could it be? I don't think the government can decide to murder a clergy right now, knowing the political. Then, but you cannot rule it out too. But whether it knows or not, the question is not that. The question is their irresponsible behavior of not doing what? Responding promptly.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you, Alex, before you continue? I think that is out of greed. This is out of greed. Gachagua has put it plain that his church, kuna mahali hawa watu wanaendanga kumzika because of trying to avoid alcohol in Mombasa. So that is where they go with spouses, and it's owned by the church. And I think some of the people from my community have decided to take over that place. And to get over that place, I think that is where they killed that man. Yes. Take it to the bank. It is about property.
I've tried to piece. I've tried to piece. Yes. So it's about these land issues of affordable housing, ama ni nini?
No, it's just a hotel. There's a hotel, very large property hotel in prime land. Doesn't serve alcohol, doesn't allow just anybody to come here. It's completely PG, Christian, kabisa. Hakuna pombe, hakuna malaya, hakuna vitu, anything that is a vice is not allowed. So for any PCA clergy member, that is their retreat place. Hapo ndio wanaendanga just to enjoy also some of these luxuries without having to subject yourself to some of these things that you see. So if you go to White Sands, you'll see some of the things you don't want to see as a clergy person. So you know, so somebody from my community has decided to take that place over, and they are making, Gachagua said they're making about 15 million a month. 15 million a month. 10 inaenda huko juu, 5 inabaki. That is how serious it is. Yeah.
You're even fighting the churches. Like, what kind of greed is this then? But let's be honest. This is where now, for us to be able to resolve these issues, history is paramount. Let me tell you, those people who are running from history last time will never run away from that history again. I remember during last election, it is very unfortunate that Mama Aida at some point made some issues about the church and said, look, the church should be protected, but if it should be, this is how, and this is the criteria. And, the conversation of the church came in, and we literally, because of political expediency, allowed that we must liberalize our faith. It doesn't matter, ABCD, whether the government persecutes them or not, let the church be independent. We should not even talk about it. That was the idea then. But now I think people like Gachagua are going back and looking and understanding that was a mistake that they made. Unaelewa? Now, the issue of the church and politics, you can never separate the two, because
especially in Africa, we are religious people. Yeah.
Not only religious, we do not have town halls for politics to be played. Okay? We don't have town halls. I remember when I was young, we used to have, like Kisumu, we had a privilege of having town hall, Kisumu town hall. There's one in Manyata, very big, whereby, you know, we could have theater, we could act, or we could come to celebration. We used to have the British Council Center in, in downtown. Then we used to have Ofapa Hall, okay? So we used to have halls whereby if you wanted to listen to political leaders or anything like, ABCD, we could go there. Theater, celebration, so on and so forth. But I think with our region and urban organization that is very poor, I don't even know if we have still town planners the way we are. My uncle used to be a town planner, and that's why I came privy of the issue called region and urban organization, a very good course that people should do. So the church took over from the town halls. Okay. Now, with again, land becoming an issue whereby we do not have where people could sit again, be able to talk issues, let's say during the funerals, schools have taken over to host funerals. But since the directive that we can no longer use schools during school days, churches have taken over so that we can host funerals in the church compounds. Unaelewa? So churches have become an integral part of our most painful moment. That's where we direct our pain to. And then, so what does that mean?
It's where everybody, this is where it is a guarantee as a society that you'll always meet a very high percentage of the population going to these churches. Yes.
Again, our funerals, some of the most painful moments, are directed and conducted as a church service. Yes. And that is why last week, 2 weeks ago, when that Anglican pastor from that Kisumu was injecting, nobody could respond. The only person who responded and attacked was Kimani Ichung'wah. But nobody in Luo Nyanza ever responded to that guy. Those things that he said.
And Ruto in Maseno. Ruto went to inject in Maseno.
Nobody he tried to use everybody. Everybody refused. He said, this is a red line. This is a no touch zone. Because the Anglicans too, in the area of Siaya and Sampat, are very close-knit. Okay? So that's why Okumu was very, very powerful. Bishop Okumu Okulu, something of the Okulu was the north, and Okumu was the, why am I confusing these words? Anyway, whichever. So, but he was extremely powerful. Unaelewa? Now, Gachagua has pain too, because obviously they come from that background with the wife. But again, he has used this moment effectively to inject to Ruto. And I'm wondering if I was a member of the Presbyterian and our person has been killed and the Minister for Interior Government has spoken. Because remember, Gachagua goes into details hata ku escalate the emotions of the PSM. Iko vijana wawili waliuliwa pool kule Kapsabet. You know, Gachagua ni mchokozi sana.
Gachagua, the strange thing is, just before you continue, Gachagua, if you actually, I think he plays a video in his head, because if you can hear him answer back to Ruto, is after a statement Ruto says, he answers it back. And then after another statement he says, it's like it is in his head, like he's replaying what Ruto says, and after every 2 seconds, or not 2 seconds, every maybe 15 seconds of what Ruto says. He answers. Then he plays it back in his head. Then he answers. And you can play that. Trust me, try and do that. Play that to back, and you'll see this guy memorizes, he prepares himself, he knows what he's about to say. Very calculative man. He knows the details. That is what Ruto does not get. Ruto says lies. But Gachagua does the research before he opens his mouth.
Now, this is where now the Jews come in. And all these proponents of Kalonzo yesterday, because we had a very good and cogent, persuasive talk yesterday about Kalonzo Sifuna. Kalonzo today embarrasses himself, the whole country. You saw the kind of conversation he was having. Flat, ni kama pia imeisha power. Like, who was even listening to the guy?
Nobody.
Did he even listen to himself? I'm like, I think Kalonzo has been overtaken by not only time, by event, but also by a generation. We need to acknowledge that these elections are not like the election we thought we are going to have. Every day reveals that these elections are going to be different. We need to acknowledge. You know, I was looking at how many people are listening to Kalonzo, and you know, I'm struggling there to listen to this guy from the beginning to the end. It was the most boring conversation. I don't know if he prepared. I don't know if he knew what he was saying. I don't know if he's so confident that Gachagua has already chosen him. I don't know. But this guy needs to go back and ask himself, his press team, that look, am I really a presidential candidate? Or am I even a councillor? Am I even an MCA for Dagoretti?
But you see, Alex, if you look at how even the Kamba people are not pushing as hard for Kalonzo because he's not presenting himself. Hata Kamba anasema DCP. It's so weird. I hate to say it. Yeah, wanaona baba yao ni kama lazima abebwe. At least even in Luya land, ukiona Waluya are fronting their son like this is the one. Wait, uyu. I'm not seeing Kambas fighting for Kalonzo. Do you see that? I don't see
That's
it.
why I'm telling you that I'm not sure. I think Sifuna and Gachagua, when they speak, the nation speaks. They listen. I don't know. I mean, I wish there was a Gachagua Sifuna ticket. I wish for me.
Hey, Gachagua says imrudishe wewe. You know, I have reservations about your party.
Whether you have reservation is better than Ruto. I don't care. We have to put the demon and the demon together, and then you ask which one is the lesser evil. If that is the reservation, then we have to compare two demons.
Matiang is also a bit of a demon, eh? Demoni.
You know, wachana Matiang. Matiang is a spent force. Kalonzo is a spent force. I'm looking at you know, the people dominating politics right now, and you people are refusing to look at a ticket that will grab this thing without a campaign, without so much money, without halaboos. He flattened the entire UDA system because of this debt. Who is speaking about anything? Look at anybody from Nakuru. Who from Nakuru had a voice there? You know, in as much as I don't like Kioni because I have suspicions about him, there is white truth that he says that we also need to pick and cherry pick from him. One thing he said is that Gachagua calculates. For instance, he told us when Gachagua came to his constituency, he couldn't even say Kioni is here because he said only principals could speak. Now, look at how they choreographed the whole funeral.
Yeah.
If Kihika could have come there, that was total embarrassment. Everybody stayed off because they have. You see, there is a verse in the Bible that is very interesting. When David finally has decided Solomon is taking over, okay, then the first directive he gives Solomon is not to build the temple, okay. He tells him, my son, the sons of Azariah, Joab, and his brother, I need you to do something. This is how he puts it in the spiritual language. He said, even though I am anointed king, but Joab and his brother are too powerful for me. You must do something immediately. And he ends up telling them that do not allow them to go to the grave with a gray hair, which means don't allow them to grow old and die out of old age. What does that mean? These people are too powerful and they disturbed me during the entire kingship. You must deal with them. Now, Ruto is having a problem now for the first time. He thought that Raila was a problem. Gachagua is more problematic. To add on top of it, we have one man who is in the Senate, but also from Western. He is more problematic. So if you look at the entire thing, Wachana, the demon called Matiang'i, it's unspent. We have two living demons to Ruto. That is Gachagua and Sifuna. And if you want Ruto to go home, you have to look there. But I know many people are going to disagree with me. Because even when I embraced Gachagua from the very beginning, a lot of people, including my best friend here, the only person that I can say is my best friend in this platform is Stone PK. We, at one, Stone akiniona hapa juu anaenda chini. Nikimwona huku juu ninaenda chini. Because we can... Because when it comes to Gachagua, ni kama ile ya Roba, hiyo ni red zone. Keep, hiyo ni red zone, usikuja hapa.
Unajua Budi ni vile Stone PK does not understand how you have become more sycophantic to Gachagua himself than Gachagua vile yeye mwenyewe ni sycophantic to himself. Alijui ulipita na speed.
Wacha kujiweka. You're the only one who's a sycophant to other men. Usiweke watu wengine.
Wacha, hata Budi ni sycophant, nani ajui? Budi sisi ni sycophant. Kwani ni uongo?
Mimi sio sycophant. Mimi nilipenda Gachagua logically.
There you go.
If you remember how I started introducing Gachagua, nikawaambia, okay, you have said Gachagua should hit. And I asked you one question, and by had it today, you people have never been able to answer. How long? Every time, Julia akiniona nikimuuliza hiyo swali, network yake itaharibika na atarudi chini. How long? Wakati muliona Matiang'i muliongea yote, nikawakatasha, nikawaambia hapana. Mumepea this guy a mantle ambayo kutoa kwa mkono. You know, a wounded lion is more dangerous. Si mnajua hivi? Hiyo paka imenyeshewa. And you thought that Gachagua was going to hold brief for you and wait for another person to come.
A wounded lion is like Samson when he is killing 3,000 people in the church in his last episode. Go ahead. Now that nimesikia unarifaa Biblia, so najaribu kukupea mistari zaidi.
Unajua watu wanaita Gachagua tribalist, na hao ndio tribalist kuliko Gachagua. Gachagua is the only politician on the record in the history of Kenya who go on TikTok, not even to the mainstream media, and speak to every community and be asked questions without refusing. Embracing both critics and sycophants like Njiru, and answering the most difficult question. Now, the most difficult questions, he tackled them. One of them being his own people who are placating him that he has taken the land and properties of his own brother. Before Ruto brought it in, he told them, don't go there. And he didn't want to bring the family issues. Until Ruto touched that thing, that is when he decided now to go and publish. And he promised. And many people did not go read the full report of what he promised that will be published. Remember when he was asked by one of the people, then he said, you know what, we are going to publish this thing in the media. 3 newspapers. Most of you did not go. You were just looking at TikTok and Facebook. What did Gachagua say? And when he promised to go, so when you say all these things, because some people have emotions. When Gachagua spoke with the Kambas, I listened to everything. When Gachagua spoke with the Somalis, I listened to everything. When he spoke to us, he rattled me. He really rattled me, and I even said, Gachagua, wacha hii ujinga. But I listened to everything because wakisi Matiang'i lazima atuonyeshe mko namba ngapi. He rattled me, but he still spoke to us. So if he has rattled you, go listen to what he has spoken to other people too. But on the record, Matiang'i has not done it. Ruto has never done it. Uhuru never did it. Raila never did it. But Gachagua, on a record of 1 year, the man you deem to be a tribalist, anybody speaking that Gachagua is a tribalist, he is projecting himself as the biggest tribalist. Period. Hiyo nayo nitakukatasha. Kusema kahawa yetu, kusema makademia yetu, kusema mwaya yetu. What's wrong with that? Lakini watu waseme samaki zetu. Kutoka wapi? Lake Victoria. Kwa nini peke yenu ndio mnakula hiyo samaki? So the issue of Gachagua being called a tribalist was a thin-veiled brand so that they will kill him politically. But it has refused. In fact, when he attacked the Somali leadership, I thought he had gone, surpassed the line. But how the Somalis embraced him? He turned it. He turned a lemon into a lemonade. So wewe Mjaluo unasema yeye kama Wasomali wanamkubali. Wewe Mjaluo ndio unakuja kutuambia kwa hapa yeye. Wachana hiyo maneno bana. He went to Ramogi. He answered all the questions. You people want to put sound bites kidogo kidogo. You don't go and listen everything. He has tackled national issues. And I told you, leo tulikuwa na Kalonzo, and I listened to him painfully to the very end. Wenda jaribu kusikiza Kalonzo what he was saying. Not even my own MCA could have such kind of debate the whole time like that. My MCA is better than Kalonzo. That was very boring of him. Wachaneni na Gachagua bwana.
Alikuwa wapi?
Innocent. Na najua Innocent ataniua hapa.
Where was Nanil today? Where was Kalonzo today? Now that Kalonzo kuna pari alikuwa aku inject, in modern day we are saying when a principal goes somewhere there must be injection. So you want to tell me that Kalonzo did not inject body? Go ahead.
So you want, in another way, Njiru, unajua hiyo reverse psychology yako peleka mbali. You did not listen to him. I'm not going to tell you what he did not say or what he said. You cannot have a show when you are the most ignorant person of today's news. Funga show and alala.
Sawa nimekubali. So you cannot be watching everything. I was busy in the barrio. Nilikuwa huko nikisikia Gachagua akisomea Ruto wakati ameleta do. Ujasikia Gachagua akisomea Ruto after kuleta hiyo milioni 2? Bwana Budi, ama hiyo huwezi sema?
No, hiyo nilisikiza yote, and I've already spoken that, look, that woman was not given that 2 million. She didn't know what to say in the funeral. She was flattered. She didn't even dress like an MP.
Hata simujuani by the way.
You put that video hapo uniambia hata kama mwenye ananiuzianga mboga kule Kisumu anavanga hivyo. That woman was deflated. I think she was hiding in the crowd because she feared the repercussions. She just said the president because she didn't know what to say. Because Gachagua had earlier said the president the Minister for Internal Security, the chiefs, and nobody has given a disclaimer in regard to what happened or what is going on in terms of investigation. Ngujiri ndiye alikuja kudanganya kidogo tu hivyo. Na Patrick Gachagua walikuwa wamesema watu mbili wameshikwa walikuwa na simu yake, which did not qualify kuwa watu wameshikwa. And he said watu walimuua wako under camera. So hiyo 2 million was not, you know, do you remember the issue of you know, I don't know if kama bado na watch nani baba ya Ojwang alikuja juzi asema Kenyan stop talking to me the day I said Ruto. I spoke with Ruto, said Kenyans are unforgiving. That thing was last week. Sijui kama uliona baba ya Ojwang, uso imekauka mbaya sana, analia kuwa Kenyans stop talking to me. This issue of politicians thinking they can go and say the president has said this is killing them politically. I don't think the president sent that woman, and we should not even be a subject of debate. I'm glad today tulikuja kujua the leadership of Nakuru yote in UDA have given up.
Including Waiguru, mutachezwa video Waiguru hapa leo.
Yeah.
Akijaribu kuomba msamaha.
So wewe uliomba 10 minutes ukadrive ukafika nyumbani, na mimi wacha niombe 30 minutes ni drive ni kusikiza huku chini.
Aya, ni sawa. That one there is no problem. Sasa ukiniona hapa nimekuja na mafuta mingi sana. Niko na mafuta ya karibu 2 hours. Tukua na Kiprir hapa. Unajua lazima niimbie Kiprir uro. Kiprir, unajua hiyo wimbo? Uro. Kiprir bana. Usiniangusha bana.
Sijui hiyo wimbo, najua hiyo wimbo ingine tu.
Haya, wacha nikuwekee.
Serikali ni gogo ngale, gogo metenye na bole jine jobo te wenyo le wena gogo no jame. Serikali ni gogo ngale, gogo metenye na bole jine jobo te wenye digir gogo no jame. Inyoge te wenyo le wen, arabu la kwenda goga chamboro rie kolia za mwana muno jame. Inyoge te bota le wen, arabu la kwenda goga chamboro rie kolia za mwana muno jame.
Son of the land.
Ogi yanda murwa digir, ebe disipin, ogi tele ogi moje mani nyoraya. Ogi tele murwa digir, ebe disipin, ogi tele ogi moje mani nyoraya.
Ntero toto ya Juala.
Ole jino e Julia Bruto, ako kasumye, mogi sa swana ngone mugo bate takitinye murani. Omoji no e Julia Bruto, ako kasumye, mogi sa swana ngone mugo bate takitinye murani.
Alex, you know,
Yes.
the last stanza of that particular song is threatening, yeah? They are saying that, go and tell Ruto, even here, where we are, we have Muren. You know what Muren in Kipsigis is, yeah? We have warriors here. Warriors here. That is a threat. Direct threat. They've said we've chosen him because he's from here and he's our son. He's a strong man. That one, if you see the translation, ya hii kitu kwisha. That's why I'm enjoying it, bana. I'm seeing hapo.
Mimi hata kama sijui translation, the reason I enjoy your song, nilienda nikanunua rungu. So every time I see them wakibeba rungu juu ninabeba. I just enjoy it.
What about the Juala movement? We're talking about the Juala movement. Hawakupatia makofia ya DCP wakaenda wakachukua.
Lakini wacha nikwambie, Gachagua is a master planner. Huyu jamaa ya ati ni kofia peke yake. Kwa mama handbag. Sasa huyu jamaa lakini mtamweza kweli?
Mimi nimekubali.
Unajua alinichekesha, anasema chukua handbag uende uchukue pesa ya Ruto. That was classic.
Mimi I now even believe in that statement. Alisema siku ya kura nitatokezea 3 hours pale kwa TV. Wamama tu atakuwa anatoka tu na kibeti.
Wish Valerie happy birthday by the way.
Yeah.
Hata mlisahau.
No, she is yeah, actually hata ameniambia siuimbie Valerie happy birthday.
Valerie ni birthday ya Valerie hapa.
Ni birthday ya Valerie leo.
Ona ya arudi hapa juu.
Hata kutuambia.
Wacha nimwambie. Okay, endelea na story, nitamwambia arudi.
Nimefurahi Alex amepata rungu yetu bana. Hey, go tell Ruto we are coming for you. Yo!
You know the courage to even compose that song at this particular time with the threat that are oozing from people like Farouk Kibet, Aaron Cheriot, and all this. It tells you that people are sick and tired. You cannot threaten people who are hungry. How do you threaten somebody who's starving that you are going to die? Kill me as soon as possible.
Walipewa pesa by the this border kids were given money back in Aaron Cheriot. Walipewa pesa hapo tu kwa petrol station. So you know the usual routine.
At Nashotro wakaanza kuimba one time. Is that what someone was telling you that?
Walipanga laini hivi the usual way. Unaenda petrol station unaona laini ya hao watu. Sema jazia hao watu. Sasa tuende kazi. Walichukua opposite direction. Na wakaanza kuimba one time. Recording each other. You see Gachagua? Gachagua stopped people. Chukua tu ni sawa. Si ni pesa bure kwenu. It's your own money. Chukua ni pesa yenu. Lakini msikuli. It means the people are listening to him. This is now. You think he's only telling people from Central. He's telling all of them. Happy birthday.
So Budi na Kiprinu nyinyi mnaimba hapa ni nani? So Budi hebu muimbie Valerie.
Mweke hiyo wimbo ya Kikalenjin tumetoka. That's our birthday song. Mweke asikie.
No Budi.
Yaani unakataa, wewe unatoa birthday present unakataa.
Ama unataka uro. Unataka gani?
Happy 21st. Happy 21st birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Haki, Kiprinu, yani unataka niimbe peke yangu?
You know Makale, we don't just sing like that.
Hiyo sauti ni mbaya, iko na makohozi ya miaka 3.
Tuwekee sasa ile ambayo haina kikohozi.
Happy birthday Valerie, achana na huyu wazimu bana. Any emotional, najua ni mtu emotional sana. He's a man that does not buy flowers for women, you know that. I isn't enough flowers. Yeah? And he would have bought for you flowers as a member of Kenyan democracy. Alinunue flowers, aseme happy birthday. Sisi tumejua last minute tu, kumbe mtu alinyamaza. Roba amekuisha happy birthday huko chini.
Yeah, naona ameandika hapo hivyo ati happy birthday Valerie, I'm to protect you from Alex. And keep. Zero and keep.
Mimi hawezi ni protect, Anna me protect already. Protected from everybody.
Sasa yani Budi badala ya ununulie Valerie keki ni hata umeshindwa na kuimba.
Wewe imba bana, Nchero, you have got the voice, wewe unaimba.
I think I totally concur with the people in the comment section that hata kama tunataka kuwa stingy vile tunaweza kuwa stingy. The fact that Hillary, this is first birthday hapa, Kipril, hatuwezi kuwa tusinulie huyu mtoto wetu birthday cake. Cake nayo ni kidogo, sukari, adrenaline iende juu kidogo, it's not wrong.
Tatuma tu kwa niko na namba yake, nitatuma.
Uko na namba yake plus ile ingine ya Gachagua, sasa tutaweka pamoja. Lakini mtu anaitwa Njiru anasemanga anafanya kitu anafanya after 3 months. Birthday haifanywi after 3 months. Njiru, birthday ni leo. Unaweza ama uwezi?
Wewe usijali, mimi nitapanga bana.
Unaweza ama uwezi? Hatutaki kitu, hatutaki deni.
Hakuna deni kwako. Nitapanga bana.
Unaweza ama uwezi?
Nitaweza, wacha mambo mingi. Nitapanga bana.
Tunapanga sisi wote.
Haya sawa.
Tunapanga sisi wote, Kip ndio anapeleka. So hii maneno yako hatutampanga kando, hii hatutaki. Kama hutaki kuwa na sisi, kwenda.
Ati unasema ati nafanyanga after 3 months. Hebu turudie statement.
Unajua ukirudia kitu ladha inatoka.
Aya, na Roberto Ino pia anasema right now. So Roberto Ino, nani atachukua Roberto Ino?
Yeah, I mean keep find a way, we make sure that thing is
JM anasema, kuna mtu anasema hapa, JM anasema weka M-Pesa sahi ya cake.
Yeah, weka right away. I mean we need to do that thing. I mean mtoto wetu anaitwa Valerie hapa.
JM are you in the US? JM are you in the US?
She comes here religiously and
Njiru,
we admire her.
Weka hiyo Cash App yako hapo tafadhali.
Yeah, acha.
Weka Cash App. Thanks guys, ile msimamo ilifika by the way. Thanks a lot for supporting us.
Cash App ndio hiyo. Mtataka kuwekea Valerie kitu hapo, Cash App ndio hiyo.
Weka. Njiru atatuambia tumetoa ngapi hapo.
Alafu na M-Pesa. Those who want to do with M-Pesa.
Unajua uko na namba ya siri ya M-Pesa Valerie?
We don't want to expose your number here, Valerie.
Yeah. Uko na ingine, another one kama ya Airtel.
I only have one SIM card.
Yeah, hiyo tutatumia because hatuwezi taka mtoto wetu akujue na Itumbi hapa.
Pigie kelele. No. We can handle ourselves.
Yeah, kama hiyo birthday yako ningekuambia maneno ya simu tu hakuna hapa.
Alex,
so kwa Cash App hapo, you can put in the Cash App.
No Twitter LGBTQ HD TV. Kwa sababu kuna simu mbili bwana, acha zako.
So wacha niweke Cash App yangu saa hii. Tunatumia Njiru ama tunatumia Kip tumekubaliana aje? Because I wanna do it right now.
Tumia mimi.
Ya Cash App ya chat.
Ya yule akona Cash App, tununulie Valerie keki. Happy birthday to you. Sasa Valerie, hata ukikuja hapa unagonga kasongo vizuri. Okay, let me do this. I coordinate with the Musimamo because we already know the number of Musimamo. Wacha niweke namba ya Musimamo hapa, watu waeke kwa namba ya Musimamo because that number we know it. What do you think, Bwana Kip? Wale wanataka kufanya na M-Pesa.
Njiru umepata?
Okay, let me check. Ngoja. Yeah, nime wow. Valerie umepata 20 from Budi. So I have your $20 from Budi.
So mimi nimemalizana hiyo. Now all these friends of mine I trust, kuna mwenye wananijua hapo chini, tafadhali tumie huyu mtoto birthday. She makes us have hope in Kenya. Tusimdisappoint hiyo. Keki ni kitu kidogo, 10k ni kitu kidogo bana.
Yeah, ngoja kidogo. Okay, Kipril, because the number which we rely on here ni namba ya msimamo. Nataka kuweka namba ya msimamo hapa. I will coordinate with him how we get so let me just put yeah, tuwekeni hapa kwa hii namba ya msimamo, haina shida.
Uwezi weka namba ya mtu hapa. Ukipata ako na fuliza utafanya nini? Pata mtu ako na fuliza utafanya nini?
Msimamo ananga fuliza.
Nani anakuambia Wakenya tunaishi na fuliza bwana? No, you cannot do that. Just do the right thing, man.
Aya, sawa. Vala, ukituletea namba ya M-Pesa kesho, we can still do it tomorrow. Wale watataka kufanya kesho. Neither we don't like using people's number because somebody can tap your number here and then tusikie mtoto wetu aliendwa na yeye pali hatujui, and we would not want that.
So Valerie, kama uko hapo chini, go read Isaiah 46 verse 4. Hiyo ni a very good birthday verse. Mungu akubariki. Nasema, even when I grow old and I have old hair, I will do for you 4 things. Na wacha Mungu akufanyie those 4 things as you grow older.
I think I've gotten more. Oh, sorry. Endelea. I've gotten more addition. Kuna mtu mwingine ametuma.
Nice.
The person.
Naona Ana ukikuja hapa juu unapata mazuri bana. Because Ana nakatanga kukuja huku juu. Ama tu
Bona Ann.
That is his wife.
Yes, I've received another $25. Yeah, I've received it. So I now have a niko na ya Alex na niko na ya beshte mwingine anaitwa Japheth. So Japheth ametugonga $25. Alafu Alex ametugonga
Bobby.
Umeitwa Zell. Weka Zell yako hapo chini. Mtu amekuomba Zell, tafadhali mtumie Zell Njiru.
No, mi sina Zell, unfortunately.
Just register now, unless the KYC in the US is quite heavy.
Sina Zell, unfortunately.
Na hawezi tuma na ana cash app. Wacha nimuulize kama ana nione.
We Budi, kama uko na Zell, si utupe Zell yako, alafu nitumie na cash app ikikufikia.
It's connected with my business. That's the problem.
Oh, okay, sawa, wachana na.
Yeah, and you know, when you itemize those things, sometimes you need us to be very clear.
Okay. It's not a joke.
Oh, unfortunately, sina Zell. I need to have Zell.
You know, Zell, you don't need like sini account na phone number. You just go to your account online, useme na connect right away. It's not something unaenda kutafuta. You just confirm it that your phone should be with your account, so that ni kama tu M-Pesa.
Is it something which you can do immediately?
I mean, you can do right now as we are talking. I mean, yeah. So somebody anaweka tu namba yako and then it's just inaingisha right away. Yeah. Tu anatoa kwa, you know, so akiweka tu namba yako tu iko inaingisha tu majina yako na inaenda tu direct to your account. The same concept. Yeah, the same concept.
I need to
the same two
download it.
concept. No, you don't need to download. Go to your online bank account. And then utaona huko mahali deposit, all those things inakwambia deposit, all these things services, and then utaona Zelle pia. Zelle is part of it. unaona ukienda hapo nini transactions za enda kwa online bank account. Ukishaenda online bank account utaona inakwambia all those nonsense, alafu utaona tu Zelle pia imeandikwa tu hapo, then click on that, say connect Zelle to your phone, to your bank account, then watakwambia uchague jina ama watakupea jina proposed name, and then right away, I mean within a minute utakuwa na Zelle. I mean nothing complicated.
Wacha nione hiyo bank account. Niko kwa bank account saa hii.
Yeah, and then go to deposit or something, where deposit or something of the sort. When you do your transaction, you will see Zelle. Ama utaenda hapo kwa search juu weka Zelle and then you click on it.
Hii vision ni noma.
Lakini wewe hii maneno ya kukua binary, unasoma kitu moja mpaka unasahau mpaka maneno ya bank account, hiyo ni shida sana.
No, it's not about that. Si unajua ni ile sasa, saa zingine wewe ukikuwa na cash hapo unasema sasa ni kama sasa mambo yangu ishajipanga.
Yeah, enda kwa transfer, umeona? Angalia transfer.
Okay, transfers.
Yeah. Then utaona Zelle.
Transfers and payments.
Yeah, then utaona Zelle iko hapo.
Hapo nione transfers and payment.
Umepata?
No, yangu ni kama ioneshani hao watu bana. Na nionyesha tu transfer.
Unaona mali imeandika move money.
Kidogo.
Move money.
Yangu ni transfer from, transfer to. Not move money.
Iko na sign ya Z and then katikati ni kama dola za sign lakini imeandikwa Z. Transfer between accounts. Kwani wewe uko na sako ama
wewe wacha mambo bwana.
Valerie, nasikia we're manufacturing phones in Kenya nowadays. Ruto alisema leo.
By the way, hiyo story mumeongelea. Bwana Mbudi
Robanjo.
Ni kama bwana. Hiyo level sijafika. So niko na transfer from hivyo tu and transfer to.
Move money, angalia move money, transfer money or something of the sort. Utaona kitu imeandikwa Zelle. Kama hujui spelling ya Zelle ni Zelle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, then go to
Samekosa anasema deposit to transfer option iko na Zelle. Hii bangi yangu bana.
Kwani ulifungua account na Walmart? Hiyo ndio haina Zelle.
Acha kumdharau bwana.
No, it's okay. Naweza fungua na Walmart by the way. Niko na account inasema account summary, transfers and payment, external accounts, hold.
How much does it say on the account?
Statement plus document.
How much does it say on the account? What is the social security number? Where do you live? Let's nichukue loan na kwa.
Transfers and payments. Si ni transfers and payments hii?
Yes. Click there.
Yeah, so nikikuja hapa transfers and payments
utaiona. So itakupea option ya account to account, transfer between accounts. Imeandikwa hivyo.
Inaniambia imeandika tu hapa new transfer, transfer from, transfer to.
Hiyo ni credit union ama?
Yeah.
But most credit unions wako nazo. Traditional banks wako nazo, credit unions ziko nazo. And yeah, I think all credit unions wako na Zelle.
Bwana Mbudi, there is something I'm not understanding here. Hii ni
Can you
kitu
go to search? Can you go hapo juu mahali kuna search? And then you type Zelle, because that it will bring you then.
search tena.
Njiru, you don't want to do it.
No, I'm doing it, but unajua nile naangalia
Yeah,
mine doesn't have a place where you
your
can search.
circle whereby you can circle and type what you're looking in, whatever you're looking for. Ama enda Google, uandike bank account yako, uandike Zelle, itakuonyesha how to get to it then. That's the only way.
Sawa.
Hiyo simu yako ni katululu. Tukano huko chini.
Use mobile number. Pay and transfer.
The 19.
Samekosa ati anasema hiyo simu ya Njiru ni katururu.
Ai bana. Jamaa ametengeneza State House, kuna red carpet kutoka
hiyo kitu haiko imetengenezwa makaroni.
Ni Macron, acha nikutumie uone bana. This guy is just too much bana. It is too much. It is too much of our money bana. This red carpet ni kama nenda kwa palace bana, bro. Ni kama mtu anajiona mfalme bana. Wacha nikutumie uone hii kitu bana. Opulence. Na mtu anasema anaendaka kanisa.
Opulence.
Opulence. This account I think is key. Piga simu. Njeru bana, tutangoja mpaka saa ngapi?
I'm looking.
What are you looking for?
Vile imeniambia. Natafuta hiyo pay. Oh, nimeona. Mobile bank.
Ya Roba karibu ikuje. Ya Roba
Yeah, but
karibu
najua
ikuje.
Roba anataka zile.
Nafikiri atapata nini? Atapata hiyo ingine. Well,
Yeah, mutanipea time kidogo.
Uko kwa Kenyan Democracy nimtumie hii translation anisumbua kichwa.
No, there is
Msichana wako ni mchokozi.
no, anasema I think hebu tutafute hiyo iko na translation.
Niko naye hapa.
Uko na hiyo kana translation? Wacha sijui kama ni
Translation hapo. Oh, iko na translation. Lakini najeka yote.
Umeweka hiyo iko na translation? Hapa.
Actually, translation is in text, my friend.
Yeah, ni sawa, weka tu. People we can read.
No, text iko kwa post. Si kwa video. Oh, let me just put it there for Anna ache kunisumbua and I'll give it to her in English.
Na pia nataka tucheze video ya Waiguru sababu Waiguru nimeshtuka sana. Bwana Budi, ukisikia vile Waiguru amesema leo bwana. Nimesema pole. Niweke?
Mweke.
Iko wapi?
Mimi nataka kwenda kulala.
Iko wapi? Umeona hiyo video?
Nini gani hiyo? The Woman for Waters.
No, hiyo iko na translation.
Wewe hujaelewa bana. Translation iko kwa comment. It is not on the zone.
Okay.
Weka Anne Waiguru.
Okay, na hii wimbo kwa nini imeenda viral? Nikikuuliza like what is happening in that song? Kipril, what is
There's a lot of explosive things they say.
One of the most explosive things there.
They say we've got a guy here who's a Moran. We've got many young people here who are going to Madizai. They said this is their land and they've chosen this guy because he's our son of the soil.
Na nimesikia wakitanja Ruto hapo, sijui Ruto.
That's what they've said listen Ruto. They specifically said listen Ruto. That is the last verse. The last verse they're saying, go tell Ruto to hear and he must hear. Do not ignore. They're telling him not to ignore this guy. That is he's a man of great action. And he's a Moran. He's a Moran. The way they stated it, what do you call it? The sentence tone. So you know how hard it is to translate some words? The sentence tone.
Let me ask you a question. This one inajaribu kuuliza because it is something which was Kipril, kidogo. It is something which was emerging and maybe I want us to kitambo hapo, although maybe ni kama ilinyamazishiwa, there are some people in the school of the, by the way, na kuna jamaa nimeona jana ametokezea ati akisema ni kama hiyo ndege ya nani iliwekwa mafuta mbaya. I don't know how true it is. Hiyo ya ngeno.
Sulfur.
Sijui iliwekwa mafuta mbaya. So let me ask you a question. Deep in Emurua Digil, hiyo kifo ya ngeno, are they taking it natural? Or no. Are they trying to insinuate hiyo kifo kuna mtu anahusika?
They're insinuating that they killed him. Even it's in the song.
So according to them, who killed him?
Ruto, it's in the song.
Oh, wimbo inasema hivyo?
Yes.
Okay. So already
the song is explosive. No, that's not.
So what are they
enjoying it? You can see I'm very excited about the song. Nimetumia kila mtu. It's a very explosive song.
Lakini hiyo story ya ati ndege huyu jamaa iliwekwa mafuta mbaya, that is what imenifanya nishangae. Hey,
Gachagua has explained it very many times, especially how it was announced, why they took too long before the state could announce it and use his death came too much, and it's also for Ruto to get an ally for himself. Ngeno was never a UDA person. Ngeno was not. He was forced under circumstances. And by the way, that is not Kipsigis land. You see it. You know how yeah, it's not ours. It's just been overrun by our people.
But from what I've heard is that Kipsigis are 60%. Other people.
Yes. Displaced people.
Okay, good. Siniweke Waiguru kidogo, because I want Budi to react to this.
Then the other thing is the Maasai people are 100% with either Jubilee or DCP. So Ruto cannot even go and sing to the Maasais or kuja kunivotia or nini. And then this Kipsigis, who are 60%, as you said, they are not for Ruto. You've seen it clearly, the songs. And just a matter of a few decades, just round the period of me being around in this world, those people have it's just like the Suba people and the Luos. They're similar. It's like Busia. Ni watu tunajuana, yani Masai and the Kipsigis, they are intermarriage. They have borrowed. Like, if you see the way they're dressed, with Masai clothes, na marungu, you understand, those are Morans, man. We've taken some stuff from them. They've taken some stuff for us. It's an intermingled warrior culture. If you see, kama hawezi kuja huko bana Njeru, they can't go there. I'm doubtful like Njeru, like Alex, but I'm also have hope. I have hope that DCP takes it. It sends some precedent to Ruto. It also gives confidence to the rest of the Rift Valley that you can defy this idiot. Even if DCP takes more than 50% of the votes, I mean, not 50, sorry, it takes a very large fraction of the votes where to scale them at 200 zao in yataonesha hapo. It just goes to show you that, yeah. Na hapo, look at what is happening in Bere. Pay attention, the man who asked me this question. Pay attention, unaribu show.
No, I'm paying attention.
I'm what? Kwera.
Okay. Ngoja kidogo kabla Miri aongee, wacha Waiguru waongee. Please, Mama Miri tu kidogo tu, Waiguru waongee sana. Nataka musikie. Waiguru atawaambia kitu. This is what is happening. Waiguru knows. Ni vile tu amejishika. Waiguru kuna kitu anajua. Waiguru ongea.
Mwe akaunti-ini ya Kirinyaga nikuo gavana wa Kirinyaga Waiguru uhite muingi wa gitaru gia gatagati gwitikira kunyita mbaru thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza. Waiguru akiambia na kuhoya thinjo kuri muingi uyu augite ati ni mandu matire mahona nguraro cia marakara ma kuhagurwo kwa Gachagua, undu uria ukoretwo ukiritohia uteti wa mwaho wa thirikari.
kwena hado hatathire wega. Tukubali, si ndio? Na kwa hivyo pokeeni pole. Mimi nimesema nimejitolea kwa sababu wacha mimi niseme pole. Poleni. Na mtusamehe hata ingawa mimi sikukuwa hapo.
Waiguru aikinyereria ati gitaru gia gatagati gitibatie ukorwo gitigwo na thutha ni undu wa marakara, akiuga ati ni undu ungituma uthii wa na mbere ukorwo gitigwo na thutha ni icigo iria ingi cia bururi.
Mundeithie tunyitirire thirikari. Ni mugwitikira kunyitirira thirikari? Ti ati ni wendo, na niguo ndiramwira sio maneno mapenzi, si ni interest. Reke turehethire witu turikie.
Hau kabere MCA wa Wamumu Peter Njiro na munini wa speaker aria ni athiritie mutongoria wa kiama kia DCP makioneka kuhurira ndebe Gachagua undu uria utanathie wega na mutongoria wa ringi mbunge-ini ya Kirinyaga.
Ndina thina na nie ndi bandu kiama gitagwo kia DCP tondu ndietigagira reke ndimwire uboro wa ma na ngarugama na DCP na ndina uru. Thank you Ngai wa moya murathime. Na toroiga governor we niwe watuthomithirie nyamu itagwo skiza ndwe skiza ground na andu a guku gwitu maroiga skiza ground ni makena ni mai niguo kana teguo. Skiza ground yengi andu a mutithi maroiga thibitari ya Ngothi ni thiru governor utuke haraka utuhingurire. Iyo ni skiza ground njega. Mundu akwenda guthondeka mucemanio wake athondeke no micemanio na turathia maendeleo micemanio na ya thirikari ni ara support Ruto na ni ya two term.
MCA aria maranyita mbaru thirikari magethio na mbere na kuhurira ndebe thirikari na kuria moritie gavana wa iguru gugathurwo ta munini wa president githurano-ini giukite.
Araboya level 4 ingi na arabewe thiba aria kemuri ati na mucoke munjiri abati baturi minji watuonia njira tugakurumirira wega biu.
Andu-ini ha Inooro TV kuma Kandogu Mwea kaunti-ini ya Kirinyaga njitagwo Boni Wathuku icera-ini riake mwena wa Mwea kaunti-ini ya Kirinyaga.
Maybe before I usher in Mama Mary, that video what it is saying in just 1 minute, Mama Waiguru anasema tunajua kuna vitu zilifanyika mbaya hapa in reference to Gachagua impeachment. So na akasema tunajua nyinyi watu mmekasirika sana sababu ya zile vitu zilitendeka, lakini wacha tu niseme pole hata kama sikuwa. So my question is, what does Waiguru know? Waiguru kuna mambo anaficha, kuna kitu Waiguru anajua ni kunoma. So Mama Mary, you can react and then
just a quick one. I just think that it looks like her colleagues are leaving. What on her talk? She's heard from her people that everybody's leaving UDA. Yes, from the mountain. Yes.
Okay, wacha niseme pesa ya roba imefika. Thank you very much.
Roba mgani?
Robert Oino, pesa yake imefika.
Okay. Mama, habari yako?
Hello, habari mzuri sana Alex, Kiprio Njiru na Wakenya wetu. Yeah, mimi niko mzima lakini niko kazini, but I have a few minutes. I just wanted to comment. Hiyo mambo umesema ya Waiguru. Waiguru was now looking to see that she ran for senatorial position after being a governor. And having known that there is something that is going wrong and discovered that things are not going right on their side, now she starts early with such kind of apology, which I don't think if Kirinyaga people are aware of what she had done and what she has been underground uprooting, they ought to understand that she's not a good person. Personally, I don't like her, and my not liking her has a reason, because what she did as from the word go really messed some institution somewhere that I really liked it. I loved that institution because it was helping our fellow Kenyans in a great deal. Alitoka hapo akaimes na ikawa yeye ni mtoto wa king, hakuna untouchable, na kwa hivyo hiyo ilienda hivyo. And so these people should not be forgiven, having that even from what she did up to now, she is doing more mess. But people ought to understand that apology is not enough, because if you apology and get out of our way, that's okay. But you cannot apologize because you want to move forward doing or getting more cake than how people are feeling about you. The cake that you ate by yourself, you cannot still continue eating it while we are hungry and we don't know where we are heading to. We are not going to risk our lives anymore. Now, this is the time that people ought to look very seriously of who you are putting to those positions. That's my point, and that is my opinion. Not for me, for other people, but for me. I don't like her, the way she messed up that institution. It is still hurting me. Still hurts me even today, because there are children who missed a chance to get in there or to get the proper service because of her acts that really went on in that institution. And I guess you all know which institution I'm talking about. Now, I move to another point of this Koech. I had him being questioned about talking on behalf of the president, that the president has, those presidents that have ever been there have never done the good job of, remodeling the state house. And that is why people from foreign countries now, they feel happy coming in that state house to do their business and all that. He is the best president. When I look at Koech, and then he mentioned that, our country has become more diplomatic. And I look at this guy and I say, really? Remodeling the state house, which was not broken, which was not falling down, which was not collapsing, you mean that children can stay home, not going to school, and that is how the country is so good? And then he went on and mentioned economy of the country is so good because Ruto has worked so hard to put the country where it is. Give me a break. We are seeing all these foreigners coming to our country, grabbing parts of our country while we watch, helplessly, because he is the one who shows that like he owned the country. And when I look at Koech, his argument is just because he is comfortable where he is, he can eat, his children are comfortable, they are secured, everything of his is going well. You cannot be speaking like that when you are hungry, like those people outside. You cannot be speaking like that when people are not able to get medication. You cannot be speaking like that when you know the wreck you have brought in the country for every individual in our country. So these people, in fact, what they are doing, it is malicious. Simply because nobody ought to do such kind of things to other people while trying to bring colonialism. I'll call it colonialism. That French president was chased from Western country of Africa. Alifukuzwa kwa nini? What did he do? And the last minute, when they came to realize that they are leaving the place, they demolished and collapsed everything that they had constructed. Is that a good person? Is that a good person that is chased from another country, whereby you know the actions that they took because they were angry, because they were not let to milk the country, milking the country to the core? Ndio sasa unawa entertain to our country so that you can look humble, diplomatic. Democracy is in Kenya. This is terrible. When I saw Macron in our country with that small move, swift moves, slim talking, trying to convince us what they are doing, with the same person that we know in our country right now, that president, fake president, how he behaved. I did not qualify them. Because all what they are planning is for themselves. It's not for the country. And I wonder what we are doing. I wonder where we are heading. Because it is like we are being overtaken by another colonial people who are coming. They are not coming for business. They are coming for themselves. It's not about Kenya to be stable. It's not about Kenya to be economically okay. It's about them coming to do the same thing they were doing in Burkina Faso. And I just can't believe Burkina Faso, the moment those people left, how it looks like. Now they are coming to make us another Burkina Faso before. And we face the same wrath for these people. Why can't people learn? Na huyu mtu anasema ati ninataka kuleta wa Kenya pamoja, nataka kutengeneza Kenya yetu iwe sijui nini, but he is the one killing our country, which we are very sure, we have evidence that he is the one cultivating all the problems in our country. So those are my points I wanted just to put across. Na mimi niliangalia hiyo kitu ya huyo French president, nikashtuka sana. Then I go to Emurua Dikir. Emurua Dikir, those people are serious and they are emerging to be warriors. People who don't want jokes. Huyu mama Wangeno aliongea akasema ati bwana yake akijua ati nyinyi mnaelekea pande hiyo anaweza fufuka. And then I am asking myself, isn't it a good thing if that miracle can happen for her to have her husband back? Yeah? Sometimes people talk and talk too much. Alafu hiyo mambo inawageuka, inawakula. Huyo mama, I don't think she was standing there to talk things that really matters of those public that lives in Emurua Dikir. She has been spoon-fed what to say and how to whip people with emotions so that people can change their mind. But I know Emurua Dikir people, they don't hate her, but they know that it is an overtaking event that was given to her to come and convince or preach to these people to see whether they can change their mind. But even for her, when she goes back and sit down and listen what she said, I think she may regret. If she look at those people, what they are talking about, I think she can regret. Why did I do that? Let's not be moved by those words that you are told by somebody. Sit down and weigh. See whether it can help you or it will demolish you, rather than coming to say things that really will turn around and bite you. That lady, I think she's even not good for the people who are crying for their land, who are crying for their life. She's not. Kama anasimama kabisa na hiyo maneno alisema, she's not a good person for that, for that land. Mimi sisemi afukuzwe, hata simjui, but I came to know her, how she spoke, and that is what I'm going against. The whole public is crying, na wewe peke yako unajitokeza kuja kuambia hapana, na hao wanajua ukweli wa mambo. How can you oppose? the majority, ambao ndio hata wanapigania hata pahali yeye yako. So I stop there, Jiro. Thank you for the opportunity. Wacha nirudi kazini. But Kenyans, our speech or anything that we are gathering from these people, they can say anything because they have seen there is no way out. And I believe we are going to have our way out. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mama Mary, and yeah, thank you for what you have done. Actually, even sacrificing that small time, watokiwa kwa kazi, we don't take it for granted. It shows the passion of being here. There are two videos I want us to react to, away from here, Waiguru, because for me already nisha understand Waiguru anajua ni kumoto. Unajua, usually.
To me, Alex link bana, you don't pay attention.
Am I supposed to pay attention? Am I supposed to pay attention, or I'm supposed to have attention? We don't pay for attention. Attention is free of charge, right?
It's $20, bana. Yeah, you're paid.
Anyway, Bwana Budi, that is the link there. So I think Waiguru anajua anasukuma kitu imekufa, and I'm double sure if Waiguru was not serving her second term, hangekuwa na Ruto. And I don't know kama Waiguru ni vile anaogopa makesi zake za NYS zinaweza fufuliwa, but I do not think Waiguru ni yule mtu ambaye anaweza tu fuata tu, anaweza njipeleka tu kwa kichinjio blindly. Hiko kitu, there is something which is blinding him to Ruto, and I'm yet to understand it, because Waiguru knows the truth. Hawezi kuja hapo kuanzia ku apologize kama ajui. Kuna uweze ameenda huko kwa ground, anaambia bwana msituletee mambo ya Ruto hapa. They have seen what is happening in Emurua Digiri. And it is becoming like a subject of observation. Today I was speaking with somebody, mtu alikuwa ananiuliza, and Bwana Budi, I don't know, like, hey, kwani Emurua Digiri kuna Wakikuyu wengi aje? Like, because unajua, and I'm sorry to say that, because according to that person, he had captured the picture that Gachagua is a tribal person. So alikuwa anafikiria sasa venye sasa ati anaona watu wanaimba huko, alikuwa anafikiria sasa hao ni Wakikuyu. So when I'm trying to tell him, hapana bwana, those are Kipsigis and Maasais bwana. He was not understanding. So because that guy, the picture he was having is that Gachagua is a tribal person. So mtu yote ambaye anaimba in Gachagua orientation, I'm double sure huyo mtu hata akisikia kuna mtu anaitwa Mbundi from Kisii supporting Gachagua hata ataanguka chini, because the picture of Gachagua, a tribal man, has been so thick. Like na hii picture ilibadilika the day when ODM guys na Mbudi ndiye alituambia ati huko kulikuwa sijui samu ya Kilifi huko ndani. Majamaa ODM na confidence yao. Kati ya Ruto na Gachagua hapa mnaweza chagua nani? Walikuwa na confidence because na yule alikuwa anaulizwa swali, alikuwa anajua kuna mtu anaweza taja Gachagua hapo. Mama anakamatia mtu mic only to hear the name Gachagua. It was something which indicated volumes. Na niliuliza hiyo swali hapa jana Budi, niliuliza because like the media yesterday was transposing for us that we can have a Gachagua Sifuna ticket. No, not Gachagua, Kalonzo Sifuna ticket or Sifuna Kalonzo ticket. Direct or a flip. Na jana nikauliza, can we have like a ticket which is like a Gachagua Sifuna or Sifuna Gachagua? I also asked. Because there's a reason why I was asking about that. And if we have like such a ticket, can people like Akina Kalonzo still stick with that ticket? So what I was trying to ask is, we have seen Gachagua has the affinity of supporting any ticket. He has said that. Gachagua amesema, whoever the team will support, he will support him. The question comes here. If we have like a Gachagua Sifuna ticket, can Kalonzo and Matiang'i support that ticket? Ni swali tu nauliza. Maybe Budi, because I know you, when mwana DCP, can you try to transpose for me that ticket? Let's assume we have a ticket of Gachagua Sifuna or Sifuna Gachagua. Can you tell me, or can you discuss for me, can other principals support it without conditions?
You know, if you look at this election, it's not like the traditional elections. Ambazo, obviously, we knew the strongholds of areas. One of the biggest stronghold, the new emerging stronghold, is the depleted paychecks, pay slips. Hello, people forced to pay SHA that they are not able to access, people forced housing levy, and so on and so forth. And I think Kibagenge has articulated that very well. So we have different kinds of new emerging groupings that traditionally we did not have. And because of that, you see that even the people that we are agitating for tickets, even when they are in the media like Kalonzo today, still they don't have an audience, okay? Obviously because they have been seen as their puppets, they are being pushed. But the real people who are after removing Ruto right now, the backstops are two people, and that is Gachagua and Sifuna. And their consistency, because I think people build confidence that when they speak for them. Matiang'i tried to play the diplomatic politics, which actually really affected him, because the reason why people are agitating for Matiang'i was because of his abrasiveness, bravado. And he came in as less lethal and less charismatic as people saw him when he was a minister for internal security, which actually was a wrong calculation. So when all this is said and done, Matiang'i has no option. Let me start with Matiang'i. Matiang'i has no option because what we thought, one of the biggest mistakes Matiang'i did, whether it was right or not, was to remove Kioni as his person. But I think they were looking beyond that. Maybe Uhuru will still be playing the politics in the mountain, and therefore they needed to diversify and bring in the Masais. But I think it backfired. So you and me know Matiang'i as a candidate is preferred, but Jubilee as a party, it's dead. And that is what Kisii people don't want to listen. Hawataki kusikiza ukiwaambia hivi. So Matiang'i is gone. So yeye Kalonzo, it's quite interesting. If you look at Kalonzo as a person, Kalonzo is having issues. And some of the issues Kalonzo is having is it's not as strong as people want him to be. They don't expect him to be stronger than Matiang'i or Gachagua, but still he's coming out so flattened, not excited, not exciting. I mean, he doesn't like Gashagua's overridden him in terms of the expectations from the ground. He is, coming with new cliches, bashing Ruto, so on and so on, long speeches and exciting speeches. Somebody said here that Gachagua ametuzoesha 2 hours of speeches. A rally is 2 hours, which I laughed. 2 hours hata ni kidogo. Gachagua can do a 4-hour rally on top of a car, and you may think it was 20 minutes. Unaelewa?
So Kalonzo is not near that. So in terms of numbers, when we talk, it's easy to do that tribal mortgage politics. But now when the reality hits, I mean, you find that Gachagua has eaten these people. Look, for instance, against all odds, now Gachagua is in Emur Dikir. Gachagua has overtaken, including now people in funerals are fearing. People like Kangata have confessed. At some point, even Moses Kuria himself said, like, we have lost the war, but we have not lost the battle, which means he surrendered. And actually, finally surrendered. Actually, even after speaking whatever, I think you need to put one of his videos where actually he surrendered yesterday or today, and he acknowledged that, no, this wave is too much. So where do we leave others? They never took, you see, the Bible says the race is not for the swift, nor food is for the intelligent, but time and chance happens for all. So the time and chance that Rigathi had, he used it promptly. The chance and time that Matiang'i had, he squandered it. Let's be honest. The time and chance that Kalonzo has had since Baba started misbehaving, he squandered it over and over and over and over. And he's going to Homa Bay yesterday when we needed him to go to Kondele, when everybody wanted him in Kondele. He never went. Unaelewa? Now, the time and chance that Matiang'i had is gone. So where are they going? Because time and chance was against what people wanted. So wewe unaenda kushtaki Gachagua atakuwa amechukua ticket kwa nani? Kwa hao watu ambao pia wamempenda. Unaenda kushtaki Gachagua kwa nani? Kwa Ruto? Wewe niambie unapeleka Gachagua wapi na Sifuna? You tell me.
Yeah, no, the reason why I asked that it is because, at the end of the day in politics, popular and dynamic individuals.
People don't want Gachagua to take that ticket, but people are excited about Gachagua and Emur Dikir. Do you see that quandary?
But you see, and in politics,
you are really excited.
Advantage of that.
And they can't wait to see. They can't wait for that battle. So every day you hate Gachagua, every day you are excited about him. So I don't know. I mean, people need to make up their mind.
Najaribu kukuambia, and for you to win elections, you need those dynamic tickets, those tickets which can actually bring euphoria and emotions. You don't want that ticket which looks like lukewarm. Even in the West, always look like when they are doing permutation of.
Unfortunately for Gachagua, a person who have studied Gachagua very well, the issue is not even euphoria. The guy has charm. Like, let me tell you, Gachagua knows how to, like a chameleon, to change himself and be able to fit every environment. My friend, today the way he injected in that funeral, it was a sober mood. People listened. It went to the veins, to the bone marrow of the people. Hata kama Moi, alipiga mtu yetu. Anawakumbusha. Moi alipiga Timothy Njoya, lakini alimpiga nje ya church. Listen to Gachagua carefully. Gachagua is a master of language. Language is key. It doesn't matter how you perform. Language. The only reason me and you are human beings, the only reason we are Homo sapiens, if we have to go that route, is our ability to communicate. Okay? We are not Homo habilis. We can have emotions, but beyond that, we communicate. So don't put Homo habilis here that emotions. No, put that evolution ended.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's why I'm saying that ability of Gachagua even to form coalitions, to call for attention. Like when he is talking, like today when he is questioning that woman, Najuria Karibu, when he is questioning that woman and telling her what she needs to go and tell Ruto, is like she overturned the whole she even made people like, yani, and watu awaoni hiyo milioni mbili. You remember like Bwana Mbudi 5 years ago, mtu angekuja na milioni mbili venye alikuanga anashangiliwa. Gachagua has been able to actually make money relevant in an event. Na si ati ukikuja na milioni mbili hapo unakuja kujionyeshana. Look like the way we are mourning here. Enda uambie huyo Ruto, if we really want to help this family, release your CCTV. Like, he is even making like 2 million is serious money. Bwana Mbudi ikiletwa. But I listened to Rigathi Gachagua's speech and I couldn't understand how he is making 2 million like look irrelevant. Bwana Mbudi, can you be able to get like that environment where like na unajua like even like watu wanasifu pesa like the way kitambo hata mtu angekuja na pesa even people could ignore you. And Gachagua is making people actually to see something beyond money. I think there is something to learn from this man. I don't know where he is running these tricks from, but I don't know if it is something natural from him, because even Gachagua of Ruto, sio huyu, this one is a very sharp Gachagua. I can tell you, Bwana Mbudi, Gachagua wa sahi is a Gachagua wa sahi is Gachagua on steroid wa 2022. We say that Gachagua did a lot of work for Ruto, but I can tell you, Gachagua wa sahi is Gachagua on another level. I don't know how he has been able to polish himself to the extent that some people even comparing him with a refurbished Raila Odinga. I've had like I had Manyora saying something about Gachagua. I had this guy who bankrolled ODM 200 million saying something about Gachagua and saying at one time we could be speaking to him. And natafuta Gachagua wa UDA na Gachagua wa DCP, totally different people. So maybe, Mbudi, you need to help me understand what is that evolution which is happening in Gachagua, because this is not the sycophantic Gachagua Euro wa Ruto. Even though in a time
I think we are wrong when we Gachagua is not different. I think in our bias, because of our love for Baba, anybody that did not join Baba, our view about them was obviously not the right person. Now, again, Gachagua understood that at that particular time, him as a politician, just a one-term member of parliament, he could not position himself and be able to reach the level he could have helped Baba become the president. So as a politician, Gachagua leveled it himself and asked where he can fit. And fortunately, when we were looking at a person that was going to become the deputy president for Ruto for a very long time, Gachagua was not part and parcel of it. Gachagua name comes in when the issue of money start coming out. And Ruto is cash crunched, and it looks like the campaign is at standstill, and Gachagua decides to bankroll and negotiates for the seat. Why? Because remember, when devolution started, when Waiguru and Gachagua are very close, by the way, if you don't know. And don't be surprised Gachagua to give Waiguru that seat, even we don't like. Because one of the people that gave Gachagua his company so that it can be able to deal with the issue of all the counties. Remember that company that had the connection with all the counties? It was Waiguru who was the minister for devolution at that particular time. Waiguru had something to do with it. So with the money Gachagua had, he didn't know where to leverage himself with the succession that the mountain was having. not having a clear leadership in the mountain, Gachagua foresaw a vacuum, which many people actually did not see that he was what? A potential leader. Now, how he comes to space, he comes in a wrong way, but actually he finds a space, okay? That's what rattled us. However, some people like us, when it came to the debate between him and sorry, I don't know what is calling me. The debate between him and Martha, you know how he started? My name is ABCD, I am married and I have 2 children. Already beating up Martha Karua kwa, hey, you are not married. And that is how he started. If you remember, I remember that debate very well. That was very interesting for somebody who loves literature like me. And I had to painfully see how Martha anakarangwa.
Yani, unasema introduction statement ilikuwa knockout already. You are saying you are saying the first statement ya Gachagua, it was a knockout. Are you serious?
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. And you know, he greeted Martha very well. He came polished with his family, with his wife. Martha Karua came there. I'm a big baridi, bro. We are protecting our single mothers. My friend, it was hard. Let's go back that history and accept it.
There was no
painful. It's a painful history, but it was a reality.
Hey. So you want to tell me, okay, Kidogo Budi, as you react to that, and as you tackle that, I want you also to tackle advancement of Gachagua from that moment and now. Is there any advancement, any progress, any what has changed between 2022 and now?
The biggest thing that has changed between 2022 and now is the vacuum that Baba was, you see, the person that actually captured the whole issue of how Baba operated was Sifuna. When Sifuna was either Spice FM or like this was Sifuna na yako na matusi ingine mbaya sana. When he was in Maisha or Spice FM, he said, you know, Baba was a generator. Now tuko na power bank inaitwa Uburu. You know, but that is how we had a generator called Baba in the politics of Kenya. Unaelewa? So each generator, how do you deal with it? Unaelewa? So Gachagua also understood that the limits. So he couldn't shine. And that is what Kalonzo, the biggest mistake Kalonzo did was to work under Baba. And working under Baba, Kalonzo was overshadowed. You know, Kalonzo is very talented in many things. But having worked under Baba, Kalonzo became, you see, there's a proverb that says that an elephant that kills a rat is not a hero. Unaelewa? So, Kalonzo was a rat in the face of Baba. But when Ruto needed somebody to hit the boogeyman, and remember the mountain also feared, Gachagua came in, and Gachagua decided to use that. And many people did not pay attention to that. From rhetoric, English, the mixture of emotions, the church, and so on, I can authoritatively now look back and say that Gachagua was critical, instrumental, cardinal, and primordial in that campaign. Without him, there is no way Ruto could have swayed all these Kikuyus to his side. There is no way. So I think it is us who undermined Gachagua for a very long time. It is not Gachagua who has evolved. Wacha nikaribishe ndugu yangu.
Asante sana.
Okay, Bwana BBM karibu sana. So
thank you so much, Mr. Njiru.
Yeah, kidogo poa sana Bwana BBM. We are trying to evaluate different tickets which could come along, because 2 days ago the media was proposing Kalonzo Kalonzo Sifuna or Sifuna Kalonzo, however we want to tilt it. And then I advance that and I ask myself, Gachagua has shown some commitment that he is saying he can support any ticket. Then we said that one is not cast in stone. There can be also be maybe let's assume also there is also another possibility, and then I advance it and I ask, let's assume we have a Gachagua Sifuna ticket or Sifuna Gachagua ticket. Then Kalonzo Matiang'i and all the other people, they have to play that supportive role. Can they support that ticket? Or the only feasible ticket is Kalonzo Sifuna or Matiang'i Sifuna, and Gachagua has to play that supportive role. So that is what we were trying to explore. And then in Kauriza Budi, based on the way Gachagua is trying to do things now, and the way things are, is it Gachagua who has evolved, or this is the usual Gachagua doing his thing, regardless of time?
Okay, maybe if to talk about Rigathi Gachagua, from my own analysis, I think Rigathi Gachagua has really evolved, or he has grown and took the advantage of the situation. When you look at when Rigathi Gachagua was impeached, especially, and after his impeachment, he went back and started his political party and made sure that the vacuum that was left in Mount Kenya, he took advantage of that. And bearing the situation that was on ground and the majority of people feeling, especially to the way president or the administration was treating people in terms of tax, and how maybe the population of Mount Kenya felt that president was not understanding them, or president was not listening to them, then Gachagua came in to fill that gap, and he really did it well. Then as he was continuing to grow himself and his political party, something happened again. The vacuum that is left by Raila Odinga. And Rigathi came in, and even when Raila was supporting the government, Rigathi came in to take that position that Kenyans always wanted, that somebody who would confront the government when they're doing wrong, you know. And that's why you can remember in the early days, people never even wanted anybody to speak during Sunday service, that they wanted Rigathi Gachagua to speak, that they would not listen to anybody else. And we are waiting for the comeback. And the comeback were very instrumental, and because like he was speaking of what people wanted. Then after that, there was the passage of Raila Amolo Odinga. Again, the vacuum was left. Yeah, when vacuum was left, then Rigathi Gachagua also tried to fail, because right now, when you look at opposition today, Rigathi Gachagua tend to be that person that he is leading. You cannot compare how Rigathi Gachagua is, especially attacking the government or saying anything that the government says. You know, every time the government comes out, the way he said it, the way he's attacking it with like he's a puncher. You know, you can give Kalonzo that, or you can give Matiang'i, but Matiang'i cannot be a puncher the way Rigathi Gachagua does it. So Rigathi Gachagua has really, really done well. And even if you look at today, I was just looking at especially the Ma community. If you're very keen, it seems like the DCP in Ma community is gaining traction. Yeah, you look at you look at where Ngeno was, you know, and how the hype and the love that they are showing to DCP. And, you know, it tells you that despite the fact that there are those who might look at him as what is perceived of him, but they look at him differently. Like they feel like you are the person who is speaking what we want, our needs. You are the person who is like our mutumena tutetea. So to me, I think in terms of politics and growth, Rigathi Gachagua has really, really, really done well, and you have to give it for him.
So I've heard what you're saying. Let me, because I'm wondering what evolution are we talking about? Did Gachagua evolve, or Gachagua, the environment changed and Gachagua was revealed to us more? Did Gachagua change? Did Gachagua use any new tactics, or the situation that we found ourselves in needed a man like Gachagua and Gachagua stepped in? Has Gachagua ever changed, or is still the same person but under different environment?
Maybe has changed in two ways. One, in terms of how the big boys play politics, he understood it and he decided to change. And how did he change? He changed by creating his own vehicle whereby he can be that person who can come on the table and negotiate for what he wants. He has a vehicle that is building that vehicle. Then another involvement that we might say again is about the situation, how the situation has changed and has taken the advantage of the situation. Remember, you talked about how Kalonzo has been in the shadow of the Right Honorable Prime Minister for so long, being that he's a politician who is talented. But when that vacuum was left, he never took advantage of that vacuum until today, whereby people would rather listen to Rigathi Gachagua articulating the issues that are affecting people as compared to people listening to Kalonzo Musyoka. So he has mastered the politics and the environment on how it works, on how the big boys play the politics. And he has positioned himself whereby when you talk about the Kenyan politics, you will not go without mentioning Gachagua, whether positively or negatively. You have to mention his name in every aspect of politics you want to talk about, be it presidential, be it is a tribal, be it what, you have to mention his name. Then the reason being, he has taken the advantage of the situation right now and how things are unfolding.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay,
Hold on there, Nani. You see, I hold of this opinion because before I fully embraced Gachagua, I asked myself a lot of questions. Is he a man of principle, or is a chameleon? I think, in my conclusion, now this is not about the party that I support and the man that I support. In politics, and that is why I came with the idea schizoground. You don't take advantage of the situation. You basically align yourself with the situation, and the situation also aligns with you. Okay? So there are many people who have tried to align with the situation, but they've never been able to fully be embraced. Take case example. Ndindi Nyoro has tried his best. He has tried his best at every spectrum, from personal, political, and even financial. But obviously, what you know, me and you know, is this. It's a level of struggle that he has had. But when you look at Gachagua, it is a little bit different. And my conclusion to this is always this. Gachagua is that man that was underrated by everybody, including those who were with the same coalition. They did not know that Gachagua had projected himself for the future. And his ambitions were very clear. He's a man who had set his ambition across and into the future. Let me say a very hurting thing that Gachagua said during the campaign, which we need to discuss now that it has come to pass. Gachagua told the people the reason why I was not to be part of Raila is mzee atakufia kwa ofisi. I don't know if he knew the truth or not. But it tells me that Gachagua positioned himself for the future, even by supporting Ruto. One thing that we underrated about the man is he had done his own research politically. Okay? So I don't think Gachagua has changed. I think we have changed our perception about Gachagua. Gachagua still remains to be the same person that was very lethal and very disturbing to us. If Gachagua today will change, it will start supporting Ruto again. We will still feel the heat because Gachagua language will still be the same. So Gachagua has not changed. His personality and his politics is the same. It is the situation and us that has changed. That is my view.
Let me advance you, kidogo BBM. I want to advance this discussion a little bit further so that now we can look at it. Okay, now based on that as well, Bwana Budi, I also want us to explore it in this option. Gachagua in 2022, he comes as a one-term MP without serious political experience, although he had been an underground man for another 15 years. That is what, or for another 20 years with Akina Uhuru. So he was an underground man in politics. So the question which I'm trying to understand here, there is all these things which have happened in Kenya, death of Raila Odinga, impeachment, all these things which are catalyzing him, and now they are making him now to start projecting himself according to these situations as they emerge. Now, there is something which I'm trying to ask myself. Even historians and linguists say opportunities serve people who are ready. That's why you are hearing some of us here saying that there are some politicians in Kenya who opportunities have been presented to them, but they have not been able to see how they can be able to convert that opportunity into a meaningful form. So can we also say this, that Gachagua has a sharp eye and he is able to look at situations, interrogate them, and see what to do? Can we say like he is also sharp in making decisions? Because we have so many people who could have actually made equivalent decisions. Either they were slow or they don't do it, until it was Gachagua, an impeached person, somebody who has been called tribalist. He is now coming and filling in that vacuum.
Maybe, I don't know whether Alex will go first. Okay, Njiru, what I would say before I go to that, Njiru was talking, Alex was talking about an issue, and what I would say is about the art of politics of each and every politician. Combining with your question about Rigathi Gachagua, is that Rigathi Gachagua, I feel that he was a very fast learner, especially he fell and he found himself really quick and get up and found the way based on the circumstances that were there. If you look at the art of politics of Raila Amolo Odinga, is quite much different with the art of politics of President William Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, and all the big boys that are in the political field. For example, if I want to talk about the art of Raila Amolo Odinga, is one. Raila was that person who would go to competition, then after competition, he will still be in government. And how was that one possible? That one was possible in this way, that Raila knew very well that he had a massive fan base and die-hard followers, that if today I say that we are going on the street, good number of people will go on the street, and what will happen is that he knows very well that what will happen to the economy, because, for example, you go for protest for even 1 week in Nairobi, how much are we losing? You know, as a president, what do? You say that, okay, I have to work with you because like I have to make sure I don't want the economy to cripple. You know, that was his art. At the end of the day, you find that he was enjoying powers even though he was in opposition in all the administration. You know, if it's only the administration of the senior Kenyatta that he was not in. Now, come to the political art of President William Ruto is another ball game altogether. The art of politics that he plays, you know, very promising and promising you good things. You know, when he talks to you, he tells you that how things will be, and that convincing power and good how good speaker he is. You know, come to Mudavadi. Mudavadi is there and all that. So Rigathi Gachagua, after his impeachment, he learned his lesson. And how did he learn his lesson? He learned his lesson knowing very well that these big boys, one of the things that make them very relevant in the political field, first of all, I have to have my own political party. That he did immediately, that so many people would not do. Because what even Alex was saying is that we thought, and everybody thought, including President and his people who surrounded him, that within 2 weeks that Rigathi Gachagua will be no more, you know. But what happened, that one was untrue. But even if you go back when Rigathi Gachagua was running for the very first time, you know, Rigathi Gachagua is the only person when he was running for MP used a lot of money for the MP for member of parliament seat than any other person. And even his competitors had not to go with him on nomination. I don't know whether you know that. And some of them say that his convincing power, especially, he was very ruthless, especially when it comes to convincing people and mobilization and delivering of messaging, which some of our politicians lack, especially when it comes to delivering of message. He will hit you hard until you not get the comeback. So Rigathi Gachagua has also find a niche of his own. He had made a niche of his political career in Kenya that, to me, I feel, even if people say that, okay, he's a tribal, is all this, but despite that, he also has a massive following with all that who accept him the way he is. So to me, I think politically, he's in a good space. He has studied the politics on how Kenyan politics is being played, and he's going with it.
Okay, so when you say that he has studied the politics in Kenya and he's going with it, what is that special thing he has studied, and it looks like to be so positive with the current environment? Because understand, there's something else I want us to evaluate. Gachagua is also coming at a time when Ruto is also very much hated. So can we also say that he has also capitalized on Ruto hatred by the population towards building himself? Or that one is an understatement?
That's not understatement, because like even in the business world, there's a way in which you have to apply what we call SWOT analysis. When you are in business, when you have SWOT analysis, what are the strengths of that company? So when they have weakness in packaging, so that one becomes your strength. You might have a poor quality of production, but when it comes to packaging, you are doing well. So you look at the weakness of other political or your competitors and make it your strength. And that is what Rigathi Gachagua is using. And look, for example, look at how President William Ruto keep on making these promises, especially, and Rigathi Gachagua has capitalized on that, you know. So once he capitalized on that, so how are you going to beat it? So your weakness, especially when you're applying SWOT analysis, is a strength of another of your competitors, which Rigathi Gachagua has really applied well and is working for him. Whether you hate him or you don't, whether you like it or you don't like him or you don't like him, but he's working for him. At the end of the day, you will see what he says, you know, is what is happening. Remember how many times have we said some of the things prior and later they come to happen? And that's now what bring about trust and believability. Yeah. So when you say that the fuel will go up, next week the fuel will go up and it will go up with such a margin, what happens, it happens the way he has said it. And that one gives you that believability on the people. And people will say that even next time, if you're not saying something that is not true, they will say that he has always been a truthful person. So people believe that. That's what I can say.
Okay, there is a reason why I have asked about, because part of the leverage which Gachagua is getting, and we cannot put it in a weak way. Part of the leverage and it is not Gachagua alone. Any person who has been able to understand population anger on Ruto, and you be able to build on that. We are now seeing those people actually getting some form of elevation.
Yeah.
And I'll give an example. Like yesterday, I saw Alfred Ketel in Emurua Dikirr. Kidogo tu. That guy gave a speech of 3 minutes. Si ati hata aliongea ati mingi sana. He spoke for 3 minutes. But when the guy is speaking there, his dialogue was about Sato attack about Ruto. Huyu mtu sijui ametufanyia hivi, amefanya hivi. And the crowd is already getting energized. The man is not even saying what he's going to do. There is something I want you to... The guy is just like, you are fueling your attacks on Ruto. So, for me, I think we have reached the level whereby attacking Ruto is coming with some credit. So, like, Sahi, and somebody told me in a pool table, in Embu Town, in Unikitu, it's somebody who has monitored that, in a pool table. In the pool table, saa zingine majamaa wakati wanacheza game ama this draft in our town. Alikuwa ananiambia bwana, these days, hata ukitaka mtu akununulie chai. Like saa zingine unaona hey, bwana huyu jamaa, like watu unaenda tu hapo tu, like you speak like for 15 minutes bad things about Ruto. So that day was telling me, unakuta saa zingine mzee anasema, we kijana, unaweza kuja hapa tukunywe chai tukikula mandazi ukituambia story yako. So I don't know if you are getting that. So we have reached the level whereby actually talking the bad things which Ruto is doing to people is actually coming with some rewards. It's not a joke. I'm telling you something which has happened to people na watu wananiambia siku hizi hata kwa like in some hotels unakuta like watu wanaongea story ya siasa huko na hata chai inaisha kabisa, because like those are the things which people want to speak.
And do you know why? I think for some good reason, maybe president has created this by himself. Do you know why? Because every time every time a president goes out, because look at the number of times president is out on the tour for the projects. Maybe every week he is out, and every time we visit a place, there's allocation of money. We've allocated 40 billion, we've allocated this, we've allocated this. There are those launching of those projects. But if you follow them, some of them, there's nothing that is taking place. So, and that one has made people to question him more. That is one, on how he's launching the program. Another issue is how about the people that are supporting him, especially the CSS, the all his supporters. If you're very keen, even if they go to the television or they are having their conversation, there's nothing that they are saying which is new apart from what the president is saying. If you're very keen, the pattern on which they are on the points that they are giving is the same as what the president is saying. Especially you will say that the president has allocated over this road. They don't come with something new. Another thing is how the president is delivering messages. What Murkomen might say is not the same as what Mbadi would say, is not the same as what other CS would say, there is that lack of chain of command, especially when it comes to delivering messages. Each and every person is delivering their own messages. And what happens is surrogates, especially for the president, each and every one of them, or each and every person, is trying to make sure that they please the president. So how do you please the president? By making sure that everywhere you go, or even in the Twitter and in all what you say, something that might capture the attention of the president, so that the president would say, would deem you as somebody who is working hard, and in the process, some of them even make mistake. For instance, when Babu was just about to go to Kisumu, MP for Alego Usonga, you remember what he has said, and what happened. The main aim of him coming out was to show the president that he's doing a job. Yeah. So it is a competition of attention, especially from the surrogates of the president. So that one is also costing them, because they do not have a chain of command where they can say, okay, this is what is happening. Each and every person is saying what they want to say about the president, just only to please the president. They don't care what maybe the people on the ground, what are the challenges that are facing people, provided they can say those enticing words that they feel will make the president happy. That is their job. So they, in the process of doing that, they're messing it up.
So Budi, are you there? Nikuuliza swali.
No, kima swali yako unauliza, from one to another you jump. You need to be sitting down and you write your questions and we deal, like, let's be topical. I mean, mahali hata masaimu umemaliza, we ended up discussing Ruto instead of Gachagua. It is quite funny.
Okay, sawa. So maybe to also bring what
when you look at Gachagua, you cannot, Gachagua is a good student of power, and he worked in the background, understand power, and also worked with the people in power, not in terms of only political power, but also financial power. If you look at Gachagua himself, to the level he has before he became a deputy president, it is very rare for somebody to spread their wings and to become financially as stable as Gachagua. I remember me sitting one time with my friend and arguing, one of our friends in Kisii, who is now not Kibagendi, who is also a member of parliament, and we argued for 30 minutes about Gachagua. I didn't know Gachagua then. And this is what he told me. Gachagua is a crocodile. As in Kisii said, Gachagua ne mamba. And I'm like, no, this guy is just a fool. That is how I told him. This guy is just a fool. He said, you don't know the guy. Don't let what the media or what he wants to show be that kind. So Gachagua, first of all, understands power. And he has risen in power through merits. But many people don't recognize that. Apart from that, I believe now that Gachagua is a student, is a person who reads constantly. Unaelewa? It's not a person who consumes raw material as a second hand. No. Gachagua consumes his own raw intelligence and his own raw material. So by the time he comes to the podium, he knows how to direct. Unaelewa? And that is what Ruto doesn't know. Ruto gets to the podium, gets excited, start lying. He came to Kisii and started saying, oh, we'll build an international airport here. Very soon people will come from Minnesota and land here. I'm like, he doesn't even know how to lie. But Gachagua, even if he will lie, he will not lie like a fool. I've gotten Gachagua lying several times, but in a very good way.
And you still support him.
It's politics. It's politics. It's part of politics. Politics is not a church. It's not for saints. If you want to be a saint, wenda huko kwa Wakorino. Umesikia? So, now, when I say that, I have found one person in politics finally who uses Alan Green's both book, 48 Laws of Power, but also The Art of Seduction. When you read about the 7 lovers in The Art of Seduction, very beautiful book, and I use it a lot. There is an ideal lover, there is the siren, but there's also a lover called the rake. The rake is the rake. The rake is the lover with intense devotion and also has this characteristic of non-conformity. So you see those two things, intense devotion to an idea and ability to be non-conforming to the person that is dealing with, is not dealing with. So these two things work for Gachagua. His intense devotion to the one term, bringing up ideas about how to get Ruto out, has really cultivated who we know. But let me infuse something that politicians rarely get. But if they get, bro, this is a difficult thing for many people who cannot understand. And Gachagua has used it rightly. Now, let me bring it out. And I know I'm going to be castigated here. One day I was driving with an old man. He couldn't take a plane because at that particular time he had difficulties. So he told me to drive him from Minnesota to Houston. On our way, we were talking politics. He said a statement that really angered me. He said, Moi was the best politician we ever had. He had only one problem. I never spoke to that guy for 3 hours. Later on, something said, okay, ask him what the problem was. Then he started, Kibaki is the worst president, but he has only one thing that is too good to him. I said, man, what are you talking about? He said, were it not for Lucy, Kibaki would have been the worst president. Why? Because his behavior and character and discipline does not allow him to become a president. Then he said, Moi was the most disciplined man, but he did not have a wife. So anybody could just go to the bedroom and say anything, including Biwott and everybody. So Moi became an open book just because, you know, if you live in a house, Sai Njiru, your wife is back in Kenya, I know that. Sai nikikuja kukuvisit, naweza enda hata choo ya bedroom yako. And there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. Now, Gachagua, the main problem akonayo to all these politicians, has a wife that guards him. And not only guards him, that is extremely wise. I listened to Gachagua, Dorcas there's an interview for 1 hour that Dorcas was telling us how he met Gachagua, and he refused his first dinner. He's the one who paid, actually. And, I used to think Dorcas is just these slay queens ambao took advantage. I have always thought like that. Or people are emotional, Pentecostal, sort of that, the way it comes out. Yeah. Pentecostal people who, Holy Spirit. But that 1 hour debate or conversation with Dorcas opened my eyes on how he guides his husband. And the fact that I saw Sudi attack and say, Sayoto unatembea na bibi yako. Kwani sisi hatuna mabibi. So he has a bodyguard, okay, that tells him exactly what they ought to do. So these are a duo that work. And if there is any orthogonism,
I will not remind you. Orthogonism. Go ahead. Umepotea budi. It is orthogonism. I am surprised that you have gotten that being so serious.
Budi amepotea.
Amepotea. Budi, hiyo maprofesa wangu akikusikia ukisema watakuchapa wewe. That one is a very that one is a very serious word when people are jogging their mind somewhere, when you are trying to solve unending equations. Anyway, let me ask a question as Budi returns.
Yeah.
It is so unfortunate that Budi anajiongelesha. Unfortunately, naona mic yake.
Okay.
Yes. So let me ask you a question. Do you think, based on what Budi has said, do you think?
Let me.
Okay, finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. So I think you saw Sudi attacking him and many other people attacking Dorcas. It's because behind the 2022 election, when money could not flow to Ruto's side, how they were able to innovate and bring the church together, and all monies were brought through the church and fund Ruto. And that's why the church became the vehicle under which actually Ruto main campaign was done. That conveyor belt was Dorcas Gachagua. Now, as I've always said here in Njiru, and that's where you have gone wrong. I've done it right. There's a difference between doing the right thing and doing things right. That is why I have Annie here to protect me when you people may bash me. There's a difference between doing the right thing and doing things right. Gachagua did not just do the right thing to marry. He married right. Unaelewa? And that fits him very well in the politics. Now, earlier we spoke on how he detonated Martha Karua immediately when they started the debate. The other day, asema, tulikuwa kule, mtu akavaa goggles, na ni usiku. You could understand where he's coming from. he attacked Ruto and Ruto did not respond. Ruto never responded. Unanielewa? So that is one of the most underrated. Okay? And if you look at even Raila really struggled. Raila was a Mandela that never divorced, who decided to sanitize everything. But you could know that Raila suffered under the arms of Aida. You can see it right now. But Gachagua is a man who enjoys the comfort of his home. So as he comes out, he has every ability to bash people out here because he can't bash anybody at home. Tuachie hapo sasa, endelea.
Aya, ni sawa, naona msimamo ameingia. I still want to ask a question.
Yeah.
Away from Odogosm. So what I was trying to ask is that on all those intrigues which you have talked about, do you think Gachagua has the momentum and what it takes? Because remember, when you are running an opposition campaign, it's a little bit harder than the government because you are trying to always the opposition has to work with a factor higher than the government because there are so many things which are against you. But somehow in some situations as well, oppositions win. But there's a question I'm asking. Do you think Gachagua can actually read in whichever position he will play? We don't know. Do you think Gachagua, based on all those things we are talking, do you think Gachagua has the parameters to lead a winning campaign, or does he have those? Does he understand how we can win this election?
I think he does, based on even what Alex has said about him being, especially look at his work career, especially being administrator during the Moi regime, and then after that he worked under Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Later he joined the politics. So we would not say that he was somebody who was new to the administration or new to how government works. What he did not have was only that political experience, I would say, not even political experience, to be like a member of parliament. But to me, based on what I see, especially, he can contribute immensely, especially to the general election that is coming. It can be positively or negatively, depending on how the united oppositions or those who are opposed to President William Ruto presidency are going to lay out their strategy. So he's one person who is a maker and a breaker at the same time. And I think he's one person that everybody would want to have, including President William Ruto himself. So he's like a rare jewel that everybody is looking for, especially come 2027.
Budi, can you veer off? Can you give us your insight on that question, please?
Just give me a minute.
Okay. Yeah, Musimamo umeamuka? Tatu kukusikia tu kidogo. Hebu fungulia kamera, ndio fungua mic ili tusikie. Unajua Musimamo anakaribishangwa na kuku. I know, hii ni matime ya unasikia Musimamo. Ni sawa, Musimamo ina shida, hatujakataa. Saa zingine nasikianga Musimamo akifungua mic, nasikia kuku hiyo pande ingine pia inasema, which is okay. Hiyo inaashiria kwamba Musimamo ni mkulima hodari.
Ani leo ametulia, sioni kama narusha mabomu ama siku hizi ameokoka.
Unaitisha mabomu? ungeambia I need your attacks. Can you attack me? So kuna mtu anasema ati umekuwa mpole sana. Ni vile Anne is very settled, you know. She is so tight with Gachagua, so venye anasikia like the discussion is a bit focusing with Gachagua, she is very much settled. Sasa ukiongea story ya Gachagua, hiyo ni kama sasa unampea is like
sasa wewe unataka kuharibu nyumba yetu. She's not tight with Gachagua, she's tight with me. Wachana hiyo maneno yako na
sasa ni kama tunampea ile maji ya glucose. Haya, wako pamoja. Ni Mbudi amefanya atulie. Wacha nisiharibu mboma. Ni Mbudi amefanya atulie.
Look at what Kipril is saying here.
Yeah, Kip is talking about ati kampeni za Emurwa Digital zimeisha, but ni kama serikali imeshuka huko. I hope they are not going there to intimidate people.
Murkomen is supposed to go there today, right? Yeah, because like I heard the DCP candidate was talking about it, like now you're coming.
DCP attacked in Emurwa Digil. Wameatakiwa wapi? In Emurwa Digil by UDA goons after Gachagua. To win by election. Sasa na hiyo ujinga, let me tell you, why are we entertaining? Unajua mimi saa zingine najiuliza, why are we entertaining Ruto to give us such a country? So so Kipril, has this one happened now or it happened during the day? Because you know right now it's at night. I understand in Emurwa Digil people have been campaigning at night.
Yeah,
have they come to attack people at night? Yeah, it's something so I think we have to evaluate tomorrow about this issue. And I think now akina Gachagua now they need to start speaking about this thing, and maybe I think serikali inataka DCP waondoke, maybe. I don't know, intimidation. Now what they are moving forward in intimidation, because if they couldn't allow a loss in Mbeere, Emurwa Digil, I think wamesema hiyo watafanya kile watafanya. But how can we defend ourselves? So Budi, what can we do? Because inakaa sasa Ruto goons are determined to do the worst here.
You know, one of the good things that obviously even the worst of the worst, you need to know that there's always something good that comes out of it. For instance, all these things that are happening are not only bad on our side, but overall, in the future when we are having a general election, it is showing that Ruto doesn't care about his own people and their needs. And it's actually emboldening them to become even more rebellious. Now, they may seem to be declaring themselves as winners, but ultimately, when you bring goons to show your popularity, and that is what actually, Nani, one of the things that the governor for Muranga, Kangata, said was simply that the same things that they were complaining and agitated against, actually, they are the conveyors of them right now. And what Ruto cannot believe is the projection from the NIS that this is the winner. So against all odds, they are going to do everything. But the people of Murdikir are resilient. Don't think that this is the first election they've been through that, or the first by-election. It has happened before. Actually, their ballot papers have even been, banned, and then they went to another by-election. They've been for a very long time without even a member of parliament. So this is not new for them. They are used to this. When Ngeno was contesting in Kano against the URP, what was it, URP or whatever, it was contentious too. I mean, nobody could believe it, that he could win. So these are people, or this is, remember the personal assistant who really they wanted to win. Had they taken the personal assistant, actually this thing could have been very easy for them. Why? Because obviously it was going to be sympathy votes. But now that they took it away and they gave the oil baron, the reality remains that these people, as you said, they campaign during the night. Even you used to see what he used to do, that all this singing and dancing used to be in the evening or in the night. So what do you expect? These people are going to be resilient. They are going to fight to the very end. Don't think that you are going to scatter them. And you saw even the mothers, the way they were dealing with their campaigns. I mean, it's not just like you will see kissy mothers doing and jumping that way. These are truly people who are not just excited, but are in pain of the loss of them. Remember, the word on the ground is the death of this, their MP, was a state-sponsored death. According to them, they totally believe that he was eliminated. It's only that they cannot, cough it out. So there's a lot of emotions, but at the same time, there's a lot of experience that they have had about, the trying to overlap the will of the people in that constituency. So over time, they have not only built resilience, but they have also built tactics to counter the government. So they are not dealing with ordinary people. If you look at Ngeno, how he explained how he won when he came from, was it Poland or something of the sort, when the people totally refused and say he's going to be on the ballot, and they gathered the votes, and he couldn't be declared. It tells you these are organized people. Why? Because they come from a community whereby they have had antagonism between them and what? The Maasais. For the first time now, they have a candidate who they are agreeing because of the party. As you said, the Maasais are gravitating towards DCP because of one or two, three things. And secondly, the people, the Kipsigis, who are 60%, they are also anti-government project, which is the person that was given that. And remember, the margin of the win in that by-election was only 400. If you remember, it was only 400 votes, 13,000, but 400. So what does that tell you? So the government must come in, but how it comes is going to be critical. But if they do something against the will of the people, I think there will be so much ramification that they will live to regret. Thank you.
And I don't know why the government is showing all these weaknesses. Na sijui kwa nini Ruto is trying to project these fake wins. Like for example, Budi, na kitu nataka kuambia, even after Ruto tried to project his fake win in Mbeere, do you know that your fake win in Mbeere haimusaidi? Because still his rejection is still continuing. And many people are still saying, like, let's say, he projected that fake win in Mbeere. Why are Akina Kangata leaving him? Why are Akina Wamatangi leaving him?
You see, there is something that we are not willing to talk, or it's not being said openly. Now, what Ruto wants to do is, because even if he fakes those wins, there's one thing that the maths that is not coming, and I think we spoke with Julia about it. The 24 counties, okay, and then now we are putting jeopardy also that county which he wants to gravitate, so that the father-in-law for Joanna Ngeno might come to also UDA, because he's having difficulties in terms of his win.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that even after doing all those things he is doing, still people are fleeing. But
So there is something you asked earlier, which I was restraining to say. But me think, from what I have come to know in politics for a very long time, when the peasants are able to look at the king and tells them that your mouth smells, there is an irreversible consequence that is awaiting. For instance, when Baba started becoming sick and everybody knew, Mbadi and the rest became so rebellious openly. Later on, Karoli Omondi started telling us that these people knew the condition of Baba and they started taking. Now, when you see how Oburu, obviously is fragile, you see how the political class within the ODM, Linda Mwananchi, how they are also still behaving and saying we need another leader, ABCD, because of the condition that now you are able to tell the king that you smell. Finally, it has reached the time for Ruto. What is this ground telling us, especially the political class, when they are finally able to look at that? I told the president, the ground is against you. And this is a mojo man that you and me know that. Remember when Cecily Mbarire, during the issue of the constitution, we were talking the two-third gender rule, and Mbarire requested to speak. The mojo man asked Mbarire, "Are you sure you want to speak?" And Mbarire said, "Yes, I'm sure." And everybody was shocked. Do you remember Ruto asking Mbarire, "Are you sure you want to ask?" Then Mbarire said, "Yes." Do you remember that? Now,
when she was pretending to ask the question of women,
yes.
The issue of, Mr. President, your voice is very vital.
But did you remember? But did you remember Ruto trying to use his scare tactics? Are you sure? And she insisted yes. And from that on, they've been abrasive and obviously open rebellion that is so embarrassing to Ruto openly. That tells you either Ruto is also sick and they know that he wouldn't last long, or they know totally this guy is not going to win. Come rain, come sunshine. There is an open message to us that wait, no, the king is smelling. That is the message I can see. Thank you.
Okay, that one is quite deep. I think you have decided to answer my question in a very advanced way, na ni sawa. Najua hiyo tu ni ana ameelewa hiyo, na kama hajaelewa ataelewa mkikutana kwa nyumba. Now that nyinyi mko pamoja.
Tuko kwa nyumba, ameelewa.
Oh, sawa. Hata hiyo hata anapata na osmosis saa zingine. Ni osmosis ama ni diffusion? Ni utapata kwa mate. Msimamo. Endelea. Msimamo huko?
Nipo wasikiza ndugu zangu.
Haya sasa, can you react to hiyo fujo ya wenzetu Emurua Digil wameanzia kuchapwa na timu ya serikali kuanzia saa hii?
huko si ndo kushindwa, ni lazima ni lazima wasukume hilo bao kwa mkono, na dalili zinaonyesha. Sasa hiyo itakuwaje sasa? Kwa sababu kila dalili ishaonyesha wapi wanadiki wanataka, wako wapi, kila kitu kiko wazi wazi. Sasa tunashindwa, hii lazima ni ya nini? Sasa wanachapua nini kama si kushindwa huku? Wananchi waamue basi, wazime hiyo kitu kama kwa na koti ama kama ananyanyajana basi. Afu hiyo ndo dawa peke yake, ndio suluhu la kuweza kukabiliana na vitu kama hivi. Lakini sasa kuvumilia kwingi na wengine wanaumizwa pasipo haja ya kuumizwa, hili nalo si neno hili. Lakini kwa kweli wanadiki wameamua. Kilichobaki sasa ni kusukuma na mkono. Nafikiri lazima wasukuma na mkono ili aswa waondokana na huu waibu ambao wataweza kupata very soon. Kimtazamo wangu mimi.
Sawa msimamo. You know that one is a bit very complex, especially when it reaches a level whereby people are being attacked kwa msimamo wao.
Na haki yao ya kimsingi ndio hiyo. Sina shangaa. Haki yao iko wapi kama itakuwa ni kulazimishwa kama hivi, ama kwa kuonekana mwingine anataka kushinda ama ana dalili za kushinda, wewe unaenda hapo unatumia nguvu. Hii sasa ndo umbumbumbu na usema mimi siku zote.
I think they were not kidogo msimamo. I think Ruto kwa ndoto zake hakufikiria Emurua Digil ingefika hii level. Kwa ndoto zake, like I think alikuwa anaona, but why can't Ruto understand that there is open rejection yake, including hata in places whereby he thinks that he needs to get open support. Kama Wakikuyu wameenda, kwa nini anafikiria watu wengine hawezi enda? And why does he think like at Rigathi Gachagua party cannot actually get inroads in Emurua Digil, and now they have to start now forcing a win which is not there. So kuna swali najaribu kujiuliza, watu wa Emurua Digil wakipelekewa pesa hiyo siku ya kura, waambiwe shika 2,000 badilisha kura yako, unaona kama wanaweza badilisha?
Kama wameamua hawezi badilisha, pesa watakula na hawatabadilisha chochote, kwa sababu already ukiona wamechukua bibi ya marehemu kumweka mbele pale na sababu zisizokuwa na tija za kumhusu Gachagua, hii inaonyesha wazi kwamba wanadikiri kama wanaweza mpinga haswa mjane yule alioachwa na wanasimama na DCP. Hii inaonyesha wazi hata hela sidhani kama sitaweza kubadilisha mitazamo yao, kwa sababu wananchi wakishaamua wameamua. Nadhani hiyo pesa watakula kama watafanya hivyo, na mwisho wa siku watamchagua yule wamtakaye. Labda sasa kivumbi kirudi haswa kwenye tume yenye kutangaza haya, ndo hapo kuna mashaka. Lakini kwa watu, mimi naamini wameamua ni DCP na hawana kingine. Sababu nimeangalia yale mazungumzo ya wanadiki yenyewe haswa jinsi wanavyozungumza, inaonyesha wazi pale wapo kiasi kwamba nguvu alionayo imezidi ya hela. Labda hii zitatumika, lakini mwisho wa siku tuangalia ABC itasemaje, kwa sababu hapo ndo ambapo napo mashaka. Lakini si wanadiki mwenyewe haswa, naona kwa kumpinga haswa bibi ya mjane baada ya kujiunga upande ule na bado hajakuwa na mashiko, basi na ndio maana hasira yote basi labda wateveze kipigo cha lazima sasa kulazimisha, lazima ya mwisho wa siku. Nadhani IBC hapa wafanye lenye tija za kusimama na wanadiki, lakini ushindi wote umejionyesha kwamba wanaelekea wapi, na si uchaguzi mdogo tu. Hii ni ishara wazi hata uchaguzi unaokuja itakuwa vivyo hivyo. Kwa hivyo it's like wananchi washamua kitambo, kule shapigwa shamalizika. Sasa ni kule kuhitimisha tu wakati ukifika, lakini je, tume itakuwaje? Hapo ndo kwenye mashaka yangu. Asante.
Haya, sawa msimamo. I think wacha Nilikuwa nangojea Kiprila kuja lakini wacha alale sasa nisisumbue. Wacha niweke nataka na nimeona pia Ngojiri alikuwa hapo na anapiga smile vibaya sana wakati huo mama anasomewa. So that's what I want us to monitor today. Imefika wa Kenya. Okay, wacha niweke hii. I don't want to put the whole video. Yeah, wacha niweke. Munaniambia huyu, this one is not an evolving Gachagua, huyu ni yule Gachagua wa kitambo.
Wamekamatwa ni msichana mmoja na kijana mmoja. Wamepatikana na simu ya mchungaji. Wenye kumuua wamemuua, wametupa simu. Wale wamechukua, hao ndio wamekamatwa. Wale walimuua wako wapi? Na kwa sababu video iko, Irene, tell William Ruto aambie DCI aweke hiyo video tuone jioni, so that tukue satisfied. Si iko namna hiyo? Ama mtaki niseme? I must. Mimi ni mtetezi ya Wakenya. Na kama mimi natetea Wakenya, nitashindwa kutetea kanisa langu la PCA? These reverends, I have seen them here, our parish ministers.
That's a very strong point. And nilikuwa nataka, mimi ni mtetezi wa Kenya. So already Gachagua has declared himself as a champion for Kenyans. I think kama hatukuwa tunajua, yeye mwenyewe amesema mimi ni mtetezi wa Kenya. I think he has decided now to say, and that was a very powerful statement for me venye nilisikia hapo.
I must. Mimi ni mtetezi wa Kenya. Na kama mimi natetea wa Kenya, nitashindwa kutetea kanisa langu la PCA? These reverends, I have seen them here, our parish ministers, moderator. They are men and women in fear. Most of these parish ministers here are my friends. My personal friends I've known for many years and their families. More than 100 of our parish ministers have called me. They are scared. Are we safe? Our family is safe? That is the issue. What we want, Irene, tumefurahi umeleta milioni 2 kwa familia. Another day, pesa ya matanga hapana tangaza upelekee familia nyumbani. Si ndio? Sinakuwaga namna hiyo. Hakuna haja kuja kujigamba hapa na kujioresha. Siku tunaomboleza mchungaji wetu, mwambie William Ruto vile tunataka aagize huyu mchungaji video CTV itolewe tuone. Number 2, to issue a public statement that our parish ministers and their families are safe. Hiyo Irene utakuwa umetusaidia. Tell him. Na umwambie yeye, siku alikuwa anatafuta kura, alikuwa na jaa hapa kwa kanisa ya PCA. Kila siku alikuwa hapa 7 days a week. What happened? What we have a problem with, moderator, and I called you with a lot of respect as my spiritual leader, and you know I have submitted to your authority. But I am unhappy, as most Christians, the way the government has treated our church. In April last year, goons and police stormed into Mweki PCA church and beat up women and children. Today, nobody has ever been arrested. In December, goons and police stormed Kariobangi PCA church, beat women and children. Today, nobody has ever been arrested. Tell William Ruto, much as we want his 2 million, let him order the arrest of the goons and police who attacked our church, the PCA church. Hii ni kanisa ya heshima. Na hakuna serikali tangu independence imevamia kanisa la PCA. This is the only government. The nearest it came to ni serikali ya Moi iliumiza Reverend Timothy Joya, lakini walimpiga nje ya kanisa. At least walikuwa na adabu kidogo. They never came and fought him inside the church. We have a big problem ya kwamba wahuni na polisi wanaingia kanisani kuumiza waumini wa PCA. Mimi nataka niambie our parish ministers, we'll fight for the justice of your colleague. We'll shout from the rooftop until Mama Esther and her children and the church gets justice. A man is not a chicken. Mtu hapana kuku, hapana mbuzi, ati anauawa tu holela. Alafu mnaenda mnashika watu wawili wale walikuwa na simu yake na wenye kumuua bado kamatwa.
Hi American parents, I am offering a free class of my best-selling math program. Here, your child will master advanced topics like...
I want to tell our parish ministers, please take comfort. I know you are troubled. Most of you have talked to me with your families. I know you are troubled. We'll fight to make sure that you are secure. My advice, as your member, those who serve outside their homes, don't live alone. Usikae peke yako. These are difficult times. The Reverend Dubia was living alone. So if probably he had 2 other people in the house, probably would not be here today. Lakini mimi naambia parish ministers wetu tutamtetea. And we'll make sure that you have a good environment to serve. You are great men and women. You are a blessing to our church, the PCA Church. And we must assure you of security. And we must call out the government to give security to the church. Ordinarily, ukipata shida unakimbilia mchungaji. Sasa kama mchungaji anauawa utakimbia kwa nani? Where do you go to? Na sisi hatuna shida na mtu yeyote. We have no problem with anybody. Sisi tunauliza tu kanisa yetu ipewe heshima. Juzi tumekuwa hapa ACK Udhaya Church. Polisi 12 wamekuja hapo. Wanataka kutua ndani ya kanisa na bunduki na risasi. William Ruto amesema hiyo watu wasishtakiwe. Mmoja amepigwa transfer, wengine wanaendelea. Hawa walitupiga Mwiki, bado wanaendelea. Wale walivamia Kariobangi bado shikwa. Sasa kanisa ilichagua wewe. Wewe umeturn against the church. PCA Church supported William Ruto to a man. How can it be that the church is being attacked every day and is quiet? Minister wetu hapa amekufa. These parish ministers are in fear. And I've come here to assure them. And I've told Mheshimiwa Wandeto, you must do a parliamentary question as soon as the National Assembly comes back, asking for answers and seeking a statement from Kipchumba Murkomen that our parish ministers of PCA will be safe and they will be protected and they should not live in fear. Ndikwenda kukiria kumau, ndikwenda kumaja ohoro. Nditugo mondareta bugire. Twari yetu lehi ni cia PCA na atungatiria itu. Na uragani. Na makanitha maitu kuhurwo ni mikora. Na ajugia atiriri. Gutire burete kagata. Gutire burete kagata. Gutire weri da kagethie ta gekata. Rege yurage kiaga tutigacokia kara haria gekire atia. Na ithuĩ kwaza Gĩkũyũ tũtingĩtahĩka tũcoke tũrĩa kĩ nĩndaria kadi naria. Moderator, sisi ni watu wako. We want to protect the dignity of our church, and you should be happy with me that I'm saying that the church that you lead should be respected. I am saying that the ministers who serve under you should be safe. Si mimi nasaidia moderator? Yeye amesema hiyo maneno atakujiwa asubuhi. Kaati guo. Na toto tikwenda agirwo ri nditi nye juke tondie gutire mundu kundwara kundu. Kagwe mundu ngedwara kundu ni. niye gutire mundu ngindwara kundu anie ndiriaga kwa mundu katiguo na gutire mundu wakua rucine nginya hwaini no rimwe.
This is how easy
That is very powerful. Gachagua nasikia akisema mimi wacha niseme sababu hakuna mtu atanikujia. What does that mean? Bwana Msimamo anasema wengine wakisema wanaweza kujua, lakini mimi wacha niseme hakuna mtu anaweza nikujia. What does he mean? Amefika level ya amefika level nyingine noma. Yeye hizi kujua.
Mbaya sana. Na anajiamini, si mara ya kwanza kuzungumza hizi kauli kwamba yeye kamuogopa kama kujua kama mwanamume
anasema mimi hakuna mtu atanikujia, wacha niongee.
Yeah. Anajiamini kiukweli, mnasema mara ya kwanza, si mara pili, anazungumza mara kwa mara kwamba niambi lolote. Acha kufuatana na wao, ukitaka nifuate tuonane humu. Hii si mara ya kwanza kuzungumza, kwa hivyo anajiamini kabisa. Hiyo level aliyofika ni tishio kwa jamaa, na akimgusa kwa kweli kutachimbika. So unajua pia hapo lazima tuangalie, lakini analizungumza ni ukweli. Ni ukweli kabisa anachokizungumza kwa kweli, yani kwamba yeye anajaribu kuzungumza kwa niaba ya Wakenya walio wengi. Ni mtetezi, macho yameona, watazama. So hizi uzungumza pumba, lazima azungumze vitu ambavyo kwa kweli vinamhusu. Na kutazama kweli kanisa limekuwa la kulengwa, ikiwa sasa hivi mpaka waumini wanaanza kuingiliwa kiasi hiki, basi jambo lenye tija. Ukiona hilo kanisa na kwa kweli ndio lilomsimamisha wakati ule. So kila anakizungumza ni ukweli kabisa. Huyu jamaa anajiamini na nambao na hamuogopi. Yeye alimwambia wazi sikuogopi na hamuogopi kweli.
Hebu niambie Bwana Msimamo, unajua miaka 2 iliyopita bwana, hakuna mtu alikuwa anaongea bwana. Tulikuwa tunaongelea stori za Ruto tukua tu kando ya hii ujasiri imetoka wapi? Ama imetoka kwa raia?
Apart from kwa raia, jamaa amekaa na yeye amemjua. Unajua ukikaa na mtu ukishamjua mapungufu yake na mipango yake, unajua ni ngumu. So anamuelewa nini and out, atamwambia nini. Na amekaa na yeye for long, amemchunguza, anamsoma. Unaona, so anamjua sana hata kuliko ni sisi haswa. Alafu pia kuna support sasa hivi Gachagua ya wananchi wengi. Licha wale wa mlima, lakini all over country kila mtu anampa sikio sasa kumsikiza. Kwa hivyo ameimarika. Na ni kwa sababu ya ujasiri wa kuzungumza paruanja. Wengi ambao viongozi walikuwa wafiki kwa kuweka heshima, wanaweka vitu na mabano. Gachagua amevunja hiyo bridge. Kwa sababu naambiana macho kwa macho. Tunaambiana ukweli macho kwa macho. Ukitaka tukutane mimi na wewe tuzikwende tuachane, yani kama inachukulia huo mfano huo. Ndicho walipofikia kwamba Githurai hamuogopi kabisa. Unaona, so katika hii hali unakuta kumbe kumetokea hiyo nafasi kwamba hata kumbe viongozi unaweza pamoja na hadhi, lakini kumbe anaweza ambiwa maneno ya kweli pasipo uoga. Unajua zama zile ulikuwa ukiongea, unajua unaongea na nani. Watu ukiangalia wakati wakianza kuzungumza haya maneno, viongozi hao wengine wote walianza kusema heshimu huyu jamaa, kina Sudi na kina nani, kwamba lazima peane heshima, acha kuvunjia heshima huyu, lazima muheshimu. Lakini sasa unafikia wakati kwamba kutokana na Gachagua amevunja hiyo bridge. Kwa hivyo nituambiana ukweli, macho kwa macho, wananchi waelewe, wasikie. Utake usitake, basi kama unaona vipi unataka kukamata, njoo nishukue kama una uwezo wa kunichukua. Sasa linakuwa ngumu kuweza kuchukuliwa na ukweli unatoka on daily basis. Sasa hii hali ndio imempa kwa miaka kidogo hii, yani imempa nguvu sana Gachagua kiasi kwamba amejigain tena ile nguvu kwamba na wananchi ambao wameweza kuniback up mbaki niguso jamaa. Kwa kweli ulinzi kutakuwa kumechimbika soka katika taifa. So amekuwa tishio kwa kweli Gachagua. Amekuwa tishio kwa serikali baya mno. Sana. Na hili linampa ngazi nyingine ya kumpandisha haraka mno. Ni sasa tunasifuna the way amekuja kuongea vitu bila uoga. Sasa unajua mwananchi anataka hapo, kwa sababu hii heshima nyingi mwisho wa siku inamwacha panya shingo, inaingia ndani. Mzigo amebeba ni wa mkuu wake, akisema utue chini basi atamkojwa mke. Sasa ndio kama sisi wananchi tulikuwa tunafanyishwa hiyo hali, beba mzigo kwa sababu ni wa mteja wako, ukiweka chini basi unafikiri kwamba ama ukizungumza kweli basi labda utakujiwa. Unaona, so nafikiri anataka kuondoana na hii kwamba ukizungumza kweli unakujiwa. ipate suluhu yake kwa kuweza kuwekwa peupe, kwa kila neno liwekwe peupe, kwa kila mpango wekwe peupe. Na wamemaliza kwa kweli, wamemtia Kasongo wasiwasi na ugonjwa wa moyo. Sidhani kama analala kwa muda kabisa. Kimtazama Gachagua sidhani kama anapata usingizi. Yaani anajutia kwa nini amemtoa pale, angemwacha tu. Nafikiri ndio liko katika nafsi yake sasa hivi. Unaona? Kwa hivyo naweza nikachangia hivyo kakangu Njiro, asante.
Sawa, msimamo, wacha tusikie maneno ya Emurua Dikirr.
Mali ya watu wetu imeenda, watoto wao wameuawa, na unataka ukuje Dikirr usinguze hapa unafanya nini? Ya pili, Mheshimiwa Murkomen, Dikirr nimefanya kazi kama chief wa hapa, na ninajua constituency ya Emurua Dikirr was established on this 09. Na mpaka wa sasa hivi tunapoongea Dikirr tuko na location 6, tuko na sub location 13. Kama anatupenda, where on earth do we have a sub county where it is only 6 locations and 13 sub locations? This is a very light constituency which we need new administrative units. If you are coming to declare those administrative units, tutakupokea. Lakini kama unakuja tu maneno ya siasa na maneno ya dollar line, nitawanyorosha pamoja. Sikia utawanyorosha kweli. Mbona jamaa wenye Dikirr onye ngao mnati. Tagirire gigire kwa ndo. Tagirire to ngana ile giwendi to. Koni no manyo ko lokon ngala ngale ngapya mai. Yani chama iko tore tine. Tore tine. Hata sahi atuongelele maneno ya chama. Hata ingawaje niliingia DCP. Si eti tunaongea kuhusu machama. Tunaongea kuhusu maisha ya watu wetu wa Emurua Dikirr. Hakika eti mwanzo lole ngala. Bwana get kurini unende. Beginge gele motini ploma de legal gawo. Lakini ndio kuotito mo ni kukiosa mesa DJ wito.
And the truth of the matter here is this. It is not a coincidence that the CS is making a visit in Dikirr just 2 days to the by-election. And remember, throughout the campaign period, the whole government and UDA machinery did not camp there.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation.
They did not camp there. If you compare the two campaigns between the DCP candidate and the UDA candidate, because that race is a two-horse race between the two candidates, you'll actually understand that the mood of the people in Emurua Dikirr lies with the DCP candidate. I saw the campaign strategy, and I know why the likes of Murkomen are going there. This is Alfred Keter, the former Nandi MP, campaigning for the DCP candidate.
Okay. Alemome tara roti kobiri kingura kabisa. Ogaze. Oge no kwego de kiatu kukimagia na boy gitai. Ngalega ngeno. Pajang le meje kikuma soma ya na boy sai na de ya kuno so. Ogi bebere itega de soma gogo de riposo de ya ngeno. Acheni kome go bebere ngalega UTA go chochi kolege bilbura. Asa mogi.
Through a phone call. I'm just wondering, this strategy has always been used. And remember, Keter is a voice of rebellion in the Kalenjin land. Rigathi Gachagua also addressed these rallies through the phone calls. And you could single his messaging and his wordings to the people of Emurua Dikir, it really tells you how, and the reaction and how the people are capturing that.
Marehemu Mheshimiwa Johana Ng'eno alikuwa rafiki wangu wa karibu sana, na mimi nataka niseme pole kwa kumpoteza kiongozi wenu, kiongozi wa maana sana. Alikuwa mtetezi wa wanyonge, aliangalia akina mama wajane, akasaidia watoto yatima, akatetea mashamba yenu. Mimi nataka niseme pole kwa kumpoteza kiongozi huyo wetu, na mimi naomba Mungu siku moja mimi na nyinyi watu ya Emurua Dikir tujue nani alimuua Johana Ng'eno na Emurua Dikir wewe. Mimi ningetaka ugeukie mwenzako, umsalimie, umwambie umesalimiwa na Rigiji. Nitakuta kiongozi mwingine kama Johana Ng'eno. Na huyu kijana Vincent Rotich nimeambiwa na wazee anatosha. Nimeambiwa huyu kijana ni kama Johana Ng'eno, haogopi mtu yeyote isipokuwa Mwenyezi Mungu, na yeye atakuwa mtetezi ya wanyonge. Mimi naomba mpatie nafasi ya kuwa kiongozi wenu. Mimi naomba munipatie yeye anitembeze huko na kwa Wakipsigis kila mahali. Mimi nataka nimhakikishie ya kwamba Rigiji ni rafiki ya Kipsigis. Nyinyi mlinipatia nafasi nikakuwa naibu wa rais, nasema asante. Nyinyi hamkunitoa kwa kazi, ni mtu mmoja alinitoa. Lakini nyinyi na hatuwezi wachana. Mimi naomba mupatie huyu kijana nafasi, ndio watu wote wajue jamii ya Wakikuyu na Wakipsigis sisi ni kitu kimoja, na hakuna mtu atakuja katikati yetu. Mimi najua hata nyinyi kama Wakenya wengine mnalalamika hakuna barabara, hamuna stima, hamuna maji, mnahitaji mtetezi. Mkichagua yule mwingine atakuwa ni mtu ya Yesa. Mimi naomba mfikirie huyu kijana wangu Vincent, mpatie nafasi.
On how it is one time. Ladies and gentlemen, he is simply running. The DCP candidate simply did run anti-government campaign in Dikir. And what probably the UDA are not very maybe keen on is to profile the Dikir voters. Are they dissenting against the president, or Rigathi Gachagua is endearing to them? No, or one time is endearing to them. I saw this video of the Boda Boda guys. Yes, they are saying one time. That's what they're saying. Is it that it's endearing to them or not? Remember, there was even an attempt by Ng'eno's wife to campaign for the candidates, the UDA candidate. Now, in her speech, allow me to play her 3-minute speech. She's only mentioning the president, she's mentioning the governor, she's mentioning the party, and in her address, she fails to explain directly and say please vote for Dollar Line.
Nimesikia mumeniambia munataka niwaitishe ile kitu ambayo nataka. Si mumesema hivyo? Na mimi niko na kitu ya kuitisha. Na nataka muniambie kama mtanipea. Si ndio? Haya. Nataka nimuombe governor. Governor wetu. Governor wetu anaitwa nani? Anaitwa nani? Patrick Ntutu. Tukisema hivyo tunasema nini? Patrick Ntutu. Governor. Ile vitu ambayo tunapata ni governor ndio anatusaidia. Governor wetu anatusaidia sana. Hata kama amuoni, mimi ninawaambia na siwezi danganya, hakuna siku nitawapeleka ile njia ambayo amufai kuenda. Mimi nitakuja kuwaonesha njia. Na mpaka 15 bado mimi ni mama wa hii constituency. Ni ukweli ama ni uongo? Kwa hivyo ninawaomba tushikilie chama yetu. Tushikilie chama yetu. Na tushikilie governor na tushikilie president. Si ndio? Mbona msemi kitu? Tunashikilia nani? Na nani? Na chama. Chama yetu ni gani? UDA na inasema nini? Kazi ni?
Ati mbona msemi kitu?
Tutapata aje kazi tukitoka UDA? Kazi inatoka kwa chama. Na mpaka tushikilie chama ndo tushikilie watoto wetu. Ndo tuendelee kuwasaidia. Ndo tusonge mbele. Ndio sio ile kazi yenye Joanna alitufanyia iishe saa hii juu tunataka kuhama. Hatuhami, tunakaa hapa. Si ndio? Tunakaa wapi? Tunakaa hapa. Na mimi ninawaomba na ninawanyenyekea. Tupige kura. Sitaki kusikia mtu akisema aende kupiga kura. Amupige aje kura na huku ni nyumbani. Msipopiga kura tutasonga aje mbele. Mnataka hii constituency ishe hivyo tu juu ya feelings, juu hamtaki kupiga kura? Lazima watu wapige kura. Hiyo ni democracy. Si ndio? Na nataka tujichokeze kwa wingi. Na hiyo siku hata mimi nitakuwa, lakini nitakuwa huko Mogondo. Na nyinyi pia nataka mujitokeze. Muende mupige kura. Na mupigie nani? Mupigie chama yetu. Msiangalie vitu zingine. Kama mimi siangalii hizo vitu, na waomba tuangalie chama. Tushikilie chama yetu. Ikifika huko mbele, tutarudi hapa tujadiliane tena, tuamue venye constituency itasonga mbele. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli. Kwa hivyo leo ninawaomba tushikilie governor, tushikilie chama, na hiyo yote tushikilie nani? President. Kwa sababu huyo ni wa nani? Ni wa nyumbani. Tunaenda kushikilia watu wa nje aje? Kwani mnataka kujiletea aibu hata nyinyi? Mnataka kujiletea aibu? Hapana. Haya.
You know why? Why does Ngeno's wife is right to campaign and campaign for the candidate, but are the people of Emurua Dikirr supposed to pick the party or their MP? And why do you think Ngeno's wife could not directly campaign for the UDA candidate? Why? Why? This is because I think she was told that the crowd you are hosting, because even today, this crowd, you know, just the other day she was hosting some women. And then this time around, I think this was on Monday again, she was hosting some youth and telling them about the party, telling them about the president, telling them about Ntutu, the governor, and Ntutu family. She comes from the Ntutu family, so probably that's why she is seeking for that. You will understand that even for the state, it has become difficult for them. And even those who campaign for them cannot come out and say, this is what we want. They simply leveraged. And there were songs, praise songs, that were released earlier in the morning. And this is how the people are. You see the mood of those who support DCP candidate. It's a different energy altogether. And in Dikirr is where election laws are broken. We were asking, why are these people normally campaigning at night? We're told it started even when Ngeno was there. And they're used to. I I want you to compare. Today, the dollar line, the UDA candidate held some mammoth rally and a very well mobilized UDA people, the UDA camps. Now, I want to draw comparison. This is
nataka kuando history ya huyu rais wa France and what he is doing in Kenya. I hope Mungu atatusaidia DCP we be able to be resilient na tushikilie ushindi yetu. But what is this guy doing in Kenya? I don't think that suddenly Kenya has now become a good place where they want to do subtle diplomacy. Hawa tumeuzwa bana. I even saw the guy trying to reprimand people in Nairobi. Now it is now going even viral. Okay, let me show that. That place I didn't even see a lot of. I didn't feel a lot of noise. Hii ni maringo mbaya sana ya wazungu. This room is not having. Nataka msikilize mniambie kama hii room iko na noise.
Open air burning, air pollution, and our beaches.
Although somebody was telling us that maybe there are some few noises of one time. But if you listen, you can actually hear these people. So I don't think there is noise here.
It's impossible.
Is that room having noise? Ama huyu jamani attention. Is that room having noise? Maybe nataka because or they filtered because is this room having noise?
Open air burning, air pollution.
Kizungu. Ni vile wanajifanyanga. So it looks like English is an international language. That is what is trending now at vile aliambia wa Kenya, total lack of respect. Somebody was telling me that there was some chance of one term. This is what he did.
It has been rolled out for world leaders, including the French President Emmanuel Macron, who, by the way, took time to experience the Kenyan cuisine and run with the legend before proceeding to the Africa Forward Summit. KTN's Noah Kipkemboi with the details.
After landing in Kenya and receiving such a warm welcome in the country, France President Emmanuel Macron had to experience the African hospitality firsthand. And what a better way to be introduced to the Kenyan cuisine than taking part in making Kenya's staple meal, ugali and sukuma wiki, with popular content creator Dennis, the roaming chef Ombachi. Baby. After a sumptuous African dinner, the French leader proceeded on a morning jog with legendary Kenyan marathoner Eliud Kipchoge and even made new friends in the process.
How are you? Hello.
Macron also had to hush a noisy crowd during a presentation at the University of Nairobi, demanding a show of respect to the presenter. The president is on a quest for new partnerships on the African continent, with over $1 billion worth of deals being already announced.
The handshake?
No, Kipkemboi, KTN.
Away from matters to do with the Africa Forward.
Don't let your vacation rental.
That's around 110 billion. No, not 110, $1 billion. That's around, let's say 130 billion. Lakini mi France ionange vizuri. Kama kuna nchi ambayo hii sionange vizuri. Whatever they have done in West Africa is enough. So anyway, but I don't know why suddenly now Kenya has become one of the most. Na naona sasa hiyo ndio kitu Ruto anatumia kuringa nayo ati venye ameleta the French president, which I don't think is something serious anyway. In any case, that guy is not even serious. ndiye mdogo kwa familia yao. Sijasema chochote. Ndiye mdogo kwao. Whatever that means, you know. Yule ambaye ako kwa studio, sijui kama umeelewa, ndiye mdogo kwao. Na nimemaliza story. Anyway. Ufaransa, man. They are also fighting on so many things. Their democracy is not good. Uko pia kuna shindia mikombo. Yellow vest. They also have their share of wrong democracy as well. The guys are... Yeah, so I don't think Macron is a role model of governance. Lupon wanted to get her out of power, but ni kama ilishindikana, lakini ni sawa. Anyway, it looks people are silent. Tuonane kesho. Majaliwa. So it was a honor to host you for some 3 hours. Yeah, tutapatana kesho. At least we conserve energy for tomorrow. Yeah, ili sasa Thursday tukuje hapa tugonge DCP to win in Emurua Digil. Nyimbo zinaendelea sana. Emurua Digil, things are happening. This time Emurua Digil wametufunza kitu. Let me see, where is Emurua Digil? Kuna manyimbo zinagonga kabisa. Lakini pia story ya nasikia wamesomea Cheruiyot, I think it was very encouraging. Anyway, thank you. Bye. Tuonane kesho.